ICT technical people. So itakuwa kama accounting. You see how when you are an accountant you need to have an accounting license. Hii unalipanga kila mwaka. So itakuwa the same for IT practitioners. But you see the people they actually targeting with that ni anonymous au hackers. Because wanataka sasa uki-expose government through hacking, they can say you are operating without a license. It's the whole thing is just basically freedom of speech online. Hiyo ndio wanafinya. That is ICT amendment bill. Then kuna agriculture bill which basically inasema ukipanda mboga unalipa license ya 60k. So mkulima wa sukuma wiki surely atatoa wapi 60,000? This bill is being pushed by foreign interests, watu ya GMO, Monsanto, Bill Gates, those guys who have money in GMO seeds. Hao ndio wameona Ruto za macho, agriculture bill ipitishwe so that it makes it illegal to do small scale farming. That's the target. It becomes illegal to do small scale farming. Then you have to buy from a wholesaler. Who is this wholesaler? Ni Monsanto, ni Bill Gates Foundation. They'll come running with the seeds, but their seeds are GMO seeds. Shida ya GMO seed ni moja. If you plant a GMO seed today, you will harvest tomorrow very fat, very big oranges. But those orange Monsanto to buy another packet of seeds. So every year they hit you for seeds. Now the problem with that is you are basically leaving food security of Kenya in the hands of an American company. I don't know about you, but that is very scary to me. That is selling our sovereignty. Because we have seeds here that you grow. Ukikata hiyo machungwa iko na mbegu katikati, ukichukua hizo mbegu ukaushe kwa gunia, you plant another orange tree. Ukikausha hiyo seed ya maembe vizuri, you plant another mango tree. Our indigenous plants give birth to more indigenous plants, which is our food security, which is why you can eat a salad in your house. Unaweza katakata cabbage na nyanya na kitunguu in your house na utengeneze kachumbari ingine hatari sana na uipige mpaka avocado. Do you know how much a salad is in the US, my friend? Salads are more expensive than fast food in the US because all their salads are GMO and because nobody in the US is planting anything because all the small scale farmers were killed off, zikakuwa plantation farmings. Hizi zinapandwa na combine harvester tractor kubwa. If the barrier to entry into farming is a tractor that costs 100 million, and that is the minimum standard of farming, which is what is going on right now in the US. Ukiwa na njaa na wewe ni mtu wa chini, you have to go buy vegetables at a supermarket. Mnajua bei ya nyanya Naivas venye inakaa. Do you want that to be where you are going for your tomatoes? That is the trap that is in the agriculture bill. And it's going to finish us. And you're saying we wait for 2027. Endeleeni tu kungoja. This guy is finishing us step by step. Juzi tu ameappoint minister wake, not minister, sorry. CS wa mining na mjama wake wa mining authority. Both guys are Kales. Both guys are crooks. Next thing, he's going to sell our mineral assets. Na zinaenda majuu. He's not flying around for nothing. He's looking for money. And what is easy to sell? You sell things that are valuable. We have a very valuable mineral in our country ambayo inatumika all over the world by China and by US. Na hii mineral ni hii ya kutengeneza electric car batteries. Iko mingi sana hii pande ya Taita, Tsavo, we have it in abundance. This mineral is very rare. It's very specific. And you can't make electric car batteries without that mineral. And very few countries have that mineral, and Kenya is one of them. Now, America has a problem. Tesla wanapigwa kiboko na China. Chinese are making very cheap electric cars, very cheap. Wamepiga Europe kiboko, wamepiga USA kiboko. Na mahali wanawapigia kiboko is that they have their own mines za hiyo mineral. US doesn't have those mines, Europe doesn't have those mines. Who else has those mines? Africa. Specifically, Eastern Africa, in Kenya, in Rwanda, in Congo. Congo already imekamuliwa, imeisha. Huko walieka watu wao, so there's no issue. But the supplies in Congo, they are kidogo. They are not sustainable. And you know, these multinationals, they plan over decades. So wakiona stock imebaki ya miaka 5-6, they start looking ahead. So our mining guy is going to sell our very crucial mineral for making batteries to the US, not to China. China ilikuwa shimo ya uhunye na Ruto, he cannot go into shimo ya uhunye. So ameenda kupiga deal na Biden. Hiyo inaenda mkingojea 2027. We have one of the most important minerals in one of the biggest markets for the next 20 years, which is EVs, electronic vehicles. Soko ya Elon Musk, soko ya China. The big Chinese car manufacturers are all going electric. Actually, they did that 2 years ago. So Geely, GVB, all those Chinese brands of cars, they're making electric cars, and they're making them much, much cheaper than Volkswagen Group, much, much cheaper than Tesla. Volkswagen Group own a number of European car brands. But even Volkswagen Group had to make a deal with China ndio wapewe batteries. So you can see it's a very big war, and it's a US versus China war. And we are right in the middle of it because our president loves money, and you can bribe him for cheap. Because to a company like Tesla, bribing someone like Ruto is a cheap endeavor. He's very cheap. You give him a bit of money, he'll sign whatever you want him to sign. And that's our president, I'm sorry to say.
Okay, so Alan, I think
yes.
Just hold on hapo kwanza, because I also wanted to bring in, there is this lady ujita Kadhomi, and their team inajita acha nione tu, but they are having a procession to parliament next week on Tuesday, to the Ministry of Agriculture na pia sijui ni kama pia Ministry of ICT. I just want to get that information, yeah, where they'll be filing a petition on matters this agricultural bill. So just hold on hapo kiasi. I can see you have good information. Utatupatia, but ile ICT bill bana nataka kuijua, sijui mbona sijaiona. I really want to go through it, because naona pia inaweza ni affect mimi at some point, so I want to enlighten myself.
It affects anyone who does digital activism. It affects anyone who has a cyber cafe. It affects anyone who does ICT for a living. So watu ya online writing, munafaa kulipa ushuru, mumetajwa huko ndani. Watu ya I work from my laptop, kitawaramba.
Yeah, so that team inajita kilimo cha haki. So I'll just nitatafuta akina Gadhomi. I'll try to ensure that I bring them here. So just hold on there. Usipotee bana tafadhali. I want to bring in PW Gitahi. Ameniambia akona nataka kutoroka kidogo, but let us give him this chance atuongeleshe kidogo before he drops off. Gitahi? Gitahi, #New Horizon. Sijui kama unanisikia?
Yes. KUT.
Yes.
Yes. I just wanted all of us to focus. All the problems that we are having, is the parliament. For me, I felt that as much as we are focusing, we can only weaken Ruto through ensuring that parliament has no peace. I remember when we had this finance bill 2024, uh, we focused on parliament and we gave them no peace. I think that is where we need to go back, because even if you focus on Ruto now, he has everyone on board. But if we weaken him from the parliament, I think that is where we need. It's not just about following only the bills, but also we need to terrorize those MPs everywhere. Everyone should make sure that they don't come to the constituency. We need to send them messages. We need, the way we did after 25th June. That is the only way, because they have taken us for granted. As much as we keep saying Ruto must go, we need to have a systematic way of doing things. It is not that we have to go to the state house today, but we can manage to because we have the reach of those people. Those who are in Kiabu, they can get their MPs. We need to terrorize those people from where they are. They should not get peace. And again, we have to take the advantage of this impeachment. It doesn't mean that we want to have Gachagua, but we need to take these because we gave them feedback. Those who we said no, we need to get those people to say we have to represent our voice. It's not when we say no and you go back and say yes. I think that we take the advantage of what is happening, and because this is a very good opportunity, but we are getting lost. I think if we are able to weaken the parliament, they will not be passing these useless bills. And we don't need even to be petitioning everything. It's just the way you used to say that this bill and this bill and this bill, we are coming for you. And every day we are citing all the bills, what we don't want, and we say we are giving a deadline of this date. And we know the person who is pushing the bill. We call them by their names, and then we tell them we are going for them. There is no, now where we have reached, it is not about constitution anymore. Even if we want to use the best way, it is not working. The parliament is not using any constitution. They are just following what Ruto is telling them. So for me, what I'm saying is, if we continue using the normal way, we need also to go through the orthodox. Where we have reached is orthodox. We know you are the one with the bill, we come for you. If we say we don't want that bill, we circulate it online, and we target those people and we tell them we are not negotiating this bill, we don't want. Otherwise, we'll keep on saying, we need to go to petition. No, I think the time of petitioning, it's gone. Nobody is respecting the constitution now. So if we continue like this, they will treat with the way Mutai used to say, we need to treat them abnormally. So for me, that is what I'm saying. I'm a very big supporter. I'm not a Gen Z. I'm a Gen X. And so let's now join hands and terrorize those people. It's the only way we can make it. There is no way. Let's be putting post which bill is that we don't want. And we focus on the person, and we don't care. We will go for them wherever they are. We will target their families. They have been killing our children. For me, that is all. I'm very annoyed. I'm not annoyed because of Gachagua. No, I'm annoyed because they are not following any rule. I'm putting, for example, as people who voted no, why is the MPs went to say yes? Why don't we use that? You said yes, but that is not what we told you. So for me, those are the things that I would really want us. Can we focus on the parliament? Leave Ruto alone. You need to weaken him, uproot him from the ground. Otherwise, if we start from the top, we will not make it. And even those, like today, I saw Moses Kuria talking about till pay bill and till number. We need to target him. You know, the person who says something that we don't need, we need to look for them. For me, that is what I feel. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much New Horizon wanaitwa gitaa hii, and of course pia nilikuwa nataka kuambia kwamba this thing is not just about the Gen Z size. Yeah, it's about every Kenyan, and so we want support ya kila mtu. Yeah, we want each and every person to come out to ensure that we liberate this country once and for all. And so mambo ya Gen Z I think iliisha hiyo time tulikuwa kwa streets, and saizi now we want to consolidate each effort. Yeah, hata ukue uko 70 years ama 80 and you can chant, you can bring like anything positive to the movement, ensure you are coming, because it's now no longer a Gen Z movement. It's just about each and every person. As long as you are a Kenyan, even if you are a friend of Kenya, you feel like you want to bring change here, wewe join tu. Hata wale Gen Alpha huko chini, they can always join us. And so I can see Daudi Kalema, you can go, as I try to bring someone here. Nataka waongee na Alan, at least they give us the overview of what is happening. So Kalema, are you there?
Yes, I'm there. Kioti. Mambo?
Niaje. Poa sana bana.
Sasa before utoke, niko tu na word moja before utoke hapo. Sasa mimi ni it is no retreat, no surrender. Nataka nianzie na hapo. I just want to thank the former speaker because amesema something that is very good and it is work, it might work. But unajua KOT, wewe umekuwa hapa X na umekuwa ground. Ruto actually, Ruto anakuona, anaangalia where you are going. Now what are you aiming? Ruto akituona like we are just making noise and we may not have a structure, an impact, ana shida na sisi. An example, if today here tunakaa kila siku na kukosoa yeye, alafu shtukie tumefika 2027 leo, what will it prevent Ruto from taking again another term and just continue to terrorize us? Hakuna. Because it is one thing to complain, it is another thing to identify a problem, it is another thing to analyze on how to solve, and it is another thing to solve it. So unajua mimi niko huko ground, na huko ground sana sana KOT wewe umekuwa mkifanya na kina Morara movement. Imagine that thing inafika ground huko. A majority of Kenya, they may not have this privilege ya kukua kwa platform kama X. But ikipata tu mtu mwenye anateremka huko chini, hata waambie tu like tunataka kufanya hivi, and show them a small light, it actually watu wanaanza kupata hope, people wanaanza kulean toward that direction. So nasema hivyo kwa sababu tukisema parliament wameamua mbaya, wameamua kwa ruthless, wameamua vita. That's why they don't care. Tunawagonga, wanaendelea kuleta more bad things. Tunajaribu even saa zingine kwa X mnaingilia mtu na maybe commenting kitu kama hiyo. Those saa zingine wanaonekana kutishika, but they are not learning. They just come and repeat to do the same thing. So as we maybe tunapoendelea to muscle with them, maybe going for MPs, maybe from a constituency, let us develop structure and let us calm down. KOT, hello, unanipata?
Yes, nakusikia nakupata tena vizuri sana bro.
Sasa mimi kuna kitu moja actually na unisikie, kuna kitu moja you are not balancing. Unajua you people, you are two sides, kuna ground na kuna X. Na X ni kuna watu moderate, let me say kuna people of conflicted interest. Mtu kama mimi unapata leo na kusupport, kesho unashtukia vitu na I am saying again against you. Unapata leo na kuunga, kesho naonekana na kupinga, until unashindwa, unakuwa confused hapo katikati. unapata someone disorganized even your thoughts. So mi nilikuwa nataka sana sana wewe, because nikiangalia kwa hii, hata kwa hii X ninaongea sahi, ni watu wachache sana wanakuanga ground. But this is what I want just to request you. Can you stay focused by the way? Wachana kuconcentrate na hii disturbance iko hapa X. We can praise you today. Kesho tunaonekana tuko na another interest again, ambayo mkiendelea kufuata moods mkioperate na moods ya X sana sana, sisi tuko hapa hatutaenda mahali. Juu kuna siku tunawapraise mnaenda mbele, unapata kesho tunawarudisha the same point. So mimi nilikuwa nataka that's why nakwambia wewe, because you are linked on two sides. Let us focus, because we have to bring change, and we cannot bring change without going down there kuongelesha watu. Hatuwezi leta change without us having structure. So because now you are becoming a big image and figure in Kenya, you need to learn to ignore hizi vitu. Unashtukia someone, an influencer from nowhere, ameanza kukuaccuse, alafu unapata like even the spirit of fighting reduces. So me specifically, even if tutafanya haya yote of kuingilia wabunge, kufanya vitu kama hivyo, but we need a structure, because kuna opportunity. Kenyans, hawa Wakenya wa kawaida wanatafuta tu an individual right now mwenye they can cling on. Wanatafuta tu mtu mwenye ako genuine, utawachukua wote, but hakuna, kuna venye tunakorogwa kidogo. So kioti mimi ndiko, I just have a cry one. Huwa mimi nasikia vibaya sana, like you are fighting and unarudi huko mtandao, you get some people again like they are confusing you kidogo, alafu unapata mmesimamisha kazi and you are gaining more and more every day. So by the way, watu wa X wenye nawakosoa ni wachache sana. Is not even, I don't know what, very few. Huko ground kuna watu wengi sana, they believe in you, wako na hope mingi sana. So imagine hadi tunaanza kuwa worried bwana. Kazi mzuri mlianzisha, you want to abandon. Why? Na nyinyi ndio side, we are trusting you guys. Hakuna side hii Kenya, hakuna nothing is working. We don't even have political party. You cannot say UDA na ODM, those things are passing by. Sinakufa, I think hii ndio mwisho. So kioti kama kuna venye nyinyi mnasaya, you can hold your spirit, you can collect your thoughts together and have a trick to play with this X. I don't know whether unanipata. Juu the more mnakorogwa
Pata vizuri.
the more mnakorogwa akili, acha niwaambie kitu moja. The more unajua you are soldiers to save this country, but tunaona another battle ya kuna mtu anakuachilia, anakuona, akiona by the way you are serious with what you are doing, anakupull again back. So we are very many by the way kwa ground, na message yenu inapita. Some of us tunashindwa hata vinyo tutawafikia kuambia mnafanya kazi mzuri. Wengi waachana nao wenye unaona eti they are commenting, they are liking your work. Kuna wengi they are not able to like, to comment. Wengi sana. So mkikuwa discouraged with this petty issue, eti mtu anaje kusema who is a mole, what, tunajua moles by the way at the end of the day. So kiotimi hadi the other day I saw Aoko just doing what she did, but though hizo vitu we ignore. By the way, sasa mmekuwa public figure, vitu kama hizo lazima lazima people should wanasema kwa usu, because tweet iko na people of interest, watu kwa payroll, yani people of interest waka hapa ndani. So the honesty and mambo ya trust ni minimal sana. But mimi I just want to finish by saying this. Tumeongea mengi sana, tumeanalyze mengi, tumefanya resolution mengi. Hii Kenya sasa hivi chenye nataka street, I believe on a street, but penye tumefika sasa hii it is a bit of structure will save this country maybe in some years to come. Hiyo ni ukweli, hatuwezi danganyana. Now how can we form a structure na sisi tunapigana kila siku jioni hapo mchana, tunaweza aje? So I just want to challenge those people of goodwill, Na nimekutarget sana KOT because I know you are on the ground. And I really get my spirit get broken nikisikia like the good work that has imeanza na imespread all Kenya hadi mahali hamjafika, the spirit is at home. So mimi by the way ninatoka Narok, niko home. Huwa mimi kwanza I usually spread your message through different WhatsApp groups kubwa ya maeneo ya vijana, naambia okay, wengine okay, there's a structure coming up to let us prepare, and people are taking it positively because hawana option nyingine. Even kwa hizi collection kidogo ya watu ukipata any chance unaambia watu kuna hii na hii inaendelea, na hiyo si online, hiyo ni huko, ni ground huko chini, na inasambaa juu watu hawana option nyingine. So KOT, I am finishing by saying this: stop being confused na X. Hii X, yes, hii X they always, hakuna siku utafanya watu wakupende, hakuna siku utafanya watu maybe hakuna vinyo unasa wafurahisha. So long as you know you are doing a right thing and you know that it is for the good of Kenya, let us go on because that's the only way to. Hizi zingine ni drama that will end up with no results. Nimeshukuru sana, I drop the mic.
Okay. Shukran sana Kalema. Hizo Afro cinema of course tumeachana nazo na hatutasikiza negative energy. That's why nilikuwa naambia, in fact tumerudi more stronger venye tulikuwa, and so don't worry about that. I can hear your advice and I've taken that advice na nitafanya exactly as you guys. No, sitafanya like tutafanya sisi wote wenye tuko hapa kulingana venye tutakuwa tumeagree hapa. So naona Toria amekuwa hapa. Toria, tusalimie bana.
Hi KOT, hi Nalin, hi Kenyan Lady and the rest. Yo, I hope bedhe mnanisikia. KOT.
Yeah.
Okay, me I don't have much to say. Kitu nataka tu kusema, a lot has been said and I'd urge you guys, we stop this bullshit na to focus na kitu yenye tunataka. Kuna the lady #New Horizon ameongea, sahii ni generation zote, we bring together our minds, we focus. Parliament ndo place inatusumbua sana, ndo pahali hizi mashits mabullshit zinapitishwa. I actually nilisikia hiyo story ya okay, sikuwa najua ni ICT bila ama whatever, but nilisikia ati siku hizi ukitusi Ruto online unashikwa. So I was like, that's the same thing which is happening in the Museveni country. So Ruto analeta the Musevenism in our country. If you check very well, utaona hata watoto wake kila nini wameingia kwa gava hizo ma departments, like the same thing kwa Museveni. Anajaribu pia, kuna possibility if we say we wait for 2027 hakutakuwa na elections. Trust me, hakutakuwa na elections. It's high time we wake up sahi. Hatufai kurelent. Say tunafaa tuko more energized to bring okay, the elderly, we need them more this time. Wakuja watu advise, tusaidiane hii kitu. Hii msalaba tubebe si wote pamoja. Tugonge hii kitu once and for all yanguke. Kabisa, tukisema ati ni sisi peke yetu, mara this, mara that, no. Atuta make. Unity. I will always preach unity. Persistent. Consistent. Hiyo ndo kitu itatusaidia to win this thing. Na please, civic education, KOT, keep doing what you are doing, guys. Civic education. Mi sahi naona watu wanaongelelea polio. Back then there are watoto waliinjektiwa polio. I don't know if it's 2012 or when. Na sahi ni hii age yetu yenye tuko sahi, but those kids hawawezi zaa because of what waliinjektiwa. Mnaambiwa ni these people are trying to cause depopulation or to reduce our population with all means. Like you said earlier, you guys, Ruto can do anything for money. So you guys, we are on our own. We fight this battle and we are not going to fight a losing battle. We are fighting to win. No retreat, no surrender. We keep pushing #Ruto must go. That is our main goal. Few distractions here and there, forget about them, ignore them, focus. A lion catches its prey through focus. Ina focus na ina go for that prey. That's how ina attain kuachieve kukatch your prey. So let us focus on what we want. We want a better Kenya. Munasema kuna bili ya ICT. Kesho kutakuwa na bili ya kupumua. Be ready. Tutaanza kuletewa bili ya kupumua saa hii. Pali tunaelekea, to be honest, hatuna sauti hii Kenya. We've gone the constitution way. So far they've not heard us. Now we're gonna use every means possible. Every means yenye itasaidia bora we retrieve back our country. That's what we need. Mambo ingine ya hapa na huko, wachana nayo. Doing things to impress people, we're not gonna fall for that. Do what you want out of love, patriotism for your country, not to gain fame or to what, like personal things. No. Able to queer, like mature for once. I'm sorry to use that term, but let's mature and let's lend a listening ear to each and everyone. As long as you are for Ruto must go, I will always support you. But if you bring your self-interest ama what you think like we should circulate around you, I'm not in for that. Ruto must go. That is the agenda. All these things tunaweza drive away Ruto akienda. And it's one thing, parliament though the greatest problem, because without the support of parliament, like without parliament support, Ruto is nothing. We need to notice, like to acknowledge that. Let's see how we're gonna work on it. Bring our hands together, work together, our minds together, we share the ideas, we find solutions which are implementable, we work on them, we put them in place, and this thing gonna work out. Mi sina mengi, only that. Thanks.
Okay, asante sana Toria. Nimeona kuna anti wangu hapa. Kenyan lady. Jambo.
Jambo. Niko. Mimi hata sijui nianzie nini. Sijui nianzie na viboko, sijui nianzie wapi, but nawapenda. I just love you guys. There are a few things zenye nataka I would like to talk about. Okay, let me breathe. Number one, everybody is talking about focus. Okay, hicho ni kiboko cha mabonga. Yani mimi ningepata time ningekuja nikufinye mbaya sana. Yani huku kwa on the thighs, like pinch you. You know what I'm saying? Literally to focus, because you kama vile is it Kelema that was here? It was Kalema amesema. So, but I think we will not dwell on that. You have already, you know what I'm saying, uko sawa sawa, naona hapa tuko no retreat, no surrender. And I am telling you to keep on going. You understand? Sababu hiyo nafikiri ndio imekuwa shida yetu. Ukikwaruzwa hapa, you say unataka sijui vacation ya siku mbili. You know what? Who told you that this fight is gonna be easy? It's not. It's not gonna be easy. So not taking vacations, not stopping, not surrendering, just moving. You know what I'm saying? Wacha waendelee kuongea, because like kama right now, if you can look at the people that were talking, you know, hata wao, you need to question what their integrity looks like, because you forget that we know you. We know you people. We know the people who have been fighting for this. We know the main people. We know the people that, you know, are straight on it, you know? So that's the one thing. So the second thing, nimeona Nothing KE hapa. I think she's on the forum. Nothing KE. Just give me 100% if you can hear me, because this is what has messed my last 2 days, and I really need to talk about it. Okay, so sijui kama nyinyi wote mmekuwa in this meeting yenye apparently the movement, whatever we call the movement right now, which now is Gen Zote, the movement that was birthed on June 25th. apparently what is being implied is like Tony Gashoka is coming, being sent by Kalonzo Musyoka. It sounds like something like joining the Wiper Party, and then so I don't know. It's total bullshit. Okay. If there's anybody who is here that understood whatever they were trying to say, can explain to us. But here is what I want to say. It is time for the elite, like we have always said, like we've always put our feet down, that it is time for the young people to be handed over leadership. It's time for the Wiper Party to welcome the Gen Z, or to be absorbed the other way around, not us joining the Wiper Party so that we can remove Ruto. Ati sijui, let's go to Madeira as all the the movement, and also Karua can join us, and Nani and Kalonzo, and then we can go say hi to the people of Kirinyaga. What is your priority? You know what I'm saying? What is your priority here? Our priority remains the same. That we have JKIA being sold. We have bills in parliament that we do not approve. We have Adani everywhere, even in Sijui KPLC, even in this shift, like they are everywhere. High cost of living. There's so much that we've been fighting for that seems to be watered down, and it's only because they see a vacuum. Kalonzo Musyoka sees a vacuum in where he can now become the president, but he needs the numbers and believes those numbers can come from Gen Z and the movement. So I'm very, very much opposed to that. But anybody who has a different belief can actually explain to us. But so far, that's what I have understood, and I'm not giving it my time. I'm not giving it. You know what I'm saying? I'm opposed to that, and there is no way. There is absolutely no way. So you people know that you need to stay focused. Nothing naona umetoa speaker. We can just engage each other so that we can, maybe most people on here were not there in that meeting, but that's what I understood, you know. So they are running for that vacuum in leadership after impeachment, you know, because after impeachment is like the tribalistic idea. Oh, now there's nobody for Kikuyus to support themselves on, or to cling on, because they have been betrayed. They can, Gashagwa is out and then have been betrayed by this other guy, the leader of majority, so they don't have anywhere to go. So let's carry all Gen Zs with us, take Mother Karua and take Kalonzo Musyoka and go say hi to the Central Province people. I am like, that is not the priority. The systems are not working. I understand that we are all trying to remove Ruto, but do not dilute this movement. Don't try to dilute this movement. You know what I mean? So yeah, that's one thing that I really, really needed to let the air off, So other than that, somebody else can speak, and then maybe I can speak later. That's one point that I really, really needed to get it out. Thank you, KOT, sorry.
Okay, thank you so much. And of course, mimi hata sijui hiyo kitu imeongelelewa wapi, but I can see nothing KE has dropped. Probably she will come back later. Then we dig in deeper tujue that story. Ikikuwa hivyo itabidi pia hao jamaa pia tuwanyoroshe. They will also go home. Yeah, we don't want even any opposition team here. Sijui ati opposition leader, sijui Azimio. They also need to go home. Those guys have been in those positions for decades. Mimi nikizaliwa hao watu walikuwa sijui ni Uhuru pa kama ni wapi wakisema Raila Uhuru nani Kibaki tosha. And they are still here. Those guys need to go home. Hao kina Martha sijui nani. Yeah, they need to leave spaces for not necessarily the young people, but watu wako na nguvu. I think wameshafanya kazi yao vizuri, tunawashukuru. They just need to go home. Alan.
Yes, Songo. Ni kama nitawapandisha tu hasira kidogo. I had already spoken about ICT bill. So kuna ingine sasa, like I told you, waiting for these guys wafike 2027 watakuwa wametumaliza. There's a very sneaky bill inaitwa Conflict of Interest Bill. So that one, Parliament na Senate wanacheza poker. They're all thieves and they have a problem. And this problem is called Anti-Corruption Commission. Now, the bill that gives Anti-Corruption Commission powers is Conflict of Interest Bill. So kitu hao watu walifanya, wamechora Conflict of Interest Bill amendment. And what they are removing from that bill is powers as a Anti-Corruption Commission. That's number one. And then number two, they put a very sneaky clause ambayo inasema wewe kama senator, wewe kama MP, kampuni yako ikichukua tenda ya serikali is perfectly okay. It's not something to go to EACC. Why would they put that there? Because the biggest arrests done by EACC is where they had direct evidence that wewe kama governor ulijipatia tenda. All the governors that have gone to jail because of Anti-Corruption Commission was because Anti-Corruption Commission has the powers to arrest you if you have a conflict of interest. What is a conflict of interest? Mimi ni governor, I give my daughter a tender. Mimi ni governor, I give my cousin a tender. Mimi ni governor, I give my family member, my direct relative a tender. That is a conflict of interest. You're using your position in government to grow your family. That is what is called a conflict of interest. Now they put a clause in there that said, no, you see, hakuna shida nikipatia my cousin a tender. Iko tu sawa. And this thing passed Senate, by the way. So even the senators, for that one, wanafaa watembelewe, because it passed Senate, it's right now in Parliament. And it's obviously gonna pass Parliament because they want those tenders. We all know, they're all tenderpreneurs, they have companies. Mtu akona CR12s to the roof so that they can give themselves those tenders. Then they don't even fulfill the tender. They just make sure themselves or their family member as the contractor is paid. But they never actually build whatever was in that tender. They just create a tender, pay it, send that money to their cousin. This is obviously corruption and illegal, and EACC can arrest you for that because they have the powers. So kitu walifanya wakaona, since wanataka kutushika na EACC, we will just remove those powers. Conflict of interest bill. Kaa macho nayo, na ukisema unangojea mpaka 2027, when you come in 2027 to arrest them, you will not have a legal claim to arrest them because what they did was perfectly legal because it says so in the conflict of interest bill. There is no conflict of interest. I gave my cousin a tender, but because we changed the bill, I didn't break the law. How watu they are covering their asses. As you say, wait for 2027. Mutamalizwa. You will be finished completely 100%. And there's no way you'll take those people because they're cleaning up their dirty linen already in the second year. So you're giving them another 3 years to clean it, sanitize everything. They don't give a fuck about second term. Wanataka kutajirika na hii miaka 5. All of Ruto's cartel, they don't give a shit about second term. Wanaiba for now. Na watasafisha, na watatoka, and they'll make sure they've left the law in such a state that you can't take these guys to jail as the next government. Hayo kwa sasa.
Alan, I have a question.
Hey.
I think
Sawa. Kenya need.
Yeah, sorry. I just have a question for Alan. They already voted for that conflict of interest bill. Kumbuka, that's the one that the ODM Secretary General Nakina Olekina, they came into sharp whatever for because they voted for the conflict of interest. Are you saying that it's been modified again?
Yes, they are continuously reducing powers to the Anti-Corruption Commission. So right now it's in parliament. Hiyo ya Senate hiyo ilishapita. Hao wali sanitize hiyo kitu na wakaituma parliament. So parliament
Yeah, because
sasa
I know they voted
yes,
to that it is okay for them to
yes,
work with the government. They voted
yes.
for that one.
They voted yes. Senate hiyo walituosha mosho moja kama aerial. Now parliament will do it also, and then it will go to the president, and then EACC will be toothless. That's the target. EACC to be toothless. So even if they steal all these billions and billions of money, when the next government comes, they can't touch them because what they did was at the time legal. You see, that's the trick. At the time, it was legal. So there's no way you are taking me. Conflict of interest bill. Tawaramba mkingojea 2027. Vibaya sana. Because when you start recovering this money, let's say for instance, we put Morara there, he becomes president. How will he recover that money if what they did at the time was perfectly legal? Utanyang'anya mtu money he earned legally by actioning a government tender. You see my point? Mnaekiwa mtego.
Unani stress, but
Bana,
thank
hapa
you.
naona kikituramba guys. Mimi na feel like this government ama wacha tuseme hawa wapuzi wenye wako huko, I feel like they are just they are just changing our constitution pole tu, because wana touch each and every section of the constitution, alafu wanajaribu kuweka zile amendment bills. So ni kama hii constitution inaenda kuchenjiwa tu. In fact venye wataleta hiyo ya kubadilisha the term limit from 5 years to 7 years, completely constitution itakuwa ishabadilishwa. So Madam Kenyan lady, nilikukatiza jamani.
No, I sasa hasira, and it is like I don't know, ni hasira tu imepanda kabisa. So I will let one other person go, and then I will speak on something else. So yeah, give me a minute. This is crazy.
Okay. I can see nothing K is here. Guys, endeleeni ku request mic. I'm going to approve your microphones. Tore, you can help me drop wenye wameongea, then we bring in other group of speakers.
Hi, everybody. As usual, I start by saluting the comrades we lost in the battle, those who were wounded, and the missing as well. Now, before I go there, KOT, from the bottom of my heart, I'm deeply sorry. What happened wounded me in a very personal way. I've been on the space. I knew you were not the mole. I know you're not a traitor, and I stand with you to the very end. I actually canvassed to get that clearance. I want to salute everybody who turned up. Rock, your mic is on. I want to salute everybody who has turned up today to support KOT. KOT, we stand with you today. We will stand with you every day, and we wish you peace. We care for you. We love you. And yes, I saw someone trying to write a controversial tweet. Yes, we are your family and you are ours. So I'm very sorry, but I also believe in making peace in the movement. So we want you to soldier on, but moving forward, I want you to walk with your head high. We got you. Always will. Where you fall, we will lend your hand to rise up. We will support your bid in 20 or wherever the elections are called. So stand up, rise up. If you had any doubt, if there are any fear, I think like somebody said, it comes with, it shouldn't, but it comes with a responsibility you're taking. So take heart and then use it as a lesson, because it will get dirtier ahead. When now you become boots on the ground, use this to teach yourself how to cushion yourself emotionally, when you come across such battles. But I hope your family is okay. Shame on those who are trying to threaten your life. KOT is not the enemy. You are the enemy, because you cannot use common sense to realize that we have been on this journey with KOT. KOT is a real foot soldier. KOT he's drama free, and so a mad woman sends a screenshot because she's shooting darts in the dark, and you, instead of defending your own, you all start threatening him. Shame on all of you who did it. Shame on each one of you. You're lucky I'm not on TikTok. That is all I'll talk about it from morning to evening. On the so I hope KOT you're good, and I'll reach out. For now I'm too angry to discuss anything with you, but yes, I got you. And everybody here, I'm sure, turned up to show you respect, to show you love, and thank you. About the conflict of interest bill, it is true. They opened the floodgates so that it's game on, and that's why they are able to impeach a DP in record time. As a movement, I think we're at a point, because these guys will crash at their games. As a movement, we now need to focus on specific subjects and hold hands of people like the KOTs of different counties and constituency, so that we can have leaders who, when they get to the ground, they know exactly what Kenyans are expectant from them and what they're supposed to teach the ground. So I do not want to take much time. And yes, Kenyan lady, I am waiting for that space. I am waiting. These guys, I think old people, lucky for me, I was raised by a man who said, fools grow old. I think these guys are taking us for a ride, but I'm looking forward to that space where they want us to endorse Kalonzo. We will have him for lunch respectfully. These guys, he can't tell us he didn't know that these projects are allocated money and nothing happens. But I don't want to preempt what I will ask him. But I hope they will give me the mic that day. But these games they are playing around, first of all, it's very difficult. By the way, and let me speak to KOT and others who want to run for office. It will be very difficult to be mentored by an old person. Why? Because their mentality has been, oh, you young people, there's nothing you know. Bruh, you guys who know everything, what have you done to the country? This country literally went to the dogs under your watch. So that thing of trying to guilt trip young people should come to an end. Yes, we don't know exactly what we are doing, but we know one thing for sure, that we want a better country. So for the likes of Tony Gashoka, who's trying to be a deal broker, he doesn't know how to deal with young people. For sure, it's a no. We're not going to support Kalonzo Musyoka's bid, but I will address that. I really hope I'll be available on that space. I really hope.
I think have we lost you ama ni mimi peke yangu hapa?
No, we can hear her.
You can hear me?
We can hear her.
We can hear you.
And I can hear KUT as well.
Okay, just proceed. I can hear you now.
Okay, so we are not going to hand over power to old people. We are not going to cut deals with them. We want them to use their power, their energy to support a different generation. If they believe on the children, if they have faith in the kids that they raise, then it's their turn to support. They're the people who worked along tribal lines. They are the people who allowed pastors to lie to them. Personally, I'm a born-again Christian, but I tell the church, you guys are crooks. When the movement needed them, they were nowhere. They only started rearing their heads when it was time for them to be taxed. So young people, do not be lied to by any older person. You can disagree respectfully. That's what my father says. Old, he said, fools grow old, so don't respect someone. Don't be cowed by someone just because of their age, but respect them even where you disagree with them. So we're here for the movement. We want to see more leaders. In fact, we should host a space. KUT should host a space for people who want to run for office, young people who want to run for office. They shouldn't. I know they've been unnecessary infighting, but I guess it comes with the reality of who we are. As when you do something wrong, we just cough it out and we move on. We don't have time for holding grudges. We don't have time for blaming tribes. We don't have time for blaming who your parents are or where they came from. As we'll be like, hey, yo, this is wrong, and adios, we move on. But for old people, they get stuck on issues for not all of them, for a long time. But for us, we're simply saying, you guys, you've seen the country go to the dogs, give us back the nation. We are ready to work. But for them to try and block, they've actually become the gatekeepers. But I'm so happy when I saw public participation. Grandparents are realizing those Gen Z, our grandchildren. Parents are realizing those Gen Zs are our children, because the fear was, how will the older generation vote? Now, on the issue of Kalonzo Musyoka, he has interest in being a leader, but I think that time is up. I don't think he stands an opportunity. And my fear is he's testing the water. In the event that we don't support him, these guys are going to go back to the current regime. And it's okay, we've been betrayed before. And for me, I believe it's a spiritual battle. So if that's what they have to do, don't even be discouraged when you see him walking away. Mother Karua, I have conviction that I don't think she will join, but she said she has unfinished business with the presidency. If these guys are going to run, because you see, young people are not greedy about power. For us, we are interested in fixing the nation. So people can even come, make sure the systems are working, and if at all they want to come and run at a different time, they can do it. But for now, this is not their time. They need to read the writing on the wall and offer us blessing. So yes, I look forward to that. Tony Gashoka, I think Kenyan lady, you were there when I was trying to hold him to account, and he was like, "Yeah, I hear you, but you know it's not me. I'll bring Kalonzo Musyoka and you can talk to him. We will tell him the truth." He put his son in EACC. These people, he's very unlucky because I was taught Kenyan history on the road. So I've been to his backyard. He has no reason to ask for leadership. Where he had the opportunity, he failed the people of Mwingi. The Kenya we want a child in Mwingi, a child in Bungoma, Turkana, Wasingishu, any part of the country to get the same facility. So what he thinks he can offer, he had the chance and he failed us. So for young people, can we stop fighting? And when we fight, can it stop being too petty? We can just fight and move on and not threaten other people's life and learn from each other. Trust the process. Don't be discouraged by the attacks on KOT. You deserve a chance. Personally, I'm not interested to run for office. I think my passion is elsewhere, but I'm rooted in the movement. But I want to see young voices coming up. I want to see Kina Baba Jackie telling their children, "You get out, go and join your friends to run for office." Don't worry about the money. We have shown the spirit, the Kenyan spirit, that we can support each other to the very end. And we should push ourselves. For us to be able to push that IEBC bill, we need to have voices of people who want to run for office. Let's encourage young people to come out. Then when we have the people who we know can run in different areas of the country, then we start pushing for IEBC forcefully so that we are ready. But before that, engage in spaces, learn why are we against agricultural and livestock bill, education, funding model. Talk to, at least in uni, people talk and we're like, the funding model needs to go. How do you change school fees from 15,000 to 200,000. Which country do they live in? We want the Western powers to get a hands of Kenya and hands of Africa. So for any young person, for any parent out there, believe in the kids you have raised. My grandfather says, what is born is always better. Push them. Don't say, oh, I know you're lazy. We're not lazy. The country has failed a lot of people. People abroad, they know Kenya is the motherland, and that's where they want to be. Kenyans and Africans have brilliant ideas. So this destructive tactics to destroy the movement should come to an end. Our people united cannot be defeated. Don't be lied to. There are people who want a lot of drama. They keep telling people to go to the street. Let's first focus on structures and understanding the process. If it's that IEBC, if it's how dirty politics is, if it's how to launch your bid, let's have those conversations. A time will come. This battle belongs to God. We are the army of the Lord. The regime will go, whether they like it or not. We don't have weapons. Our weapon, our voices, our determination and knowledge. And the fact that the altars of religion, of tribalism, and age have been broken, the country is free. Whatever other issues we are fighting, God will clear the path. For now, we keep moving. So KOT, I'm really, really sorry. When personally I get past what happened, I'll reach out to you. But don't allow people to guilt trip you. It costs money to host the space. You're a student. We need to support. You're one of us. So we are here for you. So don't be shy to put up that number. We will support you 100%. And don't ever explain yourself. The only thing I didn't like is that you kept explaining yourself. Don't do it again. Sometimes you just have to they say dogs bark at people they don't know. So don't allow dogs to bark at you, and you have to explain to yourself to dogs. So let's forge forward. I'm really, really sorry, and I hope you find peace in your heart. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, nothing KE. And honestly, I don't want to rant, but guys, I want to give you this direction. Saizi nimekuwa huku nyuma, and you guys, I don't know how those guys from TikTok accessed my mom's phone number. Sijui alienda kwa Facebook yangu, and honestly they are sending that woman threats. I mean, tumia saizi text. I have shared with you nothing KE in your DM saizi. So achani na hiyo jokes bana. Honestly, achani na huyo mama akae. Kama uko na namba yake please, because I don't think sasa inaenda kuwa jokes wenye tunafanya hapa. You guys are sending that woman threats, na you will force me to go home and try to work on this. Honestly, achania na huyo mama akae please. Story ya huku bakisheni huku please. This is not even a request, I'm demanding kindly. Achania na huyo mama akae kama ulipata namba yake please, 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 please. That's just a request. Nothing you can check in your DM. Unaweza anza kunikasirisha hapa vibaya. Kindly.
KOT, I'm really sorry.
Okay, so who is next? Toria, just carry on kiasi. I'm coming back in a few minutes.
Can I speak next?
Okay. Okay, Mike, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Toria. Number one, mimi personally nasikia ni kama nitachizi. Daily, every day I wake up nasikia ni kama nitachizi. I don't know if it's just me who feels this way or other Kenyans are feeling it. So, na watu wananikasirisha sana ni millennials. I have this friend of mine, and I was asking him whether he's still fighting for good governance, and he said, you fight near Gen Z. If you're a millennial and you're here and you have such talks, please, you're failing your bloodline, you're failing your ancestors, you're failing the people who fought for Kenya. Millennials wako na spirit ya slaves, sijui imetoka wapi. I don't understand. They're comfortable with the salary they get, you know,
I
that's
can answer
very,
this one, Mike.
and it's very, very depressing. So millennials, if you're here and you're a toothless dog, please know that you're failing your country. Number 2, about malls. KOT, hizi vitu zisikushtue. X, watu wanakuanga hivyo. Na nyi watu wenye mna frustrate his mother, mwache hiyo ujinga. If you have problems with KOT, go fight with him. Don't bring people's parents into this fight. Na malls huonekana, at the end of the day, hiyo haifai kutudistract. Malls at the end of the day hujulikana tu. So let us not get distracted. We have so many things to think about. Number 3, civic education. I love talking to people from my village. Natoka Huisero. So every time they call me or I call them, I've been constantly talking about bad governance. So please, Kenyans, try and also do this. Huyo auntie anapenda kukupigianga tu for no reason, kukusalimia. Akikuongelesha, talk to them about civic education. Teach them why this regime needs to go. And let me tell you people, hii story imeshika kwa ground. Wachaneni na X hata. Ushago, watu wanajua hizi vitu. I've been talking to my villagers and they're like, Ruto must go. Ruto must go. Imeshika. So the more you do it, the more hii movement itasonga mbele. And the last thing I want to talk about is, and this is the most important thing I want to say, unless we completely replace the old generation with the young generation of leaders, corruption will not end in Kenya or in Africa. Nataka muelewe kabisa, problem si mtu mmoja. Tukichukua KOT tumweke kwa government saa hizi, he will be swallowed. Tukichukua Morara or Toria or whoever, in that system he will be swallowed. So problem, it's not one person. Problem si Ruto peke yake. Ruto ndio the head, but he's not the problem. Problem is the entire system. And the entire system is made up of these old people, this old generation of leaders, which needs to be completely replaced by this young generation, Sisi. So let me tell you guys, the young people, it is time for us to take over. It is time for us to take over. Don't worry about experience. Think about it this way. When Kenya got independence, they didn't have any experience. None of them had any experience. They learned on the job. Hata sisi, we will learn on the job. We will learn on the job. So guys, don't worry about experience. The older people have more experience. No. It is time for us to completely eradicate corruption for systems to thrive. Problem si mtu mmoja, problem is the entire system, and it needs to be replaced completely with the younger generation, Sisi. So people, prepare to take up these positions. Zote, waende home, wakae ushago, wachunge mbuzi, wakae huko. That is all I had to say. Thank you so much.
Asante sana, Mike. So on the issue of IEBC, we need to get that thing in very quick. Because again, like you said, the whole system is broken. And Ruto basically has a state capture on us. So this guy has bought Senate, this guy has bought Parliament, this guy has bought MCAs, this guy has governors in his pocket. So all the way down that tree, hadi kwa MCA, if Ruto wants something to happen, it will happen because he has bought all those people. This guy has bought the judiciary, and this guy has also bought the arms of government. So akitaka kitu ifanyike, now you can see with the Gachagua issue, MPs are singing Ruto's tune, judges are singing Ruto's tune. Hii kitu tu inapita smoothly because kila mtu amekula zake za macho. So that is why we need IEBC ASAP. And why do we need IEBC ASAP? Because We have a 50+1 voting system, which by design is also flawed and easy to manipulate. Now, with such a voting system, it's very easy to become president. You just need to buy the chairman of IEBC because he's the one who is technically doing the counting, but one person can basically say what the head count is. It's a very flawed system. That's number one. But the advantage of it is if you have 50+1, you have 50+1. And any 50+1 system deteriorates into a 2-horse race by design. So as Gen Zs, we can definitely become horse number 2 against UDA, because UDA will be horse number 1 with the chairman of the IBC in his pocket. But if we create a party, that's why I really liked Morara's idea to create a party. Now, the problem is Morara has basically not put flesh and bones on his party. That party needs, as a minimum requirement, all MCA positions, all Senate positions, all parliament positions, and a president. Him amejitolea as president, but chini yake there's nobody. That's a problem. Why? We need to tell our very illiterate, and which is also, by the way, a deliberate government tactic. They keep the village illiterate to get free votes. We need to tell our very illiterate village people, when you see a ballot paper, tick inject. That's the only way to remove the whole structure. Mtu akienda pale anapiga 6 piece. Kuanzia kwa women rep mpaka kwa president. Ana tick inject, ana tick inject, ana tick inject. So that the inject party wins ground seats, parliament seats, senate seats, governor seat, president seat. Zote sita. Tuchukue. Because if Morara takes president, and then kuanzia Senate, Parliament, kurudi chini yote ni UDA, he will never achieve anything. He will not change anything in this country because they will frustrate him at every corner. He wants something to happen, he'll be basically a president without power. But if it is a 6-piece and the party takes all the seats, then it's tyranny of numbers. Even if UDA has 2-3 seats, our watu wa UDA watakuwa tu hapo for flower decoration. Tunaenda tunafanya amendment, inaenda parliament, tick tick tick, inaenda senate, tick 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 tick. Vitu zinapita. MCS wanaingia pale kwa county, wanaandika county constitution amendment, tick 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 tick. Kama ni mtu anafaa kwenda jela, EABC tunaipea teeth, hiyo kitu inapita same day, tick tick. You see the way they do same day voting right now in parliament and pass nonsense in 2 hours. That's what we need to do now on the opposite end for the cleanup, because you won't clean the systems unless you have the majority votes in the houses. If you don't have majority in the houses, there's nothing you're changing on our constitution. That's how it's designed. And Ruto knows that. That's why he's bought all the MPs. Yeah. So
Alan.
you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Alan, I want to
Can
stop
I?
you for a while.
Hello.
Can you hear me, you guys? I need, there are people's hands up. Please, let's listen to them first. Then you can hop in later. Felix, are you there? Felix.
Yes.
Okay, talk to us.
Yes, I'm there. Okay, thank you. Good evening, guys. I think everyone is fine and is well. I'm also fine. Thank God for this evening. Now, on the issue on the country and the issue, the topic of today, no retreat, no surrender. I think I joined this meeting when a lot of guys were talking about strategies. And if you look at this movement, when it started, youths, we are just fighting for good governance, but we are not talking about things or tactics that when we use we can achieve this good governance. Because number one, it is known that Ruto is the face of it. Ruto is at the center of it, and is the person who the whole country relies on, so that we can change this whole system. But Ruto is not willing to do it. In fact, he is even acting, he is even worsening the situation. And that is why many of these countries' generation, whether young, big, we are mindful of not only this generation, but the coming generation. And the optics are now clear that if we continue like this country will go to the dogs, and our children or the children of our children will not have a country here. Because even us ourselves staying in this country peacefully and successfully is not is a big problem. We must fight, we must toil, we must suffer so much so that even we can feed ourselves. So I think there are issues that when we target, in fact we should target, and then when we target them, we will end with the result of good governance. Issue number one, currently, I think you are all aware that IBC desks, IBC officers are just there. There is nothing much taking place there. There's completely nothing going on here at the IBC right now. So the constitution of IBC, it is not just a matter of the constitution of IBC. I think IBC have got some smelling issues, some great spots that before we even take this matter to constitute IBC, we should start fixing those small issues. I think about 1.5 weeks ago or 2 weeks ago, I talked to somebody who is listening to me right now on the issue of IBC. I DM, and then we chat to connect directly. And according to technology right now we are having this chat using technology. And I shared with her that through technology, IBC can even be made to work better, and all those compromises that we normally see those previous elections can be eliminated. Zinaweza tolewa. So number one, I think as the youth, we need to gather the expertise, especially in IT sector. I believe this, so that we can organize and reconstitute that IBC with laws and those hizo vitu za kutuma results, like tuangalie that whole process. Tusiwache politicians ndio wakae chini, sijui mara task force 10 committee 10 men waende wakae chini waangalie hizo vitu. With the youth venye tunakuwa hapa kwa space, tuongelele hizo issues, at least tukae na bare minimums. Hizi ndio vitu tunataka IBC ikuwe inaonekana hivi na hivi na hivi. Venye tulikuwa tunafanya that time of maandamano, na at least tunasema parliament cabinet dissolviwe. So at least through expertise wenye wamekuwa sober na wakadiscuss these issues even hapa kwa space, we should come up with the bare minimums zenye IBC unafaa kufanya, especially kwa hiyo process ya election. Number one, the reason why I'm talking about this, you find that each and every season of election, we get foreigners. They come through companies, and the worst part is that they even come as individuals. The previous election, there was an individual known as Jose Camargo. Now, if you look at what all these things that these people are coming to do, even through their companies, those Otimofo, the one printing ballot papers, all those things, it is just that we have been captured na mtu anatubebea akili. Ndio maana tunaambiwa sisi hatuwezi print ballot papers. I've argued with so many guys in this country. Na wanasema, Kenya hatuna makampuni sijui ya kutengeneza ballot papers. We can print our own ballot papers. We can have IT platforms like hii yenye tunaongea nayo kwa space. We can have our own platform. wenye hiyo process yote ya election inakuwa relied there. We can maintain our own register. Sio ati ikifika 2025 2026 ndio utaanza kusikia 2027 ikielekea huko kusikia sijui fulani kampuni nyingine sijui inatoka Germany, sijui nyingine inatoka Qatar, Saudi Arabia. At the end of the day, when issues appear or when issues occur, there is no way you can do scrutiny. Remember Paul Muite right now, who is now the Gachagwa's lawyer. He once told the court that France people are asleep. They cannot wake up to show what is, to relay the information in the server. That was the bone of contention. And this server issue, it also appeared the previous election, 2022, 2017, hata 2013. Kwa hivyo mi nawaomba mkuwe sober, discuss hii issue ya IEBC before anything is there, before anything is consented to, before parliament wapass kitu yote. Tusome hiyo kitu venye tulisoma finance bill na to translate kitu yote yenye tunaona is contrary to what we think or where we see maybe a gray Ruto can compromise. Tunaenda tunasema hapa na hapa na hapa hatutaki. That is the only way we can deal with our own elections. Hata kama tunabana, tuibana na Wakenya wenyewe. Si ati mtu anasema ati sijui kampuni nyingine itoke China ikuje itufanyie election. Alafu sasa IEBC, hakuna chenye IEBC wanafanya at the end of the day. Truly speaking, hakuna chenye wanafanyanga. Kama ballot papers they cannot, wao wanaendanga tu kuleta ballot papers from the airport. Wanaleta polling station. Aya, relay result, wanakuja tu wanasema sio platform tu watu watalog in aje. Those are nonsense. I think Okiya Mtata, if all of you can do research on Okiya Mtata, the Lord, the senator for Busia County, he made a good presentation, a good analysis, and according to him, which I also believe in, Kenyans can have fully digitalized election without hata kupiga ticket kwa ballot paper at it, because even these ballot papers they are wasting our resources. Kwa sababu saa hizi ukienda kuangalia budget ya IEBC, ballot paper alone peke yake is around 8 billion ya Kenya, pesa ya Kenya 8 billion. So mnaweza fanya research, mnaweza angalia Okiya Mtata's presentation on IEBC hapo Spice FM. He had that conversation with Latif and Muga. Number 2, hiyo part ya IEBC nimemalizana nayo. So at least tukue sober with this issue of IEBC. Tusikae tu tuone ati IEBC sasa inaweza fanya kazi, because we don't know the route and the evil, the demons that Ruto ameweka hapo, because hizi yende na control. Number 2, there is this issue about changing the system. Now changing the system, it sounds to be an easy journey that we can go through, but it is not easy, especially when the rest of the society, the rest of Kenyans are not aware of what we want. And saa hii unazaona pressure imerudi chini juu hata saa hizi wanasema Gachagua anaondoka. Ukirudi huko Nyanza mali natoka wanasema Gachagua aende kabisa, Ruto afanye kazi sijui mara na Raila na vitu zingine. These people they don't understand so many things of this country. So this issue of going to the government, CO2, like maybe right now we can rally behind Morara, somebody's talking about Kalonzo, somebody's also talking about Okiya Mtata, but Okiya Mtata made it clear that it is not about an individual. This is a movement. This is a movement. And trust me, Kenyan government from 2013, I think government ya 2013 iliingia, maybe sikupiga hiyo kura, lakini nilianza kuwa macho kidogo. Kenyan government, they enter into problems immediately. They enter office. They took office because they don't know how to build trust. Ruto hakuifanya.
Felix amepotea.
I guess. So guys, kindly let's take 3 minutes each. We minimize ndo at least kila mtu aongee. I don't know if You'll have to bear with me. 3 minutes, kila mtu aongee. So let's start with the Kenyan lady, 3 minutes. We go to Data Active, 3 minutes. Farah, 3 minutes. That way. Kenyan lady, the platform is yours.
Asante. So I want to respond to a few things, and I pray that I make my points within 3 minutes. Okay, so the one thing that nataka kuongelea, at least I have calmed down now. I really love the way young people call us millennials, old people. Yani nyinyi. But we support you 100%. So let me go to my points. Number one, IEBC. There's somebody that spoke right before Felix and made very, very good points about IEBC. However, this is what I want us to know, that the stalemate that's happening right now, why we do not have IEBC right this second, is because of that Kalonzo Musyoka, mwenye tunafaa, the person that we are supposed to be joining or something like that. Okay, so it is like every political, yani, Ruto has held us hostage, and then Kalonzo Musyoka has held us hostage. Let me explain. He gave his commissioners for the IEBC, and then na yeye Raila akapatiana commissioners wake, but they did not agree. Those two people that we thought have been fighting for us for so many years cannot agree, and that's why right now we are in a deadlock. Okay, so let's educate ourselves up to there. So for him to even assume that the young people can join Wiper Party or whatever he's thinking, let him resolve that deadlock for IEBC, alafu then maybe anaweza ongea na sisi, but I don't think there's a way that for any reason that we should get absorbed into the political elite. And I'm so happy that people are getting the point. Majority of the movement is getting the point. So on about the IEBC still, they're saying, if you guys listened to the motion about impeachment, wanasema ati kufa dereva, kufa makanga, alafu passengers wafanye nini. That was just to imply that we need the president to give us the IEBC. Right? And when he gives us the IEBC, which I don't know when it's gonna happen, you know, because of this Kalonzo Musyoka and Raila Odinga deadlock, when he does give us the IEBC, which is what we should be championing right this second, then we go to the point of, you know, I do like Morara. I don't care anybody. Just like a KOT, I stood with him and I did not even care from day one. I do not even give a shit. I stand with this movement like forever. Like I know this is the movement that's gonna save Kenya. Na hiyo si kumaanisha ati hamtaanguka, ati enemies will not pull you down, ati you guys hamtajikwaa. No. Just remain focused. You fall, you remain focused. You fall, don't take a break. Continue, remain focused. So the idea that, you know, we brought up, you know, was this adopt a kijana once IBC is installed. Because the thing they have brought is that you have to, for you to acquire an ID, you have to give 1,000 Kenya shillings. So vile tumeenda huko mashinani kabisa, you know, with the inject movement, we will be adopting at least mtu kama anaweza, you adopt 20 young people, another person adopt 50 young people. That's about 50,000. You pay for 50,000 young people to get their IDs. Hizo IDs tuta make sure mmezipata. Let them not think that bringing in the IEBC and also putting another hard top of ati utalipishwa 1,000 Kenya shillings if you want an ID. We got you covered. Kenyans got Kenyans in this movement. We will pick up the adopt vijana, the adopt kijana, and I am ready. All of us, you guys don't even have an idea how much we believe in this movement. Like we've been saving for this movement. So adopt kijana is one thing that we are ready for. Once IEBC is installed, kila mtu na vijana wake wenye hawajiwezi kule mashinani, 10 of them, 15 of them, whoever is not able to afford the 1,000 Kenya shillings will be on top of it. And this will be through the Inject Party. So a very, very good thing, a very, very good initiative. The other thing that I want to talk to, mkiona mtu amekosa, msiende kumkosoa, bring the ideas, and as long as that person associate and is affiliated to the movement. And why am I saying this? Because somebody came here, nimesahau alikuwa nani, akasema ati Morara ameofa kukuwa president, but he does not have, the other people. Listen, what are you saying that for? If you belong to this movement, bring the suggestion. Bring the suggestions. All of us have put our behinds, we've put everything that we know behind Morara. And that's the person that we are going to be standing with. And we'll make sure very, very soon he has everybody that he needs. So he's the president. How do we come up with come up with the other representatives? So come on in and give us those ideas. Many of us are supporters. Many of us maybe don't want to be in politics. We want to do, other things. So why
Kenyan
don't
lady,
you come in and give?
kindly. Kenyan lady, your 3 minutes are past. Even you have used 6 minutes.
Oh my God, sorry. So yeah, tukosoane na and by bringing ideas, you understand? Ukikosoa to make sure you have something to correct. How do I say it? You have a counter, you have an answer, at least you have a response, you have an alternative to whatever you are trying to counter. Thank you so much. I'll drop for other people. Thank you for listening to me. Asante Tori, asante KOT.
Okay, thank you. Guys, if you take more than 3 minutes, I'll drop you kindly. Kila mtu anataka kuongea, we need to hear everyone. Thank you so much, Kenyan lady. Kindly drop yourself. So, who was next? Adi may drop. Farah, go ahead, please. Farah, go ahead. Then we have Daktari.
Thank you. Unanisikia?
Yeah.
Okay. So yangu ni machache, but I'll try to be as objective as possible because I think we are putting too much burden on Morara. If we are to achieve what we did on the June 25th, we need unity of purpose. And lazima, we've been decentralized to an extent where we're not doing anything. Kuongea ukweli. There are things we could do that were very simple but would be very impactful. Point in case, for instance, just writing letters to people. If you go back to when at the height of the protests, anything the government said, people would write letters to refute them as we the people. So mtu kama Sabina Chege, when she introduces the horticultural bill or whatever, you write a letter to her. Madam Sabina Chege, we the people know what you're doing and are against it. Would like you to withdraw the bill. Ikuwe ni personal. Vile wanatu affect maisha yetu personally. Ikuwe ni personal. It's not about going into the bandwagon with Morara peke yake. Because what happens when Morara, if anything happens to Morara, because Morara is not God. When people correct Morara, it's not that people are against him. But Morara also is capable of making mistakes, and he has made clear mistakes. Kuna mahesabu waingiani na hamtatulazimisha. But the reality is, if he is pointed in the same direction we are going, we will collectively support him. Hamna mambo ya, there is no Messiah that is coming to save us. It must be a collective effort. And it must be selfless. Ndio, kuna wengine baina yetu hapa. They want to go into politics and all of this. But kesho, we will be on this other side telling you the same things. It's not about, we need to get out of the mobilization stage and start organizing. Because we cannot live in this stage throughout the revolution. It's time to come up with structures and ideas and ways to enact with them and build bridges with not only the Gen Z. Si mambo, it's not about us. Nyinyi pia lazima muelewe, si kuwahusu. Na hii ndo maana one of the things Maandamano failed is because we disenfranchised the older generation. Tuliwaambia kaeni nyumbani, msikuje maandamano. It would have been very simple. Siku yote kuna maandamano, wanapika chakula wanatuletea, inakuwa ni sherehe kabisa. But we made them an enemy as well. It's not about us. It must be about a better Kenya. Tafadhalini. Let us be very objective. Let us know what we want. See about wewe kukuwa MP ama mwenzako. No. It is about and for that to happen, it needs our energy and the wisdom of the older generation. Upende, usipende. That is the truth. Because some of them have pushed this na wamekwamia mahali. So ni sisi tukuja tubomoe ukuta, lakini watueleze ni wapi kuna crack. So let us not put too much effort in things that are in chasing shadows. Kuongea ukweli. As a people, sisi, as a collective, we said we were tribeless. We said we were leaderless. But we had a singular focus, and that was good governance, accountability, and Ruto must go. Kama uko na ya nne, hiyo ni yako personal. But hiyo tatu ilikuwa ni yetu sote. And we must die on that hill. So tafadhalini, stop putting, just because wewe hautaki kuchukua responsibility, 50 yako is not enough to buy the freedom in this nation. Kumtumia Morara and expecting him to carry the burdens of you and your forefathers is not right. And it is not fair. Any time, juzi, the other day, when Morara was arrested, Adani was in court. How many of you knew that? Wangapi wenu hata walishughulika na hiyo? Nchi inauzwa na watu wako mahakamani. Everybody was running after our brother Morara. And it's not a bad thing to stand with him. But we must also be objective. It must never be about an individual. If you look at what happened in Senegal, Sonko had a list of about 8 to 10 people who, in case he was arrested or one of them died, they were to succeed each other. And some of them had different ideologies. Some of them were communists. Some of them were socialists. But they all wanted a better country, which was Senegal. And they got it because they put their differences aside. Wewe unaweza saidia wapi? That's the most important question sahi. Wewe, in your personal capacity, what are you doing? How are you pushing this wheel forward? Because kama sisi wote tutaenda nyuma ya Morara tumsukume, if he makes a mistake tunakufa nayo wote. If anything happens to him, it dies with him. And I personally, I don't see any problem with what he's doing, but kuna points of differences kidogo. And for a better tomorrow, as we collectively went to the streets, we must also collectively stand up to take responsibility. Tuanze na hizo vitu ndogo ndogo, tuandikia hawa watu mabarua. Write a letter to the ambassador of the US. Write a letter to the people of Palestine. Write a letter to the people of Ngorongoro, hawa Masai ambao wanahamishwa Tanzania. Get support throughout the continent.
Farah,
Yes.
I like your contribution. They're amazing. The speaker panel is full and the requests are so many. I don't
I'm
want
winding up
anyone who
actually.
has... Okay.
So get these letters to people of goodwill and the next time you say you're coming out to the streets, it's not an affair amongst ourselves, but you have continental and global support. Thank you.
Okay, I think Data Active was next, then Daktari. Kindly 3 minutes, kindly. Thanks, Farah.
Thank you, Toria. KOT, nothing. Everyone who is here, everyone who has spoken, we really appreciate you taking the time to give your views. We do not take that for granted. I want to speak to our current food situation, the problem, the solution, and what we are doing about it. The problem is that this government doesn't care about you. The food that you currently consume, you grow it yourself. With the agricultural bills that they're about to introduce, they are going to take so much away from you. What they are playing is the politics of poverty. And I'll give you a scenario. During the Finance Bill 2024, those MPs who voted yes could not go to their constituencies. But a certain MP decided he needed to go. And so he bought a bale of unga and went home with it. And his constituents welcomed him because he came with unga. That, ladies and gentlemen, is poverty, is politics of poverty. It is the same politics that this government played during the same finance bill when they decided to tax bread, yet they know 15 million Kenyans in this country are food poor. That, by the way, is 2 of every 5 Kenyans, about 40%. Let that marinate for a bit, yeah? And that is just a tiny aspect of what will happen if any of these bills goes through. So what we are doing about it, there's a movement called Kilimo cha Haki. It is there to fight these bills, all of them. But we cannot do it alone. We need your help. We need your help to ensure that these bills, none of them see the light of day. And the same way we are fighting these bills is the way we need to fight all these other bills. Alan has talked about the ICT bills. And we need to keep an eye on these other bills which they don't want us to see. These guys are very good in the art of misdirection. The other day they were doing the impeachment, and yet the Adani case was going on. They let you watch one hand, while the other hand is where the trick is. Let's not let them do that with these bills. So next, Daktari is going to talk about Kilimo cha Haki and tell us what it's all about. So that for me is my submission. Guys, please support us, because there is no profession where you need a professional 3 times a day. The only profession you need 3 times a day is the farmer. And they want to take that away by introducing things like ensuring that a farmer is licensed to grow a crop, which is ridiculous. Yeah. So because of time, let me please allow Daktari to continue. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Daktari.
Hello, thank you, Toria. Thank you, KOT. I hope you can hear me. All right. Thanks, data analyst, also for what you have said. Dr. Duncan Onyango of Kilimo cha Haki, the co-convener of Kilimo cha Haki. I hope most of you have seen what we are doing outside there on Kilimo cha Haki, together with my very good sister, Mary Kathomi, who has been all over media platforms from TikTok to LNN, breaking down these issues to the farmer. So the Kilimo cha Haki is a lobby group of that we have founded for bringing together farmers from across the country But not only farmers, it has brought together also friends of farmers, different professionals that support farmers, and generally all Kenyans of goodwill who are keen about what we are eating. There are issues to do with indigenous seeds and food varieties that the laws seek to prohibit. And there are issues to do with pesticides and GMOs and many things just around our food. So we want to be very careful with what we eat, we eat, and what legislations are coming to Parliament to seek to control our food and our food production. So the movement is very active. Right now, I think the numbers are running into thousands and upon thousands of Kenyans who have come across from all the country. We the press conference, I think 1.5 weeks ago, and we have planned to present a petition to have a march. Actually, we're going to have a peaceful protest for farmers and the Kenyans of goodwill who want to stand with us, for those who care about our food. We were supposed to have the march last week, but because of the ongoing impeachment, we were not able to secure police protection for the march. So we were advised to wait until the impeachment motion is finalized, and then we are able to do the march, because many people will be turning up. Actually, in the course of a few days ago, I received calls from some farmers kutoka mashinani wakatuambia we need to have to make the march a countrywide activity so that everyone across the country can participate. So at the moment we are able to secure a date tomorrow, and then you will be able to see a lot of publicity about it. But meanwhile, we've also done a lot of content out there to try to break down these things to the thinking about our food. Because when you see the Ministry of Agriculture come out and distances itself from these bills, and they are saying these are privately sponsored bills, private members' bills, that these bills have not originated from the Ministry of Agriculture. So you ask yourself, what business, for example, does Sabina Chege have? She is not an agriculturalist. She to bring up a privately sponsored motion about horticultural or about horticulture. Where did she get the script? Who drafted that bill? Because it did not originate from the technocrats at the Ministry of Agriculture. The CS said they don't even know about that bill. So then the question we must ask Sabina Chege is, what informed her bill? Who did the technical part? Who drafted that bill for her and gave it to her to take to Parliament? And after our march on after we do the protest, we have actually we are teaming up lawyers, public interest litigators to come forward. Actually, we already have a number who have responded. We are going to sue Parliament. We are going to sue even the private members who are sponsoring those bills. So Sabina Chege will be personally sued for her role in that bill, and she has to tell Kenyans who sponsors the bill. Who did? She's not an agriculturalist. I think she used to be an actress, or she must be a journalist or a communication person. So that bill has a lot of technical stuff related to agriculture. So we want to know who is behind those bills. So any member of Parliament who has brought in such bills will also be personally liable. We will also sue them individually to take responsibility for those bills. But above all, let's beware as we proceed with this fight. The political system is what we are fighting. That is the bottom line. If we had a proper governance system, we would be complaining about our food. So sorry, my brother KOT, for the division they are trying to sow. We are going to see more of this, by the way. When they saw that the team was getting organized, Morara is now trying to transform himself from an individual movement to a people's party, inject. They very quickly have activated their propaganda machinery. So this mole issue may just be a propaganda machinery from government. And we are going to see more of this. So that is why I believe we need strategic organization. We need strategic minds that will sit down and organize this movement. As one of my colleagues here said before, I think one of the speakers that went before, we need to transition from the mobilization stage into a stage of serious organization, strategic, well calculated, because so that we can transform the movement from a Morara movement, from a one-man Vampire Diaries movement, to a people's movement. The same way we would rally behind Baba and go to Uhuru Park and declare him the people's president. I think when Baba crossed over, he naturally lost that title. We need a people's person. We need a people's movement led by a people's president, you know? So we really must convert this movement into a people's movement so that we embrace it. We need people to be bold and come out like KOT has done and told us he wants to become MP. We need more of such so that people can sit and strategize. We need to have a strategy to counter propaganda. We need to have people guiding us, mentors and psychotherapists and any professionals that can help us to be able to build that thick skin, to be able to stand against any powers and principalities of the enemy, so to speak. Any propaganda machinery that shall be fashioned against this movement, we must be able to build resilience so that we can be able to support it. So thank you so much, KOT. I know I'll be looking for you. We sit down somewhere as we usually do, have some coffee as we talk about this. But let us know that the government is out there to scuttle this movement. If we are not careful, the same tactics they used to scuttle the street protests, they will employ even greater strategy to try to divide this movement so that we do not make a step forward. So let us not be distracted. Let us not be divided. We are not joining Kalonzo. If he wants to join us and support us, he is welcome, but we are not going to rally behind him because he is part of the old regime that has brought us where we are. In fact, he is standing in the way of the formation of IEBC. I would even propose that we should start a campaign against anyone who has presented a useless case in court that is delaying the formation of IEBC. Because that body needs to be constituted, we need to go for election. Finally, brothers and sisters, one thing that should be our target is that there's a time we had a space and it was the grand takeover of political leadership. One target, the most important target that we should have, even before we talk about presidency, parliament, we should be able to overhaul that parliament and take it over, because that is where we have failed. The same way parliament is now handling the DP, that is the same way they should be handling the president. And I keep telling people, vile wale wa MCAs wa Meru wanasumbua yule madam governor wao, that is the same position parliament is supposed to play to the president. But our parliament is a rubber stamp, walijisalimisha. So that house should be completely swept. So I don't know who, in addition to KOT, wants to go into that parliament to help us do the sweeping. This is the time to come out. We sit down, we strategize. If we have a presidential candidate, if Morara is serious and we are convinced as a people that we want to rally behind him, of course, there will be many other candidates who will who may show interest. We will be democratic enough to be able to sit down and agree on who is the best candidate to represent us. We are not going to force down the throats of anyone or anybody down the throat of people. So we sit down, we strategize, we agree you are our candidate, but we must target those 290 constituencies. That house needs to be taken over. If not all, we should have at least 2/3. MCAs hata tulisema hata wazee wasijaribu. There is no business electing a 70-year-old to be an MCA in the village. That position should be left for some Gen Z, some young people, fresh graduates, so that waanze kupractice nayo as they come up, as they prepare to climb the political ladder to MP, to all other higher positions. So there's nothing those old people have done for us. We will learn on the job. All that we need now is to strategize. So let's come together, ladies and gentlemen, and
Thank you, Doc.
do what we have to do. Thank you.
Okay,
Doc, thank you for the counsel,
nothing
and we
kidogo.
appreciate.
Nothing kidogo. Daktari, you've actually answered one of the questions I used to ask KOT. Because why are these bills? Why would someone who brought them up? And now I think my question is answered. Thank you. But guys, please kindly take 3 minutes. Nothing, back to you.
We're going to give DK DK gift.
All right.
And the rest of you, the speaker panel is full, but you'll get an opportunity. We want to hear your voices.
Good evening, everyone. Hi, Dr. Victoria, Marvel. Glad to see everyone on the speaker panel and on the listeners panel. Whenever I speak on any space, I never wish to assume that everybody has ever listened to me before. So I always love to always start by introducing myself. Sorry, my name is DK Gift. I am a creative design, digital marketing, and communications consultant. I'm also a young, recently redeemed from self inflicted political ignorance, young Kenyan, especially by the great work that was done by young people back in June. And in July, back in June, I always say this as a moment of joke because I, like many other millennials who are probably here and others are not, were the type that chose to give a blind eye to good governance, accountability, and all that, in as far as the political scene is concerned. But the sweat that was dropped and the blood that was shed on the 25th of June has come to really to do something different for the most of us. The other thing I want to say before I share my thoughts for today is though I continue to be on a space break, especially from where I come from as a part of Home Run with PP, whenever I've seen in the last 24 hours, whenever I've seen any spaces that we have with KOT, I've wanted to jump up here to give my words of encouragement to him and to every one of us who's been working with him before, during this revolution, and even after it, as we continue to be. KOT, I give you your flowers and I continue to give you your flowers. I can't even say enough of what you've done. Everybody knows it, so big up to you. The last thing I'll say when it regards to you is wewe ambaye umekaa hapo unasikiza hii sauti yangu, that knows someone or you are the someone who seems to think that they have the ability to pick their phone and look for a parent, a mother, or a father to instill fear in them. Shame on you. Shame on you and everything that is called your own. Shame on you, shame on your children, shame on your offspring, shame on your generations. Forevermore. You lack discipline, you lack simple humanity. If you can pick your phone to look for a parent and give them a sleepless night. I just came from seeing the tweet, the X post from KOT, and I am imagining a mother seated saying, I am in fear. Shame on you. And I leave it at that. Like I've said, I never boast to be a very politically knowledgeable person. I am learning from both my age mates and my older brothers who have been doing this, and sisters such as Toria and so many others who've been on this journey longer than I have. But I'm going to share my two sentiments in the shortest way possible that I will be able to. Now imagine a situation where young people hold the majority in both the National Assembly and the Senate. Now I want you to take a minute and just picture that in your mind. I know a lot of us have continuously been making the picture of turning the presidency around, and of course, we want to turn it. But I want you guys to take just a second and imagine and picture the taking over of the National Assembly, whether it is the senators or the MPs. Imagine with all this energy, all these fresh ideas, all this commitment we have to seeing accountability and good governance. Imagine just how much we can reshape legislature and the executive branches of our government. The reality is very, very clear. We all know it. 70% of us, the population is under 30. That's very clear, and we know it. We have the numbers. It is the exact time that we should be able to demand right now for a real change by what we are doing. In the past two elections, if you check them, they've been mad with different things. 2017 was nullified, and we had to go back to its serious irregularities. Fast forward to 2022, we witnessed a lot of allegations as far as biasness is concerned and poor management of the whole process. All right. And to make this to be for us to be able to make accountability, transparency, independency of IEBC work, then we have to engage ourselves in all levels of governance. And that's what we should be thinking a lot about right now. All this bickering, all this talking, all this, Morara said this, am I agreeing to him? Am I not agreeing? Kasmol is now telling us to get off his mat, being arrogant, not being arrogant. Who really cares? We must encourage ourselves and all our peers to get involved, whether it's local councils, national politics. Voter registration must be streamlined. I've just loved what I've heard from Kenyan Lady. And Kenyan Lady, you best expect a message from me. KOT will tell you I'm the kind of person who leads by being first foot front. So I'm going to look for you because I'm amazing at doing communications on digital and creating campaigns. And whatever you just talked about Dr. Kijana is such a beautiful campaign. And I'm going to look for you because of that one. We need to be able to talk about this. Drive civic education in schools, universities, technical institutes. We need to target those 16 to 18-year-olds, those young adults, and make them understand their rights and their responsibilities as citizens. The last thing I want to say, because I want to respect Torres request for us to be as short as possible. I'm sure I'm almost at my 3 minutes. I want to be categorically clear. Me, DK Gift, I am saying this. We cannot afford to partner with anybody who who is of questionable character from this particular region or any past regimes. I refuse to subscribe to this line of thought. It is true that we can learn a lot from the older, but I don't see how I am going to learn anything besides theft from an older thief. I am not going to go to a thief and try to tell them to show me how to be a better person, because the best they can show me is to be a thief. Of course, there are some of them who are there, the Okiom Tatas and some, who are credible, who are worthy for me giving an ear to them. But all these others, Sijuakina Mothers and Kalonzos and Nini, if I have questionability of your character, I am not having a conversation with you. And it is not about refusing to accept that people have a past. This is not about a past. This is about the fact that you've never even owned up and be accountable of what you have done wrong. So we cannot settle for a lesser devil to fight a bigger one. This fight is about integrity, it's about justice and the future of our nation. We need leaders who are genuinely representing our values and aspirations. And I've had so many people tell us that this is a dream, or we are dreaming, or this will never happen. You know what? It is that kind of thought that has us here. It is that kind of thought that led so many of you and me onto that ballot on 2022, choosing a lesser devil than a bigger one because of that line of thought. Check yourself, change your mind. This is not about finding a messiah, this is about finding change. Have a lovely night. It was lovely to talk to each one of you. And again, KOT, the Lord bless you and keep your family safe and keep everybody, one of you, safe. And I will repeat it again. Shame on you and everything that you have if you have the guts to actually go threatening a parent. Have a lovely night.
Thank you, DK, for sure you're a gift. Reach out to Kenyan Lady and let's get that rolling out. Thank you for your contribution. We're going to have KD.
Oh, hey. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we
Can
can hear
Yes,
you.
somebody
KD,
hear
we
me?
can hear you.
Thanks. I was just
We hear
confirming. Yeah.
you. We
So
hear you, sir.
thanks. Thank you everyone who's here. Thank you for the words of conscience. Um, we have 10 commandments, and there's only one commandment that talks about God and man. It's the only commandment that has a promise. You don't mess around with a parent. So that's my first take. And that's not my commandment. It comes from God Himself. You have to honor your father and mother. So if you touch someone's mom, don't for any reason think I'm going to have a good relationship with you, because you'll still do the same with my mom. And I would not want my children to have the same experiment or experience through somebody else. You have to honor the fourth commandment. So whoever these guys are, you ask yourself if one day you'll be called someone's mother or father, and think about how your children would feel if someone would text you with death threats. It's very disrespectful. Yeah, I appreciate everyone who's here, and all the fights and the factions and the differences, the disagreements. The times we spend trying to find answers to questions, some of which you don't have any experience. But I believe it's through the failures that we'll find our paths. It's not the number of times you fall, but the number of times you get up. The only thing I would want to request is choice of words is very important, and it's very expensive. If somebody would ask me what has chewed up the vice president, it's not even because of his scandals, but because of how he articulated his words. So yes, you can do something wrong, but you have to be very cautious on how you communicate, because it actually tells a lot about your personality. The choice of words is very important. You can either create calm or bring a lot of chaos in a certain way. And for everybody who calls yourself a leader, KOTs and the Muraras and etc. and people I don't even know, even you who are speaking on this space because you're a leader, people are listening to you. They say the word think has its own acronyms, and I think the first thing you have to do is just try and listen to yourself before you open your mouth, because it takes 35 seconds to make a mistake. It takes forever for you to regret what you said. And for me, that has bothered me a lot, whether it was true, hypothetical, or a lie. Already once it's out there, you cannot manage the situation. So, niombi too, you have to be very cautious on what you actually tell someone who's listening to you, because you're a role model in your own way. And then lastly, there is a lot we need to learn. And I think you're losing track. This is just my perspective. We have elders, the people before us. We have tribes and we have classes. And it's not by design that you are, I always say it's not a design you are born Kenyan. It's not by design you are born whatever gender you are in. And it's not by your own choice that you are born in whatever tribe. God had a reason. So it's very unfortunate when I find us fighting on these classisms and religion, tribe, age. It just sounds wrong. We need each other. But that doesn't mean I'm supposed to fall into classes of being entrapped by someone like how we have been all our lives. There's a reason why my mother is not my age. They are older than me for a reason. There's something they know that I don't know. But that doesn't mean if my mother is a drunk, I should also be a drunk. There are things I can actually sober up and say, no, I'm not going to go this direction. So in that line, there are leaders we have ahead of us whom we may not like because of their pasts, but I don't tend to say we should not work with them. My problem is they should not come and tell us what we need to do. Only a sober leader will be able to listen to what we say and get to work together. But if somebody comes to us with a notion of, no, you have a bicycle, I have a Mercedes, so I don't have to ride on your bicycle, then that's not a good leader. When Morara was arrested, they came to us, they supported us, you know, and they just need to actually give that back. The leaders we have in power right now in parliament, those are not leaders. They're not people I can team up with. So it's within our conscience, which is what we have that they do not have. They don't have conscience. Hold
KD,
on. Let me just land. Let me land,
KD.
please. Let me land.
No, I need you to look at the hypocrisy that they are posting a Gema, a Kikuyu Kamba ticket, and the Kamba is Kalonzo Musyoka.
If you had let me
So
finish, you'd get my
this
point.
whole
If you had let me finish, you'd get my point.
okay,
Because
finish.
I've been in all these
Kindly land.
spaces. Yes. What I was saying is this. The one thing you have that they don't have is conscience. And you have a right to make the right choice. No one should tell you what to do. You have a conscience, clear mind to know what is right and what is wrong. But you cannot slam the door on everyone and say, no, we are not going to work with you because you're 10, 15 years older than me. I've been on spaces. Myself, I'm a half tribe. So tell me if my mother is Giriama and my father is Masai, and Masais are fighting and saying we own this nation. How am I going to hate Giriamas? It doesn't apply. We are not fighting a tribal war. So when you come to tell me about endorsing nothing because she's from tribe X, I'm not going to buy into that. You know, unless her principles actually merge up with what I'm thinking of having a better future, that's a different story. That's why I said the most important word that should ride in our minds is conscience. And that is what we should live on. Then my last point, let us not dwell so much on what they did because that is how they are beating us. While we are here talking about what they did, they are planning on what they will do next. So waste your time thinking of how do we get to counter. There's a guy called Felix who's spoken very well, and I think I liked his points because he was focusing more on what we need to do next. I think that can be a good discussion for us to think of how to counter because they're talking of 2027, 2032. What are we doing? We're still talking about impeachments and stuff like that. Then now when it start thinking of how we need to do A, B, C, and D, we can bring in some of the things that we need to co-join and make us have a better tomorrow instead of dwelling on the yesterdays. Thank you.
Thank you, KD, for your contribution. We appreciate. We are not against tribe. What I'm saying is that these guys have already formed their alliance. They're selling the notion that we should allow 30% of old people and 70% can be young people. But in this 30%, according to them, they want the presidency and the vice president. That is where we drew the line. Thank you. We're going to have Frederick.
Hello guys. Hello man.
Hi Frederick, we hear you.
Yeah,
We hear you.
I will be much briefly. Yeah, yangu na kuongelea about kuaji vijana waweze kuchukua ID. It is better for vijana, kuna wale hawana zile documents. I think we should be there to support them maregistrar ndio tuweze hao vijana wetu waweze kupata kura, kwa sababu we have the numbers, we are many, because vijana hawajakuwa kitake part ya kuvote, so the change vijana ndo taleta change, so we need to urge them and support them waweze kuchukua ID na pia waweze kuregister kupiga kura, kwa sababu Sisi tuko na numbers. I know that we are capable of doing great things. The time is here, and we should not wait to be told that we are the leaders of tomorrow. The time is here, and the change will come immediately right now. Yeah, that's all.
Thank you, Frederick, for keeping it short and very impactful. We appreciate you. There are so many requests, and we want to give everyone an opportunity to speak. Biribo Jr., kindly take it away. Biribo, can you hear me? If you can't hear me, can we have Dutch Chokos? Dutch.
Oya, KOT mnanisikia natoli hapo? Hello?
Tunakusikia.
Okay, naitwa Dosh. To start with, let me say, mimi hapa nashangaa too much talking without action. Na mimi nauliza swali moja, ni uoga mlinunua hata kuuziwa na wao, ama what is not happening? Are you gonna watch our country burn? Bado tukiongea, are you gonna let them destroy our future as we vote? Nataka for me, I'm the glad guy. Mimi wale majamaa unasikianga, and sorry to tell you, I'm the kind of a guy whereby hao wanasiasa wakitaka machokora wakivuruga amani fulani mahali fulani, wananiambia hebu tupatie vijana kama Toani ama sisi wakurusha mawe mahali fulani, and then
Looks like we have lost him. Or Dutch, we can't hear you. Let's have D Uno.
Hey, good
Dutch, sorry, we can't hear you. D Uno, proceed.
Yes, here I am. So good evening, guys. So I will go directly to my points. Number one, KOT nimekuinbox a number of times na kuna zenye umereply na kuna ingine nilikutext some, I think ni jana. Please check your inbox. But thanks Ama KOT. I've been following you ever since June 24th, if I'm not wrong. And I can say you have been one of the pinnacles zenye ime boost this movement. And I love the way you are so umekuwa so much vibrant with regards to addressing the issues and even being at the forefront of this movement. One thing that I think maybe people have forgotten is the day that nani aiwaje Ruto alikuwa amehost ile meeting sijui akisema anataka kubonga na Wakenya, and I like the way you really addressed him fearlessly, and I think we really need 1,000 people like you. So kudos sana kwa kitu yenye umekuwa ukidu. And this also goes to the people who have been speaking bad about you. And I will cast all the blames on this lady anajiita sijui Aoko and whatever. She's the yendo alianza nayo shida. So if we're to rebuke those people, let's start with the person who actually alianzisha hiyo story. And we need to rebuke her with everything, with every fiber of our being, because yena na cause division. But I don't think this is time that we should really push for these divisions anymore. I think we should go now to the to the real things. Tumekuwa tukiongelea about akina kama akina Kasmuel. Those people have proven not to be faithful. Huyo ni kaa pilot. I mean, we don't even need to concentrate on those people. And I remember the express that we hosted on 25th of June. We knew after all those bloodshed and those people, I live near to Githurai, and I can tell you the truth, you guys, more than 150 people were killed and disposed to in very many places, including city mortuary, whereby you couldn't number the number of people who are taken there by with those police lorries and all that. But all said and done, I want to congratulate some few people. First of all, I salute Sana OG Calligraph Jones for what he did when he heard about Morara Kebaso's arrest, and he pushed his own recording akasema, hey, just to recognize there is someone that we are really acknowledging in this country, and it's a very good thing. So I really acknowledge him, and me, I'm a person of faith. So another person I'm going to salute, because enyewe kusema tu kweli, we as a church tulimesi nation, and it is high time that we amend our message. But the fact is, not everyone will agree with me, because the people who are in our pulpits wanatuselea hizi ufala na hizi mjinga zote. So I would really like to congratulate Reverend Kiama mwenye alikuwa anasema, by the this government is the government of Shetani, and I will put it this way. Hii hapa Shetani ni Ruto, and I will not sugarcoat it, and I hope one of the government people wenye wanasikiza ngezi tunasikiza na akitaka kuja kunitafuta kuja nitafute. Ruto is the devil himself, because Ruto is is so smart, and Ruto is not going to back down easily. Unity is key, and our saying Kona Morara, please let us stand for Morara. But I strongly feel, and I agree with what Farah alikuwa amesema, and the Kenyan lady. Right now, I try to focus on who is with us and who is not with us. If you are in the movement, let's go with the movement. Hatuna time sija kuangalia who is for us. And hii kitu from June 25th, you got to there are some people wataingizwa uoga, kuna wenye watakuwa bot ule sa whatever mwenye alihost hiyo meeting ya Ruto. Definitely it was to lead to that. But it is high time that, and we knew Kenyans forget very fast, and that's why somehow a number of Kenyans who were even in the streets wenye tulikuwa tumeenda kwenda kuandamana pale tao, many of them wameingizwa uoga, and some of them wameanza kukashifu our movement. But right now, just like a number of you guys have shared, right now tusiangalie Morara. I know Morara is the person that amesema enda kusema for presidency, and you are going to give him the full support financially. Me hata kama itakuwa huko ni physically, I will go there. By the way, I just learned I think yesterday that KOT went in neighbor yangu, and that's why I was asking you if you could come and we have a cup of tea in my place. But I understand the security issues around you is very key. So whenever you feel free to come and see me, or you can even tell me where a joint that we can meet and have a coffee, a cup of coffee, and we address a number of issues, because I feel we need to push a lot of things. Now, Kasmuel, I'm going to deal with Kasmuel in Migori, because I understand it came to my knowledge that Antakovai for I think new governor and new MP in Migori, and I'm going to deal with him there, because that is my constituency. Though I currently live in Nairobi, naishi hapa just around Wendani. But guys, it is high time we to strategize what is going to next. Right now, what we're supposed to be speaking about in the reformation or the calling of IEBC, because our answer, our solution somehow is inclined to that, because the moment, and I don't know, is there any MP that we can find mwenye just like Morara kwa suggest, is there an MP that we can find mwenye atenda tu kufile tu your motion ya kuimpeach Ruto, and we just get it from there? We just trust Morara na Kenya amesema, because I believe we still, Morara and I being one of them, I am still in support of what the movement that we are currently taking. So guys, maybe I'm going to, there are two things I'm going to deal with. First of all, the church, because I'm a person of the faith, and number two, I'm going to deal with Kasmuel, and number three, since I also do a bit of creatives, I'm a creative, I do spoken words, and I also write for people songs. And it's high time, I think, ndo tusiweke limelight yote iko on Marara, because now you can see even the security threat that is upon him. It is up to us tujaribu kutoa limelight kwake, though sasa tunajaribu kumtoa ati tunamtoa from his ambitions. No, he's still there, but we really need to bring more Moraras, hata kama watavive. I agree with one of you mwenye kwa anasema like KOT vile kama amesema anaenda anasik kusimama MP somewhere, which I don't know. I think we need more people of the same, but mine goes most to the creatives. I think creatives tumekuwa tukiongelea sana kwa camera but hatujitoi kwa streets, and I think that is the reason why Morara became a bit worried when he was at the second time, because following yake ni 650k on TikTok, on X 250k, but when you show up kwa ground, and thanks to KOT because we've been so solid on that. So I seriously believe that was
Okay, Uno, you need to land.
okay in 15
the
seconds.
speaker panel is full and there's so many requests. Kindly land. We thank you. Look out for KOT.
Please.
And
Yes.
thank you for supporting KOT and Morara. We stand with the entire movement.
Yeah. KOT, check your inbox.
Asante sana, and thank you for being a good father, and say hello to them.
Sure.
Let's have a lady. I've seen, was it Ashley? I've seen a lady somewhere. Okay, Evelyn, it falls on you. I can't see the other lady. Evelyn, take it away. And thank you, everyone. Thank you for your submissions. Evelyn.
Hi, everyone. For me, what I wanted to say is us as young people, we are losing focus. Fighting each other is giving politicians more time to plan. I think we should also be people who trust each other. When you fight Kioti and say he's a mole, you fight Morara. These things don't help us. They're all doing what they can in their capacity. And we must all also do what we can in our capacity. And I think by saying we should plan for IBC, yes, it's a good thing. But also we must consider thinking about how the MPs are thinking and senators. Like Ruto, they want to add the term limit. So I know even him, he knows that right now we are angry, and if we are given a chance to vote, we will bring him out. So they have a plan already. So we must also find a way on how we can deal with him now. I also agree with the guy who has left. Let's trust Morara and find an MP that can take the impeachment motion of Ruto, because I don't think he's that dumb to wait for 2027. So we as young people, we must focus, stay together, and think together. We are getting too many distractions nowadays. It's not like how we started. We need all hands on deck, everyone. And this thing of saying, oh, Morara is Gashagwa's person, I don't know who is who, we should all stop it, because one way or the other, we have also supported some other politicians. So we must stand together, care for each other, and support each other. And also about people not showing up when people get arrested, I feel when you're near someone and he is arrested, you must stand up for them. But also Morara must know he has followers, maybe some like me. I am from Twapa. I can't be for Morara physically, but I can give him support in another way when I can. So that's all I had to say. I'm having a problem with my throat, but that's my submission. Let's stand together, stay together, and stop arguing and focus on the main problem.
Wow, thank you, Evelyn. We appreciate your submission. And guys, learn from her. Let's keep it short so that we have everyone going. KOX, take it away.
Okay, thank you for having me. Hello? Hello? Hi.
Go ahead, please.
KOX, are you there? Wait, Declan, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Can you hear KOX?
No.
Okay, so Declan, go ahead. KOX, yeah.
Do you hear me, Toria? Hello?
Your signal. KX, I'm not hearing you.
KOX, please just check on your network kindly and come back. We'll issue the mic to you back. So, Declan, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Toria. Thank you to the previous speakers. It's nice to see the family back together. I know we haven't done Sauti ya Mwananchi for a while. And I wanted to complain at KOT, but I know it's been tough. It's been a rough past few days. And to be honest, he's been doing this thing for a while. So if he decides to take a week off or 2 weeks off indefinitely, who are we to complain? You know, the platform has been here. It's been here consistently. He's been doing it out of the love for his country. So I'm very thankful and grateful to him, and also to the people who assist running the Sauti ya Mwananchi, and to the people that fund it, and the people that are just here as well. I've been very heartbroken over the past few days just because of everything that's going on. I've not been on Twitter today. This is the first time I'm touching Twitter today. I've heard some previous speakers speaking about people, somebody has threatened somebody's parents. And if I put 2 and 2 together, I would think that maybe somebody has threatened KOT's mom or dad. If that's the case, I stand to be corrected. But from what I've heard inside this space now, just in the past hour, if that's the case, KOT, I'm very sorry. I hope your parent is fine. And yeah, EOC Kichumzuri. It's really bad. So I want to speak on a few points, and the first thing I'll speak on is the unity of the movement and the issue of bringing not just the older generation, but also some of the political class. So I think it started when there was a space with Tony Gashoka. Kenyan Lady was there, Rastan was there, there were a few other people who were there. I think Nothing, you were there as well. And Tony was trying to present the idea as to whether he should call some of his friends and allies who he feels can come and help us. And this came after the Gashagwa thing. Now, I was very emotional about it, and I don't think I spoke very well, so he didn't really get my point. So I'd like to try and say it now. But guys like Kenyan Lady really, hit the nail on the head. The issue with the political class that's been there, bringing them in now, let me take somebody, for example, like Kalonzo. Kalonzo has been there since Kingdom Come. He has had his chance. If he wanted to save the country, he could have started a movement to save the country a very long time ago. He had the power, he had the influence, he had the opportunity. His silence and him not doing so is what makes me, as a member of this movement, skeptical to bring him in. You see, the issue with the people who want to bring in the political class, they want to bring them in as if they've not been there, as if they're in a different country. And now we are bringing them in and we are explaining to them, hey, this is what is happening and this is how we want you to help us. But they live in Kenya. If anything, they're the ones who understand the issues that we're fighting against more than we understand them ourselves, because they are the ones who have either created the issue or been witnessing the issue at the forefront. Kenyan Lady explicitly explained that if somebody is to come from the political class to this movement to assist us, there is no problem. In fact, we want anybody and everybody who can help us. If the politicians wanted to help us, if they came all of them, na wangetusaidia, hii story ingeisha hata na siku mbili. Because if all of those MPs were on our side, si story ingekuwa imelala. But that is not the case. So now we are being told that if they are scared, wakikuja ati they'll say will tutawatusi, tutawa what? No, we must build that bridge. Of course, lazima tuwatusi. We must hold you accountable for what you've done, and you must also accept accountability for those things that you have done before we do any kind of working together. You must build that bridge. You must establish the trust. And the trust is not there. That is the reason why we can't just quickly bring these people in. I am all for bringing them in, but only in such a way that they are here to serve the movement. If you come in and tell me you, as Kalonzo, you want to be the president of Kenya, and when I say Kalonzo, I don't just mean him individually, I mean anybody from the political class who would like to come in, and you tell me you want to be the president of Kenya, and you know the history of what is going on, and you know what we are fighting against, that shows me you're not here to serve the movement, you are here to serve your own political ambitions. And if that is the case, then we can't work with you. That is the issue we are facing with bringing in these people. As they come in, all I would like to say is let us look and analyze to see, is this person here to serve the movement? And also as ourselves, tukiendelea mbele, let us serve the movement. You know, I'm a big supporter of Marara. I'm not shy about that. And there's been a lot of disagreements,
Thank
which
you,
is there's no
Declan.
problem.
Declan, the speaker panel is full.
I'm landing. There's no problem. Everybody is supporting who they're supporting. But at the end of the day,
Me
the
too.
goal of those people you're supporting has to be serving the movement. So if you fighting for somebody is not serving the movement, then leave it alone. Let us focus on the movement and the movement itself. I think the biggest thing right now is mobilizing. Now we are acting. We have the numbers. What direction? If we're not organized, then we'll start losing those people that we worked so hard to mobilize to get to this point. So let us not fear having structure and organization. When somebody proposes a motion of structure and organization in the movement, listen to them. And listen if that structure and organization they're proposing is serving the movement. If it is serving the movement, then support them in building that structure and organization. I learned. Asante.
Thank you, Declan. We want Mwangi on the speaker. Declan, the speaker panel is so full. We thank Mwangi I take it away. Declan,
Sorry, were
what's
you
his name?
addressing me? You were breaking
Special
up. I didn't hear. Nothing. Were you talking to me?
You there? Toria, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, I can hear you. Nothing. I can clearly hear you. So, Ndovu, go ahead, please. Your hand is up. Ndovu, kindly. Ndovu, are you there?
There was Mwangi. Mwangi Wanyanya has been here for the longest. Let's give him a chance. Mwangi, can you
Yes, you
hear
can
me?
hear. Yes, you can hear me now. Can you hear me?
Yes, Mwangi, we can hear you. Just proceed, please.
Okay, correct. Thank you for this opportunity. I want to be very brief. I think I
Yes, we
just
can
want to
hear
share.
you.
Yes, I want to just share something in the area that I strongly feel has a lot of opportunity for us as young leaders. And I think we have a big opportunity to change this parliament. I was imagining of a case where if we presented ourselves and familiarized ourselves with the ground, and we are known as, for those who are interested in being members of parliament, as early as now, because if we shy away, the current sitting members of parliament and those ones that probably were their biggest competitor are already candidates by default. So we are new people, but there is something that has happened on the ground. And I said somewhere, I happen to be going around because I visit a lot of groups, I do a lot of trainings in the area of agriculture. And because it is an area that touches everybody, I have felt that many people are frustrated by the current parliament. And so if we strategized and strategically placed ourselves in a way that our name starts going out as an individual, you who feels you are a person of integrity, if your name can go round and let people know you, so that even if this government fell today, we don't fall into the traps of people electing the same old people, because people vote in the lines of familiarity, the people they know. The only time they can vote for a person who is not very prominent and familiar is if that very familiar person and very prominent person uses bad language, undermines another person. And I want to give a very good example. The reason unto why, because I am in Meru County, the reason unto why Kiraito Murongi lost the other election, it was not because of party. He lost because he used very bad language the last minute. He actually said that votes are never casted, votes are counted. And in his voting career or in his leadership career, he has never lost a single election. So he can't even lose this one. Very angry with that. And they actually said they are going to embarrass him with a woman. And that is actually how the Meru governor was elected. So there are two things there. It was not, Kawera was not the very strong candidate. But the language of the masculine, the language and the masculinity of that leader created an opportunity for others. Now, the same scenario is happening in our country. You can hear me? KOT, you can hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Just proceed, please.
Okay. Yeah, the same scenario is happening in our country. The current lot of members of parliament has angered Kenyans. And majority of Kenyans don't want the arrogance with them in parliament. And I want to say here, this is not the last time we are going to see members of parliament making the citizens angry. We have another 2 years to go also. They will have that chest thumping and that arrogance to the end because they have the money. They feel they are on top of everything. I strongly feel there is going to be a sympathetic kind of voting for the Gen Z. And what I mean by the Gen Z is even the millennials or a young and new face of leadership. But that new face of leadership must stand out, must start coming out, because the current face of leaders is full of arrogance and Kenyans are tired with that. Actually, people are saying we don't need their money. And if they give us the money, we will vote for that other person who they want change. They want new faces. So my mobilization in this platform this evening is this one. Let anyone who feels that they can take up members of parliament or MCA, let them try and make themselves familiar with the ground. How do you do that? Because of interest of time, let me just use very little words and summarize that. Identify the table banking groups that are in your area. And it is high time, guys, we got out of town. Let us meet in the spaces, but we can also be in the spaces when we are in the village. Take time. I have been meeting boda guys in the shed anywhere. I stop the car. If I see five boda guys, I talk to them. I talk to them in the area that affect them so much in agriculture, because Meru is heavily agriculture. People get angry. People feel now, Mwangi, what are we going to do about this? Who is that person who is going to liberate us? And I tell them, we are behind a young leadership. But you see, we are also shy. We are not willing to take the front step or the front seat. We want to be behind, and we concentrate so much on the critics on social media. Let us be action-oriented leaders. And in as much as we are young, we can learn in our own way. We don't have to learn the old way, because nobody expected young people to be out there in the streets. It was not imaginable. So even the political arena this time round, it is favoring us. And people are saying they don't have to come with money. So please, my fellow young people, let us present ourselves, and it is not too early. Because already the sitting and the former stronger candidate for the either whatever seat, his name is already out there. We need to start hearing names being mentioned. Lastly, it's on about us having a structure. I strongly feel there are those people who feel like Morara is doing the wrong thing. I have never met Morara myself, but I'm a big supporter of him and what he's doing. I hate those people who are trolling him, because then they should fashion a certain way of leadership, and then we follow. The way I'm fashioning a certain way of leadership, and I'm having followers. I am going to places. I am not actually a Marian, but because I can speak both languages, Kikuyu and Meru, very fluently, I teach them in their language, and they listen to me because I know I don't want to rate myself so much, but I know I'm a good speaker. I can speak and people can listen to me. So I use that firmness and authority and talk to people about the punitive things this government is doing. And that way they ask me, and it is in Meru, would you mind being our member of parliament? So let us have a frontline people. And by the way, if you go that route, you may not even find yourself in difficulties with other people. But I wish to mobilize us in this platform, that whoever is for this cause, let you be known and seen by functioning as such. Leadership is not positional primarily. Leadership is functional. Let us function as so, and then we will get positional leadership. So that was my take. And then the last one, the final part of now that part of forming the structure, for those who are not for Morara and you are for probably change, I want to mobilize you and tell you Morara has a party inject. I feel I'm part of that. I wish you could have a party and tell us, and it has a direction of change. At one point in 2027, we will come together because remember, presidential votes are won by more than 50 plus one, I think something like that, and 25% of every county. But we need now to have people on the ground. That is what is going to change everything. And do not fear. So that is what I wanted to say. Thank you for this opportunity. God bless you.
Thank you so much for your contribution. You've really done well, and we've heard you. Esther, are you there? Esther. Esther. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, kindly talk to us.
Um, Good evening, good afternoon, good morning. I don't know where you're listening from, but I really appreciate KOT, Toria, Nothing, anyone who is present for making your time present here. I always say that this is a platform that has given us as Kenyans a place of freedom of speech, and we really appreciate X. Elon Musk, kudos. Personally, I think I've put on my timeline, that is on X, that the only team that I've seen they are really consistent with what we are doing, I've just said is Morara and KOT Sonko, because sometimes I just feel like previous speakers very bad when things are just being said just to divide attention, and we really need our country and our nation to be accountable of what they are doing. And for me, I would say no retreat, no surrender. We are not relenting. And personally, I know I'm a Kamba, but I'm a Kenyan right now. I would not say I'm a Kamba right now, because that Kamba has been misquoted wrongly, especially out of Kalonzo and the rest who are doing funny things. And I would say, as a team, we need to remain with our mission and vision. The politicians who have been presently, we are not going to involve them because they're just the same. I do not think there's any difference with them and the ones who are already present. Kalonzo has been there. We have Raila, whom a lot of people had entrusted him, and he did what he did. So I do not think whether Kalonzo is changing anything. And we need new faces, people who have not been in the system, and that is how we are going to change our country. Personally, I'm looking into how we are going to ensure IBC is back into its system, and once that is present, because I can see Ruto is really looking into many things on how we can be ruling our nation country, Kenya, for many years. He doesn't want to get out of power. He wants to retain that power, which is against our constitution, because it's 2 terms. Right now is looking into maybe 7 years of term, and even in getting a prime minister. There's a lot that is ongoing about what Ruto is looking into. But I would say us as citizens, we are not going to wait that to happen when we are watching. So that is only thing that I had to submit, that we are not relenting and we are here until we see our country back, because Gen Alpha is coming and we are hoping that they will find a system that is put into that is good fit for them. Asante sana.
Okay, welcome. We are not relenting, we are not retreating, we are not going to surrender. We keep pushing. We need a better tomorrow, and we all need the best for our country. We don't want to live as slaves. Yeah. Suju, you've been here for a while. Go ahead, please. Suju, please. Suju, are you there?
You can hear me?
Yeah, very loud and clear. And Ian, kindly mute your mic. So Suju, go ahead, please.
I'm very grateful for this space. And my name is Suji Rivaldo Otieno from Migori County. I'm still a student, third year student. So I want to appreciate the creator of this forum for what he has done. You see, me sometimes I look at this country and it's like sijui hata tunaishi wapi. Yeah, juzi our MPs, you saw them how they behaved when a concurrent matter with the no help for the nation was brought to the parliament, and you see how they walikuwa wanakimbia kunini. All of them were there, only the few were not there. So when I saw that, I was disturbed. But on the other hand, the Adan deal is going. On the other hand, this SHA is going. On the other hand, we are suffering. Somebody like me, my portal usijui nini ilifanyika, scholarship haionyeshi, help haionyeshi. So I like how the young people have come to speak and the freedom of this nation through the constitution. So with me, according to me, I have my own foundation of the youth at our home in Migori, in a constituency called Suna East. I think you people know me, Junet. But the Junet Muhammad is my MP, that parrot MP who speaks more but is doing nothing absolutely. So we as the people of Suna East, specifically a ward known as Gojope ward, we had come together and we had formed a youth forum whereby we want to pick a young person absolutely under 30 to run for an MCA seat. We want to start from the ground place, because hiyo ya juu Juneta ameweka watu wake na magusi nini, so hiyo tunakuja polepole. So when we form the foundation, I'm sorry, my phone is going off. Please. Toria, may you pardon me, I plug my SIM.
Okay. No problem.
Thank you. May somebody continue a little bit?
Okay, General, kindly go ahead. General, kindly. General, are you there? General, you've opened your mic. Okay, go ahead, kindly.
Yeah, so what I want to tell our fellow patriots, like, this is a long way to go, and it requires very many things. First thing, we must be patient, because patience, it carries a lot of things. And the second thing I can talk about is integrity, because if we are moving on, we must move on with people we trust. And one person I trust that I've always supported movement from the day, if you remember June 25th, I always allowed my brother KOT for all that happened because we were there on the ground and we knew, we saw what happened. So, brothers, I want to tell you, like, brothers and sisters, there's a lot. This movement is going on, but you must know that the government is against this movement by all means, because this is the only way. X-Space is the only way that the government feels like it is threatened, because this is the only way, like, people are getting information that they have never had in their life. So we must stand firm, and most importantly, we must be united. Unity will carry the day. That's why I always believe in my brother KOT. KOT, if one person, if you want to trust in a revolution, I'll call KOT, like, you must be in the front line. So there are a lot of things that are happening on the ground, but we, as far as we have moved up to now, there are a lot of intimidations. There are a lot of the abductions we have seen happening. When they released the 3 guys that were arrested from Kitengela, it was the KOT that made the noise. And we must just continue. There's no despairing. The far we have moved on, it is just sticking to ourselves and moving on with the same agenda, and there's no despairing. So, brothers, what I can just give as a last submission is that you guys, we have a clear vision, and a clear vision is that we have bad governance, and bad governance is this guy called William Ruto. This is the enemy of progress. The people who like him just like him because of his tactics in politics, but in leadership it is zero. So because if it is zero, he must create each and every way to prove to this society that we are fighting to educate the civic education. We are always talking about civic education, taking it to the ground to tell the people on the ground that it is like this and like this. But William Ruto knows how to go to those people we are working to meet and manipulate them. So it is our responsibility, each and every person who is here. If you get a chance to talk in space, also have a chance to meet people on the ground and tell them the reality on the ground. Because this is what the government is afraid of. If we reach on the ground and we tell these people the truth, that's why you hear of arrests, intimidations, abductions, and whatsoever. So it's our responsibility. It's in a good way, it is like a sacrifice. You must sacrifice ourselves, because it is this is a movement and a revolution, and no one who benefits from the bad governance always look forward to see a revolution, and we are bringing it, and there's no giving up. We are moving on in this journey. We are moving. We have betrayers. We will.
Hello, are you done, the general? Are you done? Hello?
General, I think we lost you. And kindly, kama umeongea drop.
Unless we'll have to go to
Give,
the bed with the
give me
instrumentals.
time.
They are
It's
the
my turn to speak.
instrumentals. But as much as we are focused, I know we are heading there, but not all of.
Hello.
Yes, can I speak?
Kindly, can we have some decorum? People came here earlier. You can't just pop in and you skip the queue. So let's have Mweru next, please. Mweru Ndovu, then Magoiga. Oh my God. Yeah, Magoiga.
Hey, Tori, I'm so happy to see you back. I got to a point I wasn't seeing you on space. I was like, oh my gosh, you better be okay. um, I think,
Thanks. Thanks for checking up. I was really in a bad situation, but I'm back. We keep injecting.
yeah, welcome. So anyway, I have a few things I wanted to say, but there's one particular thing that I believe that as we proceed with these spaces and we go to different spaces, like I do, I call myself a space grasshopper. but my goal is to learn and take notes. So there's a few things a few points that were raised in the last couple of days or week rather. And one major point I wanted to highlight on is something nothing has been pushing on. Uh, she proposed this about a week ago, and she said that as we continue with these spaces, so that we avoid being spread out and so split up when we have issues, we can easily identify people who have a passion for one particular issue, and then we delegate that task to focus on that to them. And then weekly, we can have us, or even if it's maybe bi-monthly, we have a space where people just come in and update us on and follow up on certain issues. So the way she proposed it was, so the major issues we're facing, we have agricultural issues happening, we have the Adani issue happening, we have police brutality issues happening, and we can't even forget that we have also a constitutional issue happening where Omondi proposed the reform. All these things are things that we need to be paying attention to. We have to learn to multitask. So I really wanted us to focus on that and try to build on that too, and sort of find a way to, as we proceed with these conversations, we identify people, and we create like a committee. So on to structure. 2 months ago when I started speaking in spaces, I proposed this, and I said we need structure. We need structure in the sense that now that you've seen the senior politicians want to join the movement, if we have structure, we can engage them with our own terms, because we have such structure to where we have established a code of conduct. We have established our own ideologies, and we can set the boundaries and the rules. At the moment, let's be realistic. What is happening in the movement? The movement is progressing naturally, but let's not. I mean, personally, my observation. This is my personal opinion. It seems from my own perspective, it's very brittle, very vulnerable, and to me, it's appearing to fracture slowly. It's fracturing. And when I listened to Cosmo being interviewed in one of his recent interviews, he said something that I took note of. I actually wrote that down. His point was simple. He's like, why do they keep coming after me? It's like they own me. I never signed a contract with them. So when I listened to that, it brought me back to the structure we need to establish, in a sense that we need to turn this into a lesson. How do we go about establishing structure for this movement? Because inevitably speaking, people are going to be bought. They will. People are going to be bought. Politicians are going to try and come into this movement. Do we all need to work together? Yes. But as a movement, can we establish something, some structure that is so firm that they know before they even try to come and even have a conversation with you? We have already emailed them our rules for what we want, what we expect, and this is what we are not going to condone. Because let me say something. After observing what happened with the MPs the other day, quite frankly, I haven't been able to sleep for the last 2 days. I actually have changed my perception and approach to this, to a very radical approach. That for me, going forward, my drive is the fact that Ruto is going to be in power for 30 years. After the whole MP thing happened, I reached out to my uncle. My uncle is 82 years. So he experienced colonization, and thank God he's been alive to see all this happen. He was in politics during Kenyatta and slightly during Moi, but he had to leave the country, but now he's back in Kenya. And I just wanted to pick his brains and understand what his perspective is about what is going on. And he told me, I love the Gen Z movement. I love it. This reminds me of when we were fighting colonization back in the day. But I think they have one blind side. We're blindsided on one thing, that we're not seeing this wrecking ball that is coming. He said, sometimes you can only see beyond your own experience, your own age, and beyond what you're reading. But he said, they need to understand that these men, To him, he looks at he calls them kids because they're young to him. He calls them kids. This man crafted deals back in the day. Deals. Like, if I get to this position, I'll bring you in this. And he actually said something that is actually very practical. He asked me, look at right now, Raila and Ruto are on the same bed, right? So what does that tell you? The people that voted for Raila and Ruto, their votes have been combined. You essentially just voted for Ruto. So he warned me and he said, just ask them, tell them to continue with the momentum and the energy and the power they're having. But they need to be wary. There's a big wrecking ball that is coming. And he said, and I agree with him. We're already in a dictatorship right now. So we're already in a dictatorship. And it's a very crucial moment to where we have to cast our sentiments, our reservations about people aside, and realize that we all need to come together for this to work. The mission is Ruto must go. The mission is Ruto must go. We are having issues in our own movements already. Personally, I don't know any of you on a personal basis. I don't even live in Kenya. A lot of these things that are afflicting most people don't affect directly the people who are in the diaspora, and a lot of these politicians, they don't affect them in any way. So my proposition from a very, very humble place, I want us to learn to work with each other. But there's a lady who comes here, and like I said, I take notes of the things that strike me so I can go back and think about them. There's a lady who comes here, her Redemptor, and she keeps reminding us that this removing Ruto is going to entail every single generation coming together. So as much as we're upset, we have reasons to hate people, to have reservations with people, we have to learn to work together. And I keep saying here, yes, I support Morara, but we don't know what Morara will be like when he gets the power he's seeking. You don't know. So let's find a way to cast aside our reservations. I was in two spaces the last 2 days with Tony Gashoka, and personally, I am a very neutral person because I said I don't know anybody and I'm not affiliated with anybody. But if people want to come and talk to you, let them come and talk to you, but you set the terms. By saying you don't want to talk to people, it doesn't solve anything. Let me put this in a very simple way. For the guys here who are employed, we all screw up as employees. Your boss does not fire you on the spot. It's a process. He calls you, he warns you. It's a process. So we have to learn to negotiate. Per se, that is what I'm trying to say here. So yeah, I mean, I do have a lot I want to say, but I think the one thing we have to understand is these guys in these political scenes, it's like a boys' club, quite frankly. The whole IEBC not running because Kalonzo is basically the one that filed suit. It is a boys' club. They are trying to prove that they have some form of power. But let's figure out how we can work with them. I'm not saying that they need to become a part of the movement. And if anybody had known me or listened to me previously, I said, had we structured this thing, they don't even need to be a part of the movement, and we don't even need to negotiate with them. They can become our consultants. We pay them, they give us ideas, and the story ends there. If that is as far as you guys want to take it, in the sense that you don't want any affiliation with any of these folks. But have we established structure? I don't believe so. The movement is going on. What have we accomplished so far as a movement after the protest from then to today? What have we accomplished? But look, Ruto, who is our enemy, in my own opinion, he keeps winning. All the punitive agendas he has, he is left, right, and center meeting his own agenda. But are we meeting our own agenda? So let's think in this regard, that the fact that we have a dictator who might be in office for 30 years. I mean, we have proof of that as an interest. There's a bill trying to extend his time, and it doesn't have a term limit. And then we realize the urgency of this situation. It needs to be an all hands on deck scenario. So how do we go about that? How are we going to structure ourselves? How are we going to create structure to where when we are engaged in conversations with some of these seniors that we don't like and we disrespect and we have issues against, how can we negotiate with them? Anyway, that's all. Thank you. Is anybody speaking? Do you hear me? I don't hear anyone.
So thank you very much. Um, can someone hear me? Hello. Okay. I start by greeting all of you, and let me first of all express my disappointment to this government. I'm a resident of Embu, and I think we need to have a structure that is going to guide us in as far much you've seen what has been happening in this country. You know, we need to be much of being informed, um, informed of uh, what is happening in the government, and um, what is it we're supposed to do. We as young generation. I am that kind of person that believes that Ruto must go, and we have been sidelined for many years, and part of what we are saying is that we cannot continue being in the sidelines, and we've seen what has been happening, the abductions, the the killing, everything that is happening in this country. We can see it very clearly, and it is high time we come and have a structure that we can move with. Also, we need to realize we need to take a step forward of these opportunists. And I've seen of late we have many opportunists that are coming on this side of Gen Zs, so that they can have their own advantage. They are coming there for their own benefit, so that they can use us, we as Gen Z, to maybe to get them into power. Then after that, they forget us. So this is high time we realize. I, being part of those people who are supporting Morara, I am happy with what Morara is doing. But should we have a structure? Because we know what we need to have agency, or rather a president. We need to have 50+1, and let us have structures that when it comes to 2026, 2027, we'll combine our all efforts and form a government that is going to bring change. I am an advocate of change. I
Is
believe
the
it
space
is
still going on?
I'm through.
Anybody, host or the co-host, kindly cue people up.
Yeah, I think they have maybe network issues, I think.
Hello, good evening, Toria. Coach Sonko, can you hear us?
Can the people who can be able to talk and give back mic to other people, because I think the co-host
Okay,
and the host are not receiving.
okay, let me just try to give my view
Yes,
on.
nani ananiita?
Yeah, yeah,
Uh,
we haven't been hearing
you
from
have
you.
been quiet.
Oh, nilikuwa nimeondoka kidogo but I'm back.
Right.
So we are managing
Yeah,
ourselves.
it was like
Can I
five
continue?
minutes or so. It just hanging up.
Can I continue?
I think I was the next person who was
Okay,
supposed
okay,
to
then
speak
I'll leave it for you.
after
Okay.
Mweru. Can I go ahead?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead, please.
Right. Thank you very much, Tori and co-host KOT Sonko for hosting this space. It's very interesting that we are still interested in saving our nation and bringing some new governance and new things in our country. I've been thinking of this thing, and we need to be realistic. Murwad actually he talked a lot about being realistic and being real. Like, we cannot be just saying we want this, but in actual sense we're not doing what is supposed to be done. Like, we cannot say we want to be MPs, we want to be MCA, and all those kind of things. We want to be presidents, and then you're not doing what you're supposed to do. You're not forming structures. You're not forming anything, and like, you're not registering people. Like, if you want to become an MP, you have to go in the ground. You have to go to the ground, mobilize people, register people, get your people, and talk to them, and come with a list. Even tell us, like some of the members here have shared. Tell us, I have these people, and even in our spaces here, we can register people that we know. We have this number of people, like we have 2 million or 3 million youths who are revolutionaries. They are for us here. We have to register these kind of things, because we cannot have if we have a journey, we have to have a bus, we have to have a driver, we have to have a co-driver and the passengers. But what do we have at the moment? What do we have at the moment so that we can get this journey? I've been I've participated in election for some two elections, and I can tell you there is a lot of things that are involved during elections. We can be saying, no, 2027 we're gonna take this thing up, and then we'll find out Ruto is back there in power, and we come back here again to talk on the space how to remove him again. These are things that we will not want to happen. So what can we do to make this, what we are talking, reality, to make it real, to make to out him out, to make him out? So we need to get structures, we need to get drivers, we need to get passengers on board. You need to get co-drivers so that this thing can happen. And people die, people kill each other to get power. People rig election, people fight, people do a lot of things. All these things are pressures that we expect to get. So when you come here on space and we start attacking each other, these are things that happened. They have they are not new things. They are things that happen. Those who know our history in our country, people have died looking for power and pushing for good governance and pushing for revolutions. People have died. People have killed each other. People have fought. So all these things are there, and we need to arm ourselves. We need to to gear ourselves to know that all these things will come on our way. So we need not to be cry or to be cry babies or what. We need to fight on and to be strong, to go ahead and be on the forefront, pushing for what we want. I'll land for now so that someone else can come in. And another thing is we need everybody on board. Let us not uh, try to out other people. Whoever want to come on board and whoever want to be with us and is for us, and we know that they are really for the revolution. Let them come in. Let them join, and we join their hands, and we be strong in the movement. Thank you very much.
Can I come in now? Can anybody hear me? Okay, okay. I
Can I
think.
the next speaker speak, please?
Okay, okay.
Anyone who have the mic.
I have it now. Okay, I want to from where just General has just left it. I'm not a Gen Z, I'm a boomer. But so we have some experience. Generally, another explosion of what happened on 25th is a bit difficult to achieve now. So it has to be a strategy now. Now, first, I want to take a bit of history experience. I've also been involved in so many elections because I'm not young, but about the youth. My experience with the elections, usually when you see people lining up, you never see that the Gen Zs, they are never there. Like my experience with the last election, the one of 2022, I come near Maseno. So when I took my boy there to go and pick ID, I found thousands and thousands of IDs. And these IDs were students of the university. Most of them were for students of universities who are registered that time. But it's like, unfortunately, they were not picked because election, the college was closed. But and again, even if it was students, you never see the youth. Those who see on the line queuing, they're usually 35 and going. So that means now strategy has to change. First thing I would request the youth to do is to chase what we call identity card. Have it. Forget about IBC. If anything, you should have ID. And again, in X spaces where people do meet, okay, having followers do not mean that they are Kenyan. Some of them are from outside. They are not even Kenyans. So having so many followers does not mean that your message reaches Kenyans, or like Morara has so many. It does not mean those followers are really Kenyans. Now, how do we propagate this information, what we are talking here, to ground? Ground is a different story altogether. When they say kwa ground kitu ni tofauti, ni kweli kabisa. This is some of them are not, they just know the local politics. So I think the strategy, I would ask, like who was talking, Mweru. When Mweru talked, I think we should put forums where we discuss. If it is IBC, we could get people who are versed in that topic and bring people to talk about IBC. IBC itself, there's what we call the infrastructure, like county returning officers. If you look at the permanent employees in that office, the county, almost half of them are from one community. So that also needs to change. When we are talking about IBC, it should not just be the commissioners only. It should be looked as a whole. Who are these people? Because that IBC is where Ruto put his hand. The infrastructure, the permanent employees, is where he made sure he put his hand there. So we should have people discuss different politics in different forums, so that you can strategize. Another thing on Morara movement, Morara, like people are saying, Morara should have. You should have so many Moraras. One maybe around Mombasa, another one. Then one day when it's a meeting of all, one from the coast area, regional Moraras, please. So for now, I'd advise that I'll leave it at that point. Maybe others can continue. Is anybody out?
Yeah, we are. Thank you.
Or I wasn't audible.
No, we had you, Mr. Africanized.
People are asleep. I think maybe you are tired. Eh?
Oh my God. Thanks so much for your contribution. Please, Ebu, as we wind up, kindly take 3 minutes each as we wind up, by the way. Who was next? Mkenya umeongea? Mkenya ni mweu? Wait, Mkenya mwekundu. Mkenya mred umeongea? Hayuko. Winter Brian, umeongea? Winter, are you there? Winter Brian, are you there? Okay, General, ebu ongea nikidropa wenye wako. Wait, Mweru unanisikia?
Yeah.
Me, I can hear you.
Okay, what's up? General unisikii? Okay, Alan, ebu tumalizi yako.
Thank you. Asante sana, nothing. I wanted to just reply to Kenyan lady because alinitaja pale before when she was talking. So I had said yes. Shida ni tuko nayo hapa kwa hii chama ya Morara ni that Morara is there but there are no people under him. You don't need a lot of people. We just need a very small team of party officials. Hiyo ndio kitu Morara hana, because at the end of the day you need all the counties. You need all the counties and they are 42. So see that we need a lot of people. We need those 42 people who will be county officials for the parties in the county offices for those parties. Then those guys, it will be their job to give us the around 900 people who will cover all the political seats. So MCA, women's rep. If you add all those seats together, it just comes, it's actually less than 900. It's like 800 and something. So you don't need a huge, ginormous party. You need 42 county officials, and each county to have people who will run for those seats for that county. Hiyo tu. Then once you have that, Kenyans will know we are voting for these 800 people. Na tukienda kwa ballot, we are ticking inject. Because our voting system by itself is designed to be rigged. Because when you say these cops who are shooting us are the same people who will guard the ballot box, and we know they are in Ruto's pocket. When you say huyu commissioner wa IBC ndio atatuambia result, and we know he was bought previous election by Ruto. When you say tutatumia server ambayo baba amegongwa nayo 2 times ikamufinya, we know the odds are against us. So what we need to do is guard our votes with our lives. Basically, that is what we need to do. We have to be ready to die to make sure, one, any ballot paper that is ticked by a Gen Z, itafika Bomas. So definitely we have to follow those vehicles that will carry those ballot boxes, because what Ruto will attempt to do, he will attempt to do a mid-transportation swap, which is how elections have been stolen before in Kenya. Number 2, we need to have an agent for every voting station when it comes to election day. If you don't have an agent in that station, 34A will be cooked. Because Ruto has the funds and he'll put people in every station and he'll be ready to pay the official who will be in that station to cook 34A. So if that guy can be bought and 34A can be cooked, there's nothing you will tell the Supreme Court after the fact, because the 34A will be the evidence. And Baba even lost an election very recently because the 34As were cooked and he couldn't prove in court that 34A is wrong, because once it's signed, it's signed. Kama official wa hiyo county alisema hiyo 34A iko sawa, na hiyo figure inafanana na ile figure kwa server, because IT guys pia wamenunuliwa. They are backing each other up there, so there's nothing you'll prove in court. So we need, first of all, the 42 county officials and the 42 inject party offices. Then once you have that, you have who will now run in that county. We have this guy, he wants to be MCA, pea yeye akimbie. Then how do you make sure this guy is not a crook? You make sure anyone who joins inject party and assign agreement. Inaitwaje? Your work contract, that they cannot betray the party, and there are some things they are expected of them if they join the party. So the integrity clauses become party policy. You can't join the party if you're a crook. So you have to sign this document here saying, if at any day you decide to become a crook, us as the party will remove you, not even the government. and you have it in writing, and they sign that thing. So they bind themselves even before they campaign. This is how elections are done in serious countries. If you go and run for parliamentary seat mahali kama Norway, chama ndio kusema. So kama hiyo chama it's a right party or it's a leftist party, you have to follow leftist principles. Huwezi ingia kwa leftist party then you start going to parliament to push right bills. Chama ndio itakutoa, hata haitafika kwa impeachment. Chama yenyewe itakugrab ikurudishe, iseme you are not following the principles of that party. And that's why when you see parties abroad, they have parties based on principles. Kama ni libertarian party, they have libertarian principles, and that's what formed the party. If it's a labor party, hiyo chama imejaa watu wa atuoli type. That's how they make parties abroad. But hapa Kenya watu wanatengeneza party na chama. We don't have principles. We don't have a manifesto basically when we make a party. Unataka tu party ni ya wakale, party ni ya lawyers. That's how we are making parties. Party kama Ford Kenya, surely it's a very tribal party, and it's one of the oldest parties in the country. But I was just looking to answer a Kenyan lady because she asked when I said chama ya Morara ina watu under Morara, how will we go about it? So that's exactly how they need to go about it. You don't need a lot of people. You need less than 1,000 people. Even in this call, we probably have enough people to support Morara. You just need a very compact, very well organized party. Then you attack the constitution direct. Because the constitution doesn't need a lot of things. It needs a party, it has a branch in every county, it has people running for the tickets. That's it. The Parties Act is very straightforward. So it's not rocket science, and it doesn't need a lot of people. It just needs very direct, very organized planning. That's it. Thank you.
Alan, we have got 47 counties. I don't know why you stuck to 42.
Yeah, you don't actually need 100% victory. You just need majority.
Okay, KOT. Marvin, are you there? What? Mabonga? Emma.
Naweza kuwa amelala.
Ako shughuli. General. Aha. Mweru, hebu tuambiako kitu tukifunganga.
Oh, no, me, I agree with the two speakers just spoke. And I really love listening to the speaker, Mr. Africanized, because, you know, the fact that he's a boomer is presenting an angle that most of us really possibly have not even really focused on. And I do agree with him that we need to have different Moraras. And as we identify them, we back them up. Me personally, I would like to highlight on one person that I have identified. The speaker here who was talking, Mwangi Wanyanya. I listened to him previously speak in a space, and let me just reiterate something here before people misunderstand me. I sort of want to take the focus away from somebody like Mariah, honestly, and we can start by highlighting people who are probably even doing bigger and better things than him. So I would like to brag on Mwangi Wanyanya for what he's doing on the ground. I listened to him in a space, and this is like the fourth time I've listened to him. And the first time he spoke, he went into detail about how he's doing the civic education. And the fact that he's in agriculture, we know we have issues going on in agriculture and bills that have been introduced in parliament. And from my understanding from him speaking, he elaborated on how he is actually doing the civic education and teaching farmers and educating farmers about some of these bills and how the people they have in office, like the MPs, the governor, how they're not representing them. I wish he can come back on the speaker panel and sort of elaborate on that, because I felt like when he spoke today it was sort of vague and people did not quite get a full picture of the kind of work he is doing on the ground. So as we continue, once again, I'll say I like the whole idea of we identify people's strongholds and we nurture that. If we have 4 key issues going on, we find 4 people and let them focus on that. And then after that, we come together and we collaborate on how we can find solution or whatever. You know what I mean? So I don't have much to say today. My encouragement is, as much as we have a movement going on, I don't know for a fact if we actually do have anything in terms of documentation. Personally, I believe that every relationship you get into is a contract. A marriage is a contract. A friendship is a contract. Except in friendships, we don't sign certificates like in marriages. So when we get upset that people are deciding that, you know what, as a person, this movement is not working for me, and they do have they're at liberty to switch because they're not bound by any form of a contract with you. So in essence, what I'm saying is, me personally, as long as I don't have a legal contract binding you to me, you're still at liberty to do whatever you want to do. So when we talk about structure, I think we should steer and pedal this conversation in that direction. How, that is something we'll need to figure out. Yeah, but I agree with what the 2 previous speakers said. Like, for instance, I live in the US and now we have an election. Unless you're an independent candidate, there's no way you're going to see somebody who is voted in as a Democrat deciding to go in bed with the Republicans, especially if they're the majority leader of an opposition party. For instance, look at what Raila did. Now he's in bed with Ruto. What does that mean? So, yeah, there's so much we need to do. But yeah, we're in agreement on so many things. And the common enemy is Ruto. My enemy is not Kasmua because he chose to switch. The enemy is Ruto. My enemy is not Morara because he might be bought or whatever. As far as I'm concerned, he has a right to do whatever he wants to do. But the enemy is Ruto here. And I actually did some research here. What are the signs of a dictatorship? How do you know that your president is a dictator? Because now I'm obsessing about this. Because I think the fact that we are not addressing some issues with this in mind. The one thing that came up when I just randomly Googled, it said a dictator uses violence and fraud to get into office. Ruto used violence and fraud. I don't need to elaborate on that. And then the 3 key properties and the 3 key signs of your president or leader is a dictator, according to Google, they use intimidation. He's been using that quite often. They use terror. Then once they've done that, then they start suppressing civil liberties. He's already doing that. So, fact of the matter is, he's a dictator. How long is he going to be in power? Question mark. My honest expectation is we're not even, actually, my approach is going to be extreme, but we should not have an election. We should expect he'll be in office he's 57 until he dies. He might die, maybe, let's say life expectancy of men is like 78. So we should calculate this and realize he's probably going to be in office for 30 years until we figure out a way to do something about this and understand the urgency of the current situation in Kenya.
Wow, thanks sana Mwero. Bana, saa yenye tunaenda kulala ndo mnakuja. Sawa tu, acha niwapee mkuje. So, General, actually I've been calling you for long hadi ikabidi ni kudrop. Please talk to us and be short. Tunaenda kulala. Masaa ni machache, mambo ni mengi.
I'm here, and we shouldn't sleep this early because the country is heading to the wrong direction. We should be awake all the night, according to
Yeah, we should be awake, lakini unaelewa watu kama Mabonga na sisi Gen X tuko pale ground. Kesho pia tunataka kuingia space, you know.
So guys, what I can say, like, it's this a good end. Like, we are moving to the right direction, and what I like is this unity and how we come together to do this stuff, and we are not going to be stopped any sooner because we are firm. And what I always like with it, that's why I call myself a general, because you have to be firm in anything going revolution. Everyone has to be firm, that you must have to be firm with your stand. That's why we have brothers who are coming to spearhead this revolution. We have Morara. Apart from Morara, we also have very many activists who are doing this stuff to make it happen. So what we want here, like, for us to fight this guy, this guy, according to what he believes in, he always believes in himself. That's why some decisions he just make by himself, and he doesn't even regret what decision he makes, because he always tend to believe that he's the master. But what he forgets, that we are the author of the book, that the books that he reads about revolution. So we as a revolutionists, let us just stick together. Let us be firm. Let us be focused in everything we are doing. Because the only headache that this guy has right now is the movement. There's no opposition. There's no Raila that is giving this guy a headache. Raila is already in the box. Raila is already a slay queen, slaying around his bed, waiting for anything that comes around in terms of a you there, which we don't care because it can't help us. We can't say that even if Raila gets the EU post, how will he help Africa? And Africa, almost all the countries depend on external borrowing, and it's not external borrowing from Africa itself. It is from the West, or we go. It is from the West, or we are in America, or United Kingdom. So our opposition is gone. The only opposition that is starting right now that is giving this guy headache is this movement. So this movement, if we are the only headache to the government, the only thing we can do, we just have to be firm. And firmness means that to be firm comes with action, because action always speaks louder than words. Don't come here to watch me speaking so that you can send me somewhere to be traced, to be tracked, or whatsoever. That one can't work if you mean well for this nation, because this nation will not only depend on you. You are also someone's son. The guy who gave birth to you is almost regretting why he gave birth to you, because of the current situation of this nation. So for us to make this nation a better nation, because you will sire kids, and you also like those kids to have a good life. I'm talking now on behalf of Gen Zs now, because most of us hatuna watoto, hatujafika hapo, na hata tunashangaa kaa tutaoa ama hatutaoa, but ni God. But as much as we are now, sisi pia ni watoto wa mtu mwingine who always pray that we have a good life. So for us to have a good life with this current situation, how things are going, reckless leaders, people who don't reason. If you see someone like Oscar Sudi going to the parliament and making decision, you wonder, even you should wonder wherever you are, which direction are we heading to? We are not. I always say that Uhuru alikuwa anakunywa pombe, ndio maana kijana mwingine anaongeanga Jacaranda grounds. I always like him, anasemanga like rais wa kwanza alikuwa mlevi, wa pili mlevi, wa tatu mlevi, wa nne mlevi, wa tano mlevi. Huyu mtoto wa Jesus Christ, huyu brother wa Jesus Christ mwenye amekuja akunywi hata aonji yote, hata sigara avuti sigara, but huyu sasa ndiye ametuweka kwa pali pengine mpaka tunashangaa walevi ni wakina nani, mpaka kila mtu anashangaa si basi tukue na president mlevi, because decisions zinamekiwa kwa church. Bibi yake ni pastor, tukienda tena kwa bibi ya deputy president pia ni pastor. So tunashangaa kwani kanisa ndio kuna scam? This is the first time kwa history ya Kenya yenye scam. Ya kwanza imekuwa ni kwa government yenye watu wote wameokoka. Ruto anasema ameokoka, Gachagua pia amesema aliacha pombe. So hawa jamaa pia huwezi waelewa, juu wote ni waongo. Gachagua ni mwongo, Ruto ni mwongo. So huwezi jua nani ni nani. It is better Uhuru alikuwa anakuja pale kwa speech akiwa zake zimeshika, ulikuwa unaelewa yenyewe rais wangu zake zimeriet, hii kitu amesema ni uongo. But huyu ni mtu ametoka kwa church 30 minutes ago, anakuja kukuambia uwanja wa Bungoma itajengwa high class, na tuko na Kasarani haijajengwa, na it has been there, but anaambia watu wa Bungoma, watu wa Manu, kuna game ya Manu na Arsenal, kuna derby ya Manu na Liverpool itakuja kuchezwa huko, ama Arsenal na Chelsea watakuja kucheza Bungoma, na unaona watu wa Bungoma bado wanapiga makofi, wanasema yeye yenyewe venye huyu jamaa anasema itafika. That's why I'm the person even who brought the motion, like we have a president who is mentally incapacitated, na uzuri imeenda kwa court. There are people who are going to challenge the president court. The president is not mentally upright. The deputy president also is not mentally upright, because Gachagua akona personality disorder, Ruto mwenyewe akona schizophrenia, na akona schizophrenia alafu akona kitu tunaita lie disorder. Unajua in real life, if you want to lie, the lie is only allowed twice in a day. You can only lie twice in a day. Unaweza lie asubuhi useme ulikuwa unataka pesa ya fare na si fare unakuja, alafu jioni useme unarudi na hujarudi, na hiyo ni, but Ruto is lying more than 20 times in a day. So that's also a mental disorder. So we have two people who are fighting mental disorder. We need to take these people, even apart from impeachment. Ruto and Gachagua should be in Mathare, segregated, given a VIP treatment in Mathare for more than 4 months. As we Gen Zs, we focus like where did we go wrong? Because for you to elect someone who is mentally not upright, even you need also to be investigated. Anyone who voted this guy, these guys also need to be taken to Mathare for mental assessment. Because as a country now, we don't have a direction. Because one point you hear a president waking up saying that JKIA has been hosting 7 million travelers, but that it has expanded. Now, because of expansion, now the government need to seek a foreign investor to come and expand the airport. And we as citizens, we have not complained and even said that the tax you are collecting from us is enough. Get someone from outside to source this so that the airport can be built. And the airport is going, by the way. The Adanis have been living in this country, and they have been negotiating these deals, and things are going on. And you think you can? I'm telling you, man, Kenyans, 60% of us are not mentally okay. If you always have anyone having an ID card and you have attained the age of 18 and above, just call yourself mentally unstable, including your president. No one is unstable. No one is stable mentally in this country because of the decisions we make and things that are happening. And those are things we cannot allow. We as revolutionists, and we are people fighting, and because we want the good things for this country, these are things we must not allow. And we cannot let them go on. I'm telling this for fact. I'm telling you saw stupidity that happened yesterday. Me, I don't support Gachagua. If I see you, by the way, saying that Gachagua was only opposed by 44 MPs, and you celebrate the 44 MPs as heroes. Who are the heroes? Do you tell me someone like Salashe, who is mentally unstable, ati amekuwa among the 44 heroes? How do you celebrate the 44 heroes? We either make our stand, useme kama tuna support this movement to bring revolution in Kenya, or you are still tied to your tribal stereotype. These are not jokes. We are just being I talk my mind because I'm a general and I know what I've passed through. I know this country in and out. I've been in the country. I've been in this nation as a student. I've been in this nation as serving nikivaa kofia na iko na crown. So I know what I talk about. I'm someone who pended this signature nikasema ujinga kama hii sitaki. But ukiniambia sahi we are saying Ruto must go. Ruto must go means Ruto's presidency. President and deputy president. Si tena nikitoa deputy president unaanza kulia ati deputy president alikuwa mzuri. That one you don't mean well for this movement, and you need to go home. You are mentally unstable. We need people who are mentally upright. Mi Gachagua ameenda nimefurahi. Si bradangu, is not my mother, is not my brother, is not my relative. Even I don't care whether he comes from, because these are the people derailing our economy. The next thing we should be fighting for, we have chased the deputy president. The next thing is the president. But ukianza kulia hapo tena tu wameifukuza deputy president, where is your stand? Tell us your stand. Usitubebe hapa hivi kama sisi ni ile kitu umebeba huko nyuma. We need to be firm. Kama ni revolution is revolution. Revolution is bringing bad leadership to the ground. But we sasa tumetoa deputy president na tunaanza kutuambia mlima. Which sisi unasikia watu huko Nyanza wanasema the people from the lake. Aya, Lake Victoria isiguzwe, mlima isiguzwe. Sasa tunaenda wapi? Guys, let's be honest about this revolution. If we don't want this revolution, we sit down. Tuseme basi imetushinda. Because you cannot be one person uko inject na next person tena uko UDA. Uko UDA aje na uko revolution. Ama uko ODM aje na bado uko kwa revolution. Na hata we si registered member wa UDA ama we si registered member wa ODM. Where's your stand? Kama una stand, keep quiet.
Omera, sawa sawa. General, tumekusikia, tumesikia hiyo maneno. But you've really spoken very well. Na sijui leo Real Joe umenyamaza aje. Baraka, you guys, I don't know what you're doing hapo chini. Real Joe, kwani ulifungwa mdomo? Hebu panda na huku. Yeah, umeongea vizuri and I'm glad. Mrima isiguzwe, Victoria isiguzwe, sijui wapi. Kenya ni yetu sisi wote na Kenya ni home. But then let me tell you, despite like hata hiyo Mrima iguzwe ifanye nini, bado sisi wote niliwaambia one thing. Next time tunaletewa bill ya ku breathe. Mnaona sasa hivi venye mabills zinapitishwa. Haya. Bill ya breathing iko loading. Ngojeni tu mtasikia sahi kupumua ni bill ishapitishwa. Ukipumua mara 7 uko ndani. So, acha nipea hao watu wameitisha mic nione Real Joe hapa. Guys, we need to stop like divisions. Let me tell you, we can only work this thing out by unity. Unaona unity? Unity ndio itatufanya to work this thing out. Divisions za hapa na pale nini kulienda kukawa paukwa sijui nini stories za jaba mingi. It won't work out. Stay focused. Mimi nitasema hivyo kila siku, day in day out. Oh my God. Mweru, go ahead. Real Joe, go ahead, please. Then Ruringi, go ahead after Real Joe, please. I'm about to drop my network. Iko na ufala.
Me, I'm just enjoying what General is saying. It's true. Yeah, we have a mental disorder. Yeah, I agree with the General. Yeah, we all have a mental disorder.
We all have a mental disorder. Okay. But then let me tell you this. Actually, there is in a constitution article yenye inasema if you suspect ama we think like the president akona hiyo mental disorder, we can take him for, sijui tunaweza muimpeach ama ebu I'll check on it. But the problem is wale manguruwe ziko pale state house ama ni parliament, wote ni watu ya Ruto. Hawezi mfanyia venye tunafaa kufanyiwa. So it's upon us sisi wenye tuko peke yetu tuchukue hii mambo kwa mikono yetu. Okay, Real Joy, hebu endelea please, I'll be back. Woi.
I think the article najaribu kusema ni article 145, removal from office of the president by impeachment. I think you are trying to refer to incapacitation, something like that maybe. Anyway, what General has said is just on point. I don't know what to add on to that. I didn't want to speak. I just wanted to listen in. But really, if we were for the movement and we are saying that we want Ruto out with the entire presidency, if Gachagua goes out, I mean, that is just one battle won. So I don't see the reason why some people should be disgruntled by Gachagua leaving, because otherwise there is no way to say Ruto must go, then they both go. No, there's no provision for that in our constitution. Our constitution talks about removal of president from office and also removal of deputy president from office. Of course, to remove a president from office, that is tall order. I mean, you would really require a lot of muscles to remove the president from office by impeachment. That cannot happen anytime soon. What the young people wanted is the president to resign, which again, William Ruto being William Ruto, he will never resign. But the impeachment of the deputy president, I mean, let that happen. I mean, that's not even our concern. It's not our problem. Let them cancel out each other. That's not our problem. So when Rigathi goes, that is a win. At least one of them has gone. And when the enemies are fighting, let them fight. That's not our problem. We need to just focus on the problems that we have as a people. The Adani things, the shisha, the shisha that is being brought to us to smoke, the things to do with the, actually, by the way, if you look at these issues vitu kama Adani, look at Adani, we are giving them a 94 billion contract. Then we are telling them we cannot afford 238 billion. So they are giving us 238 billion in return for 30 years of managing and running our airports and making profits out of it. And then on the other hand, we are giving them a contract of 94 billion. So where are our priorities as a country? That it is so wrong. How do we even do that? The same company, we are giving them money on one hand. On the other hand, we don't have money to make infrastructural development in our very valuable assets, and therefore we are giving them to run it for 30 years in exchange of only 238 billion. Doesn't make sense. So those are things that we are supposed to fight as a people. But most importantly, the direction that we follow in this movement is also very important. It is very critical that we have a sense of direction. I refuse, and I will say here, even though most of you might not subscribe to the same idea and might not like, I refuse to be part of a movement that our party that calls itself Inject. I can never subscribe to that kind of ideology. Let's have ideas that are supposed to bring our nation to life, not a wheelbarrow sort of ideology. We had a wheelbarrow ideology, then we cannot have an Inject ideology na logo ya shindano. I'm sorry, KOT, you are part of that movement, but I mean, me, I've never subscribed to that idea ever since it started. Okay, so we cannot be trying to change our country with the same methods that are being used to dismantle our country. We need to have, we need to be innovative as a people. We cannot have a country that is like, I don't know, but for me and my house, that idea of Inject, hiyo nani yenu mtakaa tu nayo, but I will not really discrediting that. Every other person has a right to their own ideas, agenda, and things like that. But we also need to have some focus. I need a leader. For me, I need to be led by someone I see vision in, someone I see focus in, someone I see some sense of responsibility in. Not I don't know. So I need a maturity in a leader. So I will not be coerced to follow a certain leader in a certain direction. Is what we've been doing all the years. And we've ended up having garbage for leadership. Okay? We are looking for a hero just because of a few skits, videos here and there. Then now we've created a hero out of someone. Then they end up going ahead and disappointing us. No, let's be patient. There's no rush into selecting a leader right now. Let's be patient. Let's solve matters at hand. Then in future, we can talk about what leadership looks like for us. So that is what I have to submit today. So I'm not against the movement. I'm not against anything. The movement is steadfast. Unfortunately, we've started branding each other in the movement as traitors, sellers, and things like that. It is part of what these people we are fighting against want us to do. They want us divided as possible. So we need to also look at how we stay united. That is very, very critical. We need to find how we stay united. We cannot have disruption
in this movement. I'm seeing very influential people post irresponsibly. I think that's the best term for it. They post irresponsibly. Mtu anapost vitu zake huku, Aoko anapost for her fans. I don't know, Gaido anapost for nani, Amerix akona yake huko. I mean, that is, if you think having a lot of followers translates to being an important person, you are wrong. You are deluded. In fact, you are not important. You are as unimportant as your followers who are supporting your lack of your naivety. So let us be objective. That is what I would want to see in a leader. I don't want a leader who will come and tell me, if you don't want to follow me, go. I don't want a leader who, after contributing money to, will come and tell me, I want to refund you back your money because you think, because you're asking for accountability. I don't want that. I want a mature person who can lead a country. I don't want someone, that's what I mean for leadership. So anyway, let me rest my case there. Thank you very much.
Toria, nimekuita mara ngapi Toria? Mr. Sonko, how are you? None of the hosts is here? The real speaker.
No, I'm here.
Oh, the real
Is
speaker?
my network right, or we have a problem?
No, I'm trying to find out if I'm being heard so that I don't talk to myself.
Or I can
We
continue
can
to
hear
make
you.
my
Just proceed
submissions.
kindly.
Yeah, go ahead.
Because I
I'm doing
support what
something.
my brother say, by the
I'll come
way.
back. Go ahead and make your submission.
Yeah, that's the way to go. You know, reality always
Thank you.
sometimes the reality always eats. This guy talks the truth because this is a movement. Hata tujafika karibu na mto wa Nyando huko, lakini unaona maneno ishakuwa mingi, like this person want to want this. Right now we are not fighting for political parties. That one must be understood. Me, I'm a general. Me, I talk my mind the way it goes. We are not fighting for which political party. What we are fighting for here, like one unity. We move together as a family. But tukianza hii maneno ati this side and this side, hii imetengenezwa ati hii na hii, alafu unaona ndio hizo shida zinatokea. Let's be realistic. This is a revolution, and revolution just need like more people that are united, and you are united with one common goal. There are very many people who are driving this thing, but we don't know their intentions. So there's no point that we ever said that for us to counter these people, we have to have a political party. That's false. That's I'll tell you in a broad daylight. That's a fallacy. It's a big fallacy to tell us that right now we need a political party, because if you bring a political party, you for registration will bring members, and if you start registering those members, that's where the problem will start. There are people who will feel that they have to own that stuff, and there are people who will feel that they have been left outside. I'm telling you the fact. We know these things with the parties. Hata hii ODM, unaona hii ODM imerani yenye sahii imekuwa violent, imekuwa Orange Democratic Violent. We know how it was formed. Orange Democratic Violent was formed at the end of 2006, 2007 elections, 2007, 2008 elections that caused the post-election violence. Because Kalonzo Musyoka alikuwa na ODM Kenya and Raila Odinga was having ODM. Akachukua ODM akaregister chini ya maji, akapea mtu mwingine akakana, because he was not even trusting his fellows. He was not even trusting the people who are in the movement who wanted to bring the revolution. Siongei juu ya Raila ati I'm supporting him. That's my number one enemy. My number one enemy in this country right now is Raila Odinga, because he betrayed our cause. Ali-hijack cause yetu na amepata nayo CS4. I'm bitter about it because that's so bad. That's not what we wanted to fight for. Even the political party issues zilileta shida. ODM Kenya, Kalonzo akakimbia nayo, ndio Raila kabaki akona party ingine yenye haieleweki. That is why huyu jamaa alikuwa citizen. I don't know his name. He was a media person. Raila alimpea hiyo ODM. Ndio akamuuzia ODM at a cost. So that guy, Gashoka is called Gashoka, and I cannot also trust Gashoka because alitrade in ile apeana hiyo ODM. Sasa juu ODM Kenya kulishaenda, he traded in. So this issue of political party, ndo naona kiburi inatoka, issues inaanza like we need to do this and this. Yes, I don't support, I don't oppose anything to contribute about a political party, because even in America, Kamala Harris has raised 3.2 billion US dollars out of public contribution, and that's a good hint, because if you contribute to someone, that guy will get to power and will never think of stealing your money to replace what is spent in the campaign period. But the way we are running this thing, tumeanza kuihandle na kiburi, tumeanza kuihandle like we are different, like hii ni generation nyingine, hii nyingine. Ndio sasa unaona ndugu mdogo pia, we had a small brother in this family. This family is just dividing as this goes by, because me I talk the truth. Unaona ndugu Samuel pia alikuwa anapigania akijua hii nini naenda hapa, akaingizwa kwa wakora, akajipata na mtu kama Gaucho. Gaucho, those are brokers, those are people who sleep. Kama jataja General Odinga hata hawezi lipa rent. Huyu hata siposema Ida Odinga ako hivi, hawezi lipa rent, because it's just a common mongrel. I always call him a mongrel, a common mongrel, street raised mongrel who cannot do anything in life. So lazima support to these guys ndo ajipate. So yeye akajipata kwa hiyo mix, akidanganywa ati if you want to fight Nairobi politics you must meet this person. We are changing the dynamics. That is why tunasema we don't want any politician to be brought on book right now and to pay direction. We can lead ourselves. We have the mind. If you had the mind to know the finance bill and tell the people on the ground how everything is going, tunaweza lack mind ya kuchoose someone to lead us. That's why we are saying for this entire period, let us be leaderless. Si ati leaderless ati tunachukia wenye wamesimama. Wewe kama umesimama, you have your intention, it is good, tutapatana kwa ballot. But as Gen Z movement, sisi bado tunasema we are moving. We are heading to the mountain top. Hata tujafika mountain top na watu washaanza kupigana hapa chini ya mountain mpaka mtu amevunjikwa mguu. Mtu ashavunjwa mguu hapa chini ya mountain, hatujaona mountain top, na ndio huko ndio Zion. What we are looking for is Zion, na hatujafika hata mountain top, na tuko hapo hivyo tunavita na hapa na pale. No, that one cannot happen. Let's be realistic. Wewe kama uko na intention yako, it is good. Me, I don't always fight any youth who is having a vision. If you have a vision, continue carry the vision. Bora umepata watu wa kubeba, mi bora tu mi shida yangu mi huwezi nibeba akili. Hiyo ndio kitu I'm always confident about. Hiyo ndio kitu ilifanya ni differ hata na my own parents. My own parents nimeambia hii akili yangu mlinipea, I don't know, brain ina developiwa na human being, but nyinyi hamkunipea. Nyinyi mlitoa human being, but the brain, I'm the person holding the brain. Mi ndio manager wa brain yangu. You cannot control me. But ukiona you have the best brain to run, ukipata watu unaweza kanyaga nayo na usonge nayo, kanyaga nayo usonge. Provided uja interfere na movement, we are good and we support you. But hii kitu inaendelea hapa sasa, people are so worried. Honest people like me always, mi nateteanga KOT. Mi KOT sitetea ati ananipea nini, hata hatujai kutana na yeye. This a guy sijai kutana naye nasema ati namtetea leo, but there's a point niliona anaanza kupigwa like this a treat, and ashanga like whoa, what the hell you guys, what do you mean? What are you like, unatuambia nini sasa? Security leak ikitoka kuingia kwa DCI nini? Ni wewe hujazima simu my friend. There are security protocols that we know. If you have a smartphone na smartphone yako iko off na bundles ziko on, don't tell us that uko traced. Nani amekutrace? Ati familia wamekutrace? Hiyo ni familia issue na the issue of lands mko nao huko nyumbani. If you have a bundle, your bundles on and you use a smartphone, you can be traced anyway. And I don't want to tell you that. Hiyo ni siri ingine, nikianza kuongea ni tricky sana, but you have a smartphone na bundles zako ziko on na uko online na umetraciwa, then you claim ati umebetraywa. Umebetraywa na nani? Maybe you go and blame your ancestors nyumbani. If you don't want to be betrayed, zima simu yako, ukae offline. Umeona mtu mwenye anatafutwa like huyu, nimemwona hapa kwa hii base ya Chang'aa. Kidogo hivi alikuwa kwa hoteli. Kidogo hivi amepanda gari amerudi Nairobi. Hiyo sasa wewe ni mtu anatresiwa, unaweza sema nimesalitiwa na huyu. But the moment your mobile phone is on, na bundles ziko on na mtu akutrace akupate hivi, don't question ati mtu amekubetray. Ni wewe umejibetray. So tukianza vitu peti kama hizo, we are dividing ourselves. Kila mtu anaenda hii side. Ukiona huyu Kasamuel amesimama side yake, nikaambia Kasamuel, this is not about English you speak, this is about revolution. English utaongea tukiwa tushatengeneza bunge, but talk English and you bring impact to the people. Don't be a person that people complain about. We were complaining that day. Mimi nilikuwa Bomas. Ukienda Bomas wenye walikuwa naongea Bomas, people were talking shit. Unashangaa kwa nini, idea gani? Hata nilishangaa hata walitoa rota hapo hivyo ati there are 486 people who voted in Nairobi against 382. Nikashangaa hao walichaguliwa. If it was no group of us wenye walisema Bomas, wakasema wapi hizo karatasi za kusaini? Watu walikuwa natoa maoni even without kujua kuna karatasi ya kusainiwa. Kenyans are not informed. What we need to do is to drive the civic education to the normal people mwenye ako pale kwa ground. Drive the civic education. Kama unasikia mtu anasema, kuna video niliona imetoka kwa Murima na kuna ingine pia watu walipewa chakula Migori. Mtu anasema amekula mchele na nyama. William Ruto is good to go for 10 years. Na umekula tu mchele na nyama, na sijui nyama nani alikuwa anaserve hiyo nyama yenye ile confuse watu hivyo. Those are the people we need to reach. Even before kutengeneza political party ama before kujitenga na si tuko hii revolution na yao wako hii revolution. Those are the things we should be fighting. Let us be realistic. Man, tusianze kudanganyana hapa hivi. Mimi acha nikuambie, mimi siwezi massage ego yako ati nikwambie itakuwa hivi na hivi. Ni reality inaenda hapa. Because tutakuwa na betrayals. There will be a lot of betrayals in this movement, I'm telling you. There are people here wanaongoja tu like, mimi wacha nikuange space, siku moja simu ipigwe. Maybe simu itapigwa ni yako ya kifo ukikufa. Let's be realistic, man. This is a revolution. This government is giving people depression out here. People are dying. They don't care about our health. They are just running things the way they want. There's nothing you can do, man. The only thing you can do is stand with your brother. Don't stand against your brother.
General,
Be united.
General, kwa
Be
dakika moja ya
strong.
kurant, kindly,
Speak one
kwa dakika
language.
moja ya kurant.
Something that will move us forward as youths. Let us bring a change in this country. This country has been controlled by politics of tribalism. Jumi nikisikia ukisema Gachagua ametolewa, ati una celebrate hao wenye wamemtoa hapo hivyo kama heroes. I just hivyo mimi niliweka iko kwa hashtag yangu nikasema, anyone who celebrate that you are not even a demagogue. You are incorrigible demagogue. There's something called incorrigible demagogue. Incorrigible demagogue means you don't reason, you don't even think about yourself, you have not even seen yourself. Kama unasema ati wenye walimpigia kura are heroes. How the hell are they heroes? And we are fighting to save the country. You are incorrigible demagogue. Incorrigible. Incorrigible, you cannot be changed. Even your parents, they can go to church for 100 years. They cannot change you because that's a mindset of a dead person. If you are dead, you are on the ground. No one can put you up. So guys, let's be realistic about this revolution. This revolution, there are people who spend day and night. There are people who burn even the midnight candle to see it happen. Then wewe unatukujia tunasema Ruto must. Tukisema Ruto must, wewe tuseme Ruto aende, aache watu wengine. Even we want the MPs to go home. Sasa huku itukujia na feelings that Gachagua ameenda, so what the hell, man? What even are we talking about? You should be buried alive. There are people we will bury alive before election. Ni kama wazazi wetu wengine tutawanyang'anya ID. By the way, hii revolution inaenda, kuna wazazi watanyang'anywa ID because hawa hatasikia hata tuhubiri injili hadi 2026. They will not listen. Itabidi uchukue ID ya mzazi wako uchome. Ikae huko chini. Yeye akidhani siku ya kura naamka na ID, anashangaa rada ni gani. Akienda huko naambiwa huna ID. We educate the people who can get the information and we move on. Time is running so fast. Ruto is strategizing, taking advantage of our division, which we should not allow. Na usikuja hapa shoulder rub tunaambiwa ati yeye inaenda hivi inaenda. That's a total lie. Me, I'm telling you, that's a total lie. Let's stand the fact. The fact ni tunasonga mbele na njia yenye tunaenda iko na makucha. There are a lot of thorns in the way and you must be strong and vigilant to kupitia hiyo barabara. Si barabara rahisi unadhani ati itakuwa hivyo. Si watu watafika. Hata mimi napiga kelele hapa najua aje nitafika. Mimi naongeanga hivi kama nishapima. Mimi am 6.2 feet. Najua sanduku yangu inatoshana aje. But I know one day KOT atafika, Tori atafika. They will spread my message itafika hapo. Mimi nishajipima futi. I know my height. I know coffee na haitasumbua watu kuchanga pesa. I know. because revolution si kila mtu atamake, but revolution tukianza kusonga mbele, usianze kuangalia nyuma. Tukisema hii maua itolewe kwa barabara, usianze kuuliza tena nani alipanda hii maua. That's what we are telling us. You are dragging us behind. Ati yeye tena mbona wametoa Gachagua? Au ma-MPs wamefikiria aje unawasalimia aje? Wewe utawasalimia aje sasa hivi? Ni idea gani unataka kuwasalimia? Ni wewe ndo tutakusalimia. When our MPs wali make decision juu sasa hatuna parliament. We only have one government yenye iko hii ya Zakayo, and we have one government yenye iko hapa X-Space. X-Space is opposition. This is the only opposition that is existing in Kenya. X-Space. This is the only opposition. Yenye Itumbi anajifanyanga ni mjanja ati anajua all tactics na ameshindwa. Wakaita mpaka UDA, sijui UDA comradeship. Bado wakifika kwa hiyo UDA comradeship wanapea comrades 1000 wahudhurie meeting, but wanaambiwa ukweli. So it means that the message that is being passed is very, very vital. So if you play against this message that we are passing here, my friend, it's not a bad lie. Tuko na watu hapa hivi. We have police officers who have resigned. We have guys from the military who have resigned. We have guys from each and every sector of the government who are working as whistleblowers that have been sacked, and they have actually agreed that they want to stand with this movement. So ukicheza, ujue tuko na maaskari, tuko na jeshi wameresign. So ukileta mchezo maneno kidogo kidogo hivi, wewe utajipata rivayala. Sasa si ndio tutaanza maneno yetu, because this is a movement. We are tired bwana. Kwani wewe unapenda hii nchi ama unaipendea nini? How much do you earn in this country? If you don't earn, do you earn the same with the president? Or you are just a pauper? Man, this is not a time to joke. This is a time to stand, and we need to stand firm. Labda kama uko na salary ya Ruto, na utuambie kama una earn salary ya Ruto, unafanya kazi wapi? Ama umekodesha mkokoteni 1000 hii Nairobi ndio unapata hiyo pesa? Sasa hatutaki mchezo. We just have to be realistic. Kama unatuchezea tunakwambia point blank, you are joking with us, ni hivi na hivi na tunakuweka kando. Sasa hakuna sympathy. Sympathy ni tunajisimpatia si wenyewe. But if you bring sympathy to this government, we don't entertain you. Kama mtu kama Raila sasa tushamwambia akae kando. Alikuwa anajionanga tena wanasema ati Raila you the control of politics. Raila sasa ana control policy. Yenye tunamwombea bado. Tunamwombea kama Mungu ni Mungu wenye tunamwomba kwa yaanguke. Ndio ajue tuliamua kuanguka naye. We don't care. We don't care about anything right now because these people jamaa wametufikia kwa guts. Sasa hii polio imeletwa. Gari inaleta polio kwa estate imewekwa imefichwa number plate. Unashangaa kwani hii ni gari imekuja kushika KOT ama Morara? Jua ndio tumewatrust huko juu ya tunasema Morara tulimwambia huyo ni wa kutuchanua venye kuna. Ukiona gari imekuja bila number plate unaona hii ni Morara anatafuta. Maybe Morara leo ameingia estate yangu na sijui. Na hiyo ni polio inapeanwa na government. Alafu kisha peanwa the side effects. Watoto wanakuwa na mashida tena we are rushing to the facility na mtu amepewa polio. At goodwill uona tu gava ameleta like tuna entertain nini man? For how long are we going to do this? Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid man. Usikue mtu mwoga pia. Kama ushamuku kwa hii revolution ujue jela ni kitu ya kwanza. Mimi siku hizi nakiongea najua jela is my first house. Second thing ni death, lakini death siwezi kubali. Death tutapambana hapo hivyo kuna DCI 3 watakuwa lakini moja tutakufa naye. Me always say point blank. I'm a general. Na siwezi ogopa. You tell them the truth. Juu inchi tunaumia bwana. Heri uliwe, ukiuliwa hivi. Hata naweza jipenda kama ile ilifanyika Tunisia. Mtu mmoja alichukua petrol akajichoma. Revolution ikakuwa. Mimi nikiuliwa kwani nini? Kwani nimehold economy? Kwani niko na deni yenu? Yenye nikiuliwa mtalia hapa Express General ameenda na deni yenu. I better die. But you guys, you get what you want. But what I don't always like is traitors. Me, I don't like a traitor. Me, a traitor, I can deal with you alone because I'm a general. So bana, people are fighting here, people are investing in this. Na wewe tukikupea chance utuongoze hapo mbele, usitubebe ni kama sisi ni ile kitu umebeba huko nyuma. Hii hatukubalingi. Just be honest with us, tell us this one is going this way. This one is going this way. Na tusiende kuscram. Tunafaitia kitu moja, Eric Omondi ako njia yake, Boniface Mwanga ako njia yake, Morara ako njia yake. Tena unasikia kijana kidogo ametoka anaitwa Kasamuel pia kujana. So unashangaa kwani hii revolution binguni ni moja na kila mtu bado una console satani ndio uingie hapo hivyo. Haiwezi fanyika. Let's be honest. Me, I'm telling you, let's be honest. If revolution, let's be honest. Me, I'm one person yenye nimeshajipea. Ukisikia
General,
nimekufa usishtuke, hata usishangae kuchanga. Mi nitawekwa hapo Lang'ata. Tatulia hapo Lang'ata na nazikwa in a day. I must be buried in a day. Hiyo ni kitu yenye nimesai. So I'm not afraid of anything. Nikimalizwa leo bora tu muhakikishe the same day nimemalizwa, hiyo siku ndio tunaweka huko
general.
chini. But revolution must go on. Even if I don't come here today, there will be people who should be here, and they will be here forever and ever. So revolution is not just usidhani hii ni kitu umelala juu ya kitanda hivi, umelala juu ya kitanda
Generally drop bana before
yeah,
tuende
yeah.
Lang'ata. Drop malizia.
I don't think anakusikia.
Nakupata.
Nasema malizia your submission. Umekaa hapo kama
I'm
2
getting
hours
you,
bana.
bro.
Nilikuwa tunakupatia. Okay, see, just finish your submission, then you drop off
Okay,
kiasi.
maybe you have interrupted. We are not getting each other. Let me just summarize as I finish. Brothers, the most important thing in any revolution is unity. Any place without unity, there's nothing we will achieve. We will fight, we will talk here, we will make X spaces, we will make very many meetings, there's nothing we'll achieve. But most important is unity and one common goal. Let us not see like we have seen where we are heading to now. Everyone want to divide himself like mi wacha niende hivi hii side, hautafika hapo. I'm telling you. Sisi ndio tulijifanya na hiyo ya 2017. Raila alikuwa na Miguna hapo hivyo, si tukaingia kwa general mwenyewe. That's why I call my general alihamishwa Kenya. Miguna alienda sasa. Miguna si tulikuwa NRM, tukaona sisi ndio tutavalisha huyu mzee kofia kuwe rais wa Kenya. Tulienda Uhuru Park tukashangaa hatuna deputy president na tunaapisha president, tukashangaa kunaenda aje. Tukakaa in the Soleria for all those years tukiserve, na una serve goal yenye au kunataka like I want people who are focused, like you just be focused man kwa kitu kama uko very true unapigania hii kitu, just know that you are fighting for your child, because I believe people I'm talking to ni 35 years and below. Kama uko na watoi, maybe uko na baby mama ama we ni baby daddy pali pengine, ama kama umeoa umebahatika sana, weza kayo maybe amekupea pale umeshika, but most of us sisi ni baby daddy, baby mama wenye wako hapa hivi, baby mama nini, scandals here and there. But the truth be told bana, we have a long way to go. If you want to reach 50 years and above, if you are okay, you must here stand with this movement, we be united. Mtu yote mwenye ako na opinion yote yenye hatuoni kama inaweza tusaidia, kick him out, because no one is helping. Sasa nimenunua bundle, sijatumiwa na mtu, ati mtu anasema ati yo general general nimejibaia bundles peke yangu, so no one knows you an apology. But on your solidarity and standing firm with the movement, that's your own decision, you can make or you can break. That's all I can say today, and I'm not going to talk. Yeah, that's all. I'm out.
Okay. Thank you so much, General. You know, I was about to ask you if you've gone through the school, sijui naitwanga nini, Miguna School of Politics, because of that word incorrigible, sijui demagogue, and finally you just elaborated. So mimi leo hata nikilala sahizi, honestly, I've learned a word. I don't know what it means, but those irrecognizable sijui demagogue guys,
Chukua
honestly, don't come here with
dictionary bro.
relax Toria, don't come here with your negative energy. You guys, you almost wanted to drain my energy, and I almost packed my things and go back to Kimilili, but I felt like I'll be leaving behind a very, very huge team that guys that need a very nice space on this platform. And so, Gigi boss, G what demagogue, please don't bring here your negative energy. But guys, honestly, we really have a long way to go. From where I stand, I feel like mahali tumetoka hapa ni karibu tu, but wherever we are headed to, it's a very long way to go. And as I've always said, you can kill revolutionaries,
But this revolution, the spirit that it holds, you'll never kill it. Because the moment you bring down one soldier today, tomorrow other 100 soldiers emerges. And so musiwahi tensa hapa, sijui ati Kasmuel sijui amefanyiwa nini ametoka, and so you guys sijui mmeboeka, sijui Kioti Sonko sijui ameambiwa yeye ni mall, sasa mshaona hapana. No, we have a lot of people who are emerging. Yeah, we have a lot of people who are emerging. And so the moment somebody comes up, and if their ideologies, their thoughts aligns with our vision and mission, always support them, because they will always lead us to somewhere close to the success where exactly we need to be. Of course, mi nimefurahi sana generali anasema hapa, sio kila mtu mwenye amanza hii fight huko nyuma ndiye atamaliza. Nasikia hapa generali tu vizuri akiwaambia yeye mambo yake ikisha kuwa noma hapa anapelekwa Lang'ata Cemetery. Yeah, of course. So msiaichoka guys. We have a lot of people who will come up. They will always arise. And whenever they arise, kindly don't give them a negative energy. To me honestly, kitu mimi huchukia ni negative energy. Yeah, I know we are all humans. The moment you attack me, you attack someone else, they will feel it. But just always verify information. Wakisema sijui who is who, take your time. In fact, do your background check, do your proper audit. Yeah, honestly, the moment and probably Mkenya hapa wengine me, you guys, we just meet on this platform, but because we share that ideology, because like we are in the same bracket, we want good governance, we want to end corruption, we want to end tribalism in this country, and that's why we spend hours of the days on this platform speaking about what is happening. Lakini kama ingekuwa we are not even having those same ideologies and ideas, we wouldn't be here. Kuna watu wangekuwa walisha doze kitambo, wengine wangekuwa wako job, wengine wanacheza game, wengine sijui wana watch movie, but because we have a task ahead of us, that we all believe that when we join our forces, when we become united for once, then this hard task that is ahead of us becomes a very, very simple task, because we would have made that work easier. Remember, if you want to go far, and in a group, bana, go with people behind you as a soldier. Yeah, we better have a one army being led by a lion, alafu kwa nyuma ni kondoo, kuliko tukue na one army that is being led by a kondoo hapo mbele na huko nyuma ni lions. I know you guys, you know the outcome. And so mimi nasema tu hapa, let us soldier on. Msibai hizi hizi propaganda zenye zinakuwa hapa social media and yeah. So sina mengi ya kusema. I think Toria, you can proceed girl.
Yeah. Mabonga ameongea, amesema we keep going. General umesema utaongea tena, we tulia sasa kwanza. Mkenya hai. Mkenya daima. Sasa
watu wako passionate mpaka na feel it's like I don't even do anything in this movement. Like I feel like, hey, you guys are really, really passionate, man. And I see it. I see why you guys are passionate. I see you've been through a fair share of fighting for this movement. Tori, unanisikia kweli ama najiongelesha? Unajua sometimes hii mambo yanakuwa ngumu. Naweza kuwa storyteller huko.
Nakusikia. KOT, please drop me, siwezi accept request alafu nitarudi. Mkenya endelea.
Yeah. Mimi nilikuwa nimekuja tu kuambia bana, I think everything happens for a reason, and we should see things for what they are, and just to pass a message to that activist, Niliambiwa those files are too big to upload, but you will have those files tomorrow for you. So see ati I forgot. Maze, so many things have been happening, but all said and done, you will get those files for analysis. Don't worry, your message ni ya nini, but okay, I will make those files also publicly available for anyone who wants to audit them, because I was sent those files the stopper done. So I will make them available. Apart from what is out in the public, I also received a bunch of files from several people, and around 7 to 8 files and to 10 files. Ni kubwa kubwa, but I believe you Kenyans hamko lazy. Unajua watu wamezoea kutuibia inji na kuandika very many files. So the moment you get a nini, unaona tu a very simple report yenye ilikuwa tu imepeana 9 commissioners, imeandikwa in so many nini. Why did they have to make the NADCO report 520 pages? Surely you get, but when you go through them ndo una realize okay, so huyu ndo anapewa hii, ndo mwingine ndo anapewa hii. Yeah, the fight is on, and fight for what you believe in. Hiyo ndo kitu yenye nitakwambia. Any other thing that is happening, it's all fun, because when you realize all our voices, they are pointing to one place, even when we have what I don't know what you call it, disagreement and no, you people, you can't hakuna hati kuishi in harmony, especially when people, what harmony do you want? Mnataka tukae chini tukibembelezana tukikuwa sijui? No, that is unnecessary. You get, what is necessary is, are we losing focus from the main goal? I am not seeing that we are losing focus from the main goal. Our main goal is Ruto being out. The only reason why I picked Mike is just to remind fellow comrades that we can't allow the political class to set the agenda for us. When I see mkiniona sometime nimejam, it's because impeachment of Rigathi Gachagua is not our fight. That is them setting an agenda for us. Then if we are not strong enough to be able to set our own agenda, ile tu iamke hivi upate this agenda is coming from Toria and is our own, then I don't think we are going anywhere. You get, I know that day, the Friday that I don't know, siku yenye kulikuwa na public participation, I was so mad, like, what are we doing in public participation? Tunafanya nini? You get, because that is the political class setting agenda. Let's set our agendas. Tuendelee kupiga our tours, tuendelee nini, kina Kiotizongo muendelee host spaces, and when you're hosting these spaces, purely to the focus tuna one thing and one thing only, our agenda. You get, hii mambo ingine sijui hizi side shows from the political class, hizo ndo tunafaa to avoid. Are we strong enough to stand with our own agenda? That is what is going to define us. You get, the politicians have no nini, but if the politicians set an agenda for us and we fall for the bait, that is what they are going to do. They're going to do that over and over and over and over. Those are things that they have been doing so that they can distract us from the main issues. So let's keep standing with our main issues and let's keep soldiering on. Mkiona sometime naamka na jab na nini, I'm only human, because why is it not so clear to everyone that we can't allow other people to set agenda for us? I don't want to belabor that point. All I wanted to say is, let's set our own agenda. Let's not bother with hizo agenda zenye zinasetiwa, mambo ya sijui kudiscuss Rigathi. Me, I can tell you for free, hata if Ruto and Rigathi waamke wapigane marisasi, ama Ruto amke apige risasi nini Rigathi, I would never even bother. I have no remorse for the political class at the moment. Leave alone that. Hata sijui Rigathi atolewe nguo atembezwe kutoka hapa Mlolongo mpaka Tao. I would not even bother. Hata singeamka niende nishughulike na hiyo story. I'm telling you, Kenya daima ataamka aende nini, aendelee collect more views on SHA. Tutaendelea kutranslate the Kenyan debt videos. Tutaendelea na the Stop Adani platform that we are building shamelessly, bila kujali what the political class is doing. But tukiamka upate when political class wakiamka wanapigana, pia sisi tunafuata that, then we are not going anywhere, because they will always look for a way to distract us. But if we stand on our issues, we are going to win. That is what, hiyo ndo kitu unaona mi nikiinsist. It's not like I know more than Kayoti Songo, or I know more than Toria, or I know more than kina Wakili Baraka. No, I don't know more than them, but one thing that I'm sure of, that is not one of our agendas. Is impeachment, is in those are not one of our agendas, and you should be worried so much where they are kwanangana to push such impeachment and making all these nini. It's because all these people are together. Gachagua, Ruto, these are people who are together. Hao ni watu wenye wanacheza tu game. They are trying to do as much as possible to reintroduce the tribal politics. And now they are pushing that card because without tribal politics, the current political class doesn't exist. That is what they are pushing. Why it's not so obvious to the most of us guys have not understanding. So yeah, sometimes mkiona tumelash out kwa timeline juu ya certain ways, it's not like nini, and me I don't want like my platform to be an echo chamber. I don't want to kujipata ile situation, yeah, I can't be able to call things out. No. Me, I want to comfortably wake up and say, I don't think this is okay. It doesn't matter to. And I also want to be told the same. When nikideviate Kiotizongo akiniambia hey, Mkenya hapa kidogo umeuma nje kidogo, you know. And that's the conversation. I don't think Kiotizongo is my enemy. Na sidhani kaa ataika hivi akuwe my enemy. You get. And I don't think I will ever be his enemy. Because when you look at things is that I mean, hatuuziani mashamba huko Sekuru na Kiutisongo ati inaweza kuwa na any personal vendetta or name. No, it's when sometimes we differ on ideas and we can speak on the side. That is what is going to matter to the movement. We make the movement stronger when every voice speaks so that we can find where are the indifferences. But mkianza kuongea kichini chini huko and then no one is speaking out, there will be a very huge crack, and by the time we realize this crack kutakuwa na so many mistakes zenye zimemekiwa and it will be unrepairable. But if we are all willing to learn, if we are all willing to call each other out, then we are going to move forward. The problem is when we call each other out, people feel like that is negative. No, it's not bringing negative energy. It's not splitting the movement. It is strengthening the movement. But mkianza kuform to small clusters twa kunini and you can't speak things out on the public, alafu sasa inapata nikiona mtu kama Baraka because alini call out, sasa mi inakuwa sasa Baraka is my enemy because Wanyama alini call out, anakuwa sasa Wanyama is my enemy. No, because hizo stories zimenifikia that Baraka alikuwa anasema hivi. We just need to avoid that. Sorry guys, nimeongea sana. I will end it there, but guys, wake up. That's all I wanted to say.
Actually, I think what you've said, it's actually the realistic vitu zenye tuna experience saisi, hatumeongea sana ama nini. It's real. Ukiambiwa ukirectifyiwa, don't take it personal. Like, stand to be corrected always. Man is to error, and kila mtu mess. Kitu iko ni ugive a listening here, sikiza venye watu wanasema ama nini. Yeah. So, Baraka.
Toria, I was ahead on the line.
Relax, Rurigi.
Where I was ahead on the line. I give up my space, so you cannot shuffle me.
Okay, sawa basi, hebu ongea basi. It's okay.
Thank you. Perfect, Toria. Toria, I want to correct you first. You say, to err is human, to forgive divine. That's where the human is to err is from. Now, how are you, Mr. Is KOT here? Dr. Nimrod Mukenya, the real Baraka Alan, TMP, General Mosaic, Mwelusi, Western, Baba Jackie, and all other listeners. Hamujamboni. Ninawasalimia hamujamboni.
Hatuna jambo.
Munaendelea, tuna jambo hili la no retreat, no surrender, because the time is now. We have to continue to inject. The thing is, my first point is that we need to rename our movement from Gen Z to Gen Zote, and on top of that, we call it the June 25th movement. That is what Che Guevara, when he was leading the Cuban Revolution, they named it the July 26th movement. Until they got into power is when they converted to anything like a party. But it continued to be a movement until they captured power. Fidel Castro is still in power today. So if we want a revolution, somebody just said, we cannot go the party way. We know what the parties do. These parties are just basket or rather briefcase parties for the leaders to solicit for money. So the good thing now, all the scam has come together. Ruto, Gachagua is out. Now we want Ruto out, ASAP. And Odinga should, coming from AUC because he's not getting it. We have intelligence, he's not getting it. He should come and Kenyans should escort him from the waende wampokee watu ya Gen Z, watu ya 26 movement, wampokee kwa airport, wapretende wanampeleka nini, mara moja kwa moja, mpaka Karen kwa nyumba yake na awekewe curfew. You are not leaving this place. If you come out again, we're gonna stone you. Yeah? Alternatively, tell the plane, divert the plane, go to the airport, so that we can combine this with the Adani case. You go to the airport as the plane is coming to land and lie in the tarmac. Odinga not to land in Kenya. Anyway, that is how revolutionaries work. Yesterday, I was with General Miguna himself in person. And I'm not kidding about it. I was with General Miguna yesterday. And I mentioned that now it is time to impeach Ruto. He told me, no, we are not impeaching Ruto. Ruto has to be hounded out. Ruto has to be kicked out. And we failed in January 26th, 25th, in June 25th movement. We should have continued to inject. I apologize. I am one of the people who told people not to go to State House. That is where we failed. If we had left the next day we go to State House, Ruto was going to be out of office today. But so let's not repeat those mistakes. When we start injecting to the last man, one of us is killed, we better all be killed, or we live to regret this thing. If Ruto gets power back in 27, I, as an elder statesman of Kikuyu nation, I'm telling you, we will have to go back to Mau Mau. We will have to go back to Mau Mau. And I say these things and people see them as jokes, but they come to happen. I am an elder now in Kikuyu culture, and we know the significance of doing what they just did to Mr. Gachieda. I don't care for Gachieda, but these are common thieves. They have sacrificed one of them. They have sacrificed one of them because he is depending on the finances from his own brother who had looted. So I have no sympathy for him. But what I'm saying is, kama mama ni mubaya, baba ndio baya zaidi, na ili tulinde watoto wakwende wote na babu yao. So kufa dereva, kufa makanga, kufa mechanic Raila Odinga. These guys have to be kicked out of power. They should never be seen in the next 30 years. They should never be seen. Otherwise, the opposite will happen, and we will never see. Ruto will push this thing of 7 years and say, I'm starting here. I've not even done anything. So, apata miaka ingine saba, within which, you know who is becoming general after Kahareri? Is coming a Major General Cheruiyot. Huyo hamutaweza kuondoa. Now we have only 1 year chance to remove Ruto, and the military will support you. But once Cheruiyot is in power, I tell you, like the sun sets and the sun rises in the morning, Ruto will be a dictator for 7 years, and he will again change the constitution and become Museveni. Ruto atatoka kama Museveni. I'll tell you, Ruto has a school of politics in Kampala, which he took to Museveni. Museveni allowed him to start the school there. And I'm telling you, when Ruto is within his 7th year, he will send his students to that place, and you will never remove Ruto until he dies out of office. I finish my submission for now. There's something I'm doing, but let's continue to inject. Toria, endelea kudunga sindano. Na nafasi yako karibu iende. Nimepata watatu sasa, ukisileki nafasi ya 4 inafunga. Bye bye. See you later, alligator. Coach Sonko, how are you?
I'm fine. Umesema nafasi ya Toria inataka kuenda
Karibu
jamani.
nafasi iende.
I
Karibu iende. Hii
wonder
itaenda.
this good religion of ours Muslim, mbona
Hii itaenda. I'm not Muslim.
unastick tu
I'm
hapo
Kikuyu.
mahali ya watu wanne?
I'm Kikuyu. I'm not Muslim.
No, I'm talking about the religion. I'm not talking about the tribe.
Oh, okay.
Because hiyo nafasi ya ine I thought umeshikilia Toria hapo.
Nilikuwa nimeshikilia Toria lakini
We, focus.
namitafuta
No retreat,
muone.
no surrender. Focus.
Toria, let me tell you the place of
Focus,
women in the revolution.
Rurigi
No,
tawingia
listen.
mo mukaneke. Die.
Zikeredia.
Tati kusikia. Asa,
Okay.
direnda.
Haya, kaa hivyo, nafasi imeenda, hiyo imeenda.
Aya.
Haya, mimi ni General after tumekubaliana na Miguna jana. Miguna will lead the charge. I'm actually going to military training when I come back from Kenya. Wanisikie wakitaka kunishika kwa airport, I'm ready. Mimi nimezaa watoto ya kutosha, they'll come to support me. So
Sawa,
I'm joining the war
Rurigi ni
physically.
sawa. Rurigi utuko mwega nitukonana rucio.
Neke uradi kiaja. No akwera nego ndadi utuku. Nigo kone muthenya.
Hizi space ya
My friend.
Kikuyu bana, imetosha. Imetosha bana.
Mimi hapa ni mchana
Imetosha.
bwana.
Mimi nitashukisha
Saa
mtu.
hizi kwanza naenda kazi.
Mimi acha niwaoneshe.
Wanyama sasa.
Mwambieni ni Wanyama amemshukisha. Mwambieni you can't convert this to be Kikuyu space. We are Kenya. Kenya is a big. Mwenye ana shida
Ni
aseme.
mimi Wanyama sasa. Tuko hapa, tuko no retreat, no
Nipe muda
surrender.
kidogo.
Na nyinyi mnakuja kusema nafasi
Nipe
yangu
muda
imeenda.
kidogo.
We, hebu mfocus. Wewe KOT, wewe nitakushukisha sasa.
Sawa, wacha
Anyway, let's
tuendelee.
listen to
Baraka, hebu
wacha
ongea.
tusikize watu
Wanyama, we
wengine.
proceed. Let's proceed.
Baraka, go ahead please.
I was happy to listen to General and also to listen to Jaya also speak. I think that was wonderful. It is. I have not been in spaces in quite a while. Only I have attended maybe the smaller spaces, the Occupy Churches space, and I think a random space yesterday, which I thought an interesting topic of discussion. Not as much of the time. Yeah, we're not retreating. We're not surrendering. Some of us are sort of wondering when it comes to where we're moving, where we trusted people. We had we were arrested with people. We were tear gassed with people, shot at with people, but they have decided to fold. But it is a matter of war. When you get into war, there are defectors, and in a revolution, there are betrayers as well. The people who are going to be snitches, the people who are going to be, giving mixed signals in terms of their determination for the cause. And I think, having read a lot about revolutions and having also read about civil coups, that is unlikely civil coups, for example, that in Senegal, it is quite important that we have a strong team, as we've been developing one with obviously KOT and the team that has been coming to the spaces, and we keep that team going and sustained through the solidarity that we give each other, in the encouragements, in the sharings, in the message that we give each other. I think for me, I've had opportunity to face betrayal firsthand, in the sense that, for example, when Cass left us, we were together. The previous night we had supper together. We had a wonderful time together, and then the next day he was obviously doing his funky monkey business. Same thing with Osama back then when he was hosting the president. We were just having conversation the previous night, and it's one of those things where the betrayal sometimes it feels a bit discouraging. Even Morara, when he was talking about us not being there for him when he was arrested, when some of us did a lot of running around. So it is quite discouraging when we find ourselves in a situation where we are doing what we may believe is so much overworking, using our own resources and struggling to be in the cause as frontliners and as fighters in the line of fire. Having being arrested, I think last week we were arrested with Kinawili in town, and while doing a small shoot and after having had supper actually with Kasmu and a bunch of others and having to sort of talk about consolidating ourselves as a force moving forward for actually unity of purpose, not necessarily uniting people to ourselves, but uniting people to the cause. And it was quite unfortunate. But does it mean that we give up? No, it doesn't mean we give up. Our resolve actually becomes even stronger when we know that the same people who are complicit in our oppression, in the murders, in the difficulties that we face, are the same people who have contributed to the betrayal that we face. That is Raila Odinga and his team. And obviously, now all of them are together in one boat. That includes Silvano Sosolo, that includes Witangula. They are really trying to hijack the movement, trying to buy out people. And I think I've been seeing as well Kalonzo try to come in as well, because I saw him and his team also try to sort of quote unquote buy people out, try to get people on their side. And for them, they have the monies to facilitate the same. But here's the thing we find ourselves in. We might be fighting the war on different fronts, but it is important that we understand that you are not alone. I am not alone. There are so many people. Today I was meeting some new people who have been working with Kina Keoti at Inject, and there's so much passion in what, how much sacrifice people are willing to put into this thing, how much some people have even put their lives on hold just to dedicate themselves to the revolution. And that in itself should be a challenge to me and to you, that there are people who are not willing, they're willing to go to the graves for this movement, as General has mentioned. And that should be the motivation for each one of us. I am willing to go, head on the Mau Mau way, as a marshal, as a wartime, hero, and to sort of fight it out to the end, even if it costs one's life, your life, my life. And this is the dedication that we require so that we can be able to free ourselves from the tyranny that we are facing ourselves. So I am happy to see just the number of people who are here late into this night, right here in Kenya, obviously, who have just dedicated their time to sort of like be rejuvenated through the conversations. Now, what remains is for us to mobilize and organize. It's for us to form clusters wherever we are, so that if there's something which happens, we can always respond ourselves, because this government has abandoned us. And it's something I can encourage even KOT, that we need to form those structures ourselves, that we can respond when you are arrested, when I'm arrested, as we have been responding, but we have to institutionalize them amongst ourselves and have those connections and be able to call, if it's LSK, if it's Defenders Coalition, if it is an individual who we know can help us in certain departments, if it is netizens who can be able to amplify our voices. We need to be able to form those clusters, and those clusters are there, but they are not necessarily growing because most of us are working in different camps, and we sort of forget that even if we are working in different camps, doesn't mean that we are not together. When Morara was arrested, we were one of the first people to be there when he was arrested, and we're not in Inject Party. Some of us are in NRA, which is headed by Okiya Mtata. Some of us are in UGM. Some of us are in CPK, which is headed by Kimuthia and Buka Umole. Some are in the Great Nation Party, National Transformation Party. Some, like Shakira, are not in any party, but they have organizations like ICAO, like Shadrach. We work together on Okiya Mtata's office for the debt audit. But when he was arrested, we were there for, like, in court. We were outside there when we were tear gassed. Members of the social justice centers were there, and we had mobilized ourselves to be there. Not because we are part of Inject. Some are not even part of are part of even radical groups, revolutionary groups which want to take power through arms and by all means possible. And he is something that was motivating to me, that these people are willing to be there, and it is important that we acknowledge them and we keep propping them up and we keep growing those circles, and not necessarily even encouraging the dissidents that we see in our ranks, because this is essentially a war. If you're talking about no retreat and no surrender, this is a war. So I would really encourage us to keep forming those structures, to keep connecting. If you know somebody who can help in a certain area, if you know somebody in your ward, in your constituency, you can start forming groups so that you form a resistance, because the resistance begins little by little and it grows. And I think here comes a time where we have to understand that nobody's coming to save us. Nobody needs me to come out of somewhere like reinforcements. We are the reinforcements. So if CAS has defected, we are the ones who are going to fill those ranks and prop up Shakira. Shakira was in the event today at Korea and spoke so passionately. Now CAS has left. She takes up that role. I saw Kina Wanjira, Kina Hanifa, they're speaking so powerfully. Kina Kamau, CAS has left. Kamau steps up. He's been fighting for so long. He steps up. So we prop him up and we put him in the front lines as somebody who has been fighting selflessly. And if something happens to any other person and they defect or they sort of fall back because they get tired, for example, if in this situation Morara gets tired, it's not like that the groups are frozen or things are frozen in the inject or in the party or in the coalition or in whatever circle that you are in. KOT steps up and keeps the fight going. Okayo steps up and keeps the fight going. And that's the thing we want to have in this army, that people can step up and therefore nobody can kill this movement. The leaderlessness of it is not that we do not have people in the front lines. It's just that the front people do not determine the outcome of the war. No, they can give up, they can fall down, they can die, they can be arrested, but the war still continues even without them. That is the spirit that we have to continue with. That is the spirit that one of my now very good friend, Okiyo Mtata, has had over time since they were fighting with Wangari Maathai for Uhuru Park. That is the spirit that we have to inculcate ourselves. And now we have to intensify. It's not going to be we fight today and we'll fight next month or fight next year. No, we're going to fight each day, because we have a very limited time. We do not have a decade to change our country. We have a very, very limited time, because the tyranny that we are facing, it is going to auction ourselves. It is essentially colonialism, in modern colonialism, from a black face and from people who are even more cunning and even more, evil, because clearly they profess Christianity, but they are devilish in nature. So it becomes one of the sliced enemies to counter, because they're morphing, they are changing shape each time, and therefore we have to be constantly vigilant. Eternal vigilance, that is what we are calling for. Yes, no retreat, no surrender. No retreat, no surrender. This is something that we have to keep the back of our heads. Thank you, KOT. Keep strong, man. I'm behind you 100%. I think for me, you have my full support in what you do, what you've been doing. I've seen what you're doing. And for Kimilili, I think for me, I'd like us to partner as much as possible in the mobilization there. I'm willing to come to the ground with you. I've been in the ground here in Nairobi over the weekend. I was in Katundu. I met village elders there. I met some of the people who coronated Uhuru back in 2013. And we were talking about a new country and some of these things. I'm taking a hands-on approach, meeting these elders, talking to them about the change we want, about what is at stake and what they are willing to risk. Are they willing to risk their reputation? So it is a war that we are willing to fight in many fronts, and many of us have to step up, because nobody is stepping up. Clearly, nobody will step up for us. We are the Mau Maus of today, and we are the youth. So we will not start trusting other people who have been there and for decades and have not had the conviction we've had. That is the spirit of the war. We go there, we sacrifice our time, we sacrifice our monies if we grow weary, sometimes the money runs out, and then people like us, because they want to sustain their activities, they decamp to the other side. If we grow weary, we hold each other up. KOT, you just text me. The way in Kenya, we just connect. I tell him this is where my problem is, this is where his problem is. And I say, I can't help you, but I'll support you wherever I can. And that is the support we'll give each other, because this is a war. So we're not retreating, we're not surrendering, we are moving forward, and we are moving forward together. That is it from me for tonight. Yeah, let's keep going. KOT or Toria.
Sorry.
Okay,
Anyway,
Baraka. Yeah, shukran sana. Tumekusikia. Dr. Nimrod.
Gloria, how are
Yeah,
you?
I'm good. You?
I'm sound. KOT. w- w-
Yes.
Yeah, I saw you the other day and I had to lecture you. Listen, when you believe in something, remember you don't ever doubt yourself or let somebody put doubt in you. Don't ever. If you believe in something, follow it to the last breath of your existing life. That's one thing I wanted to remind you, because I followed the ongoings on social media and what was happening and all that. And I say these things, they will turn up, they will come up. People are not paying attention to the trend, what is happening. And in particular, I wanted to point out a very critical thing which has been happening of late. And majority of you guys are not paying attention. All the major parties now, they have started forming, they call them youth leagues. Have you pay attention to your kitu? Nobody has ever paid attention to that. Do you know how much money has been poured? And it's the same script what this Mjama is playing at. If you remember YK92, that's what I'm telling you. Some of you are too young to realize some of the critical thing which is happening. Let me tell you, this is a war of attrition. And this guy is not gonna. The worst thing is, I hate to be tribal. I hate to bring tribe into equations and all that. But the reality is, our brothers in Rift Valleys, they don't understand between leadership and a militant mentality of leading and having a kind of how can I conjure it, because I wanted to put it in a way that it is understandable, because these guys are basically based on belief that their word is final, and that's what has been happening right now with our movement. Everyone has got a say in everything, and the moment, like Toria was saying, somebody said earlier on about people being corrected. And that's the problem also I've come to realize. And I said it before, because when I mentioned that unity of purpose, because I'm the one who started singing this song from way before. I think just a few days after 25th, I said we should not leave this unity behind, because this unity is what got us this far. We managed to achieve to go into parliament because the whole country was unified. And the moment we lost that tack, this is where we are. And they're breaking us bit by bit. Hence why I mentioned that about the youth league. The other day it was Uda, they formed a youth league. Now ODM, they are quickly jumping into youth league. And no longer you hear even Jubilee and all that. What they're trying to do now is actually break you down to the core, to the ground. They are trying to decimate the youth infrastructure, because they realize the way you formed yourself on the 25th and what you achieved. Let me tell you, if you come again together like that and you decide you're not going back, let me tell you, the government will not stand. They know that. Everyone knows that. Every Kenyan knows that. We know that. But why have we allowed it to happen? Is because Eventually, when Kenyans start talking, yeah, our ego surpass the understanding of what our goal is. And that's where we are at the moment. And that's why there's a lot of conflict of interest and clashing of ideas and clashing of egos and clashing of everything. And that's where we are at the moment. You understand? And I said it the other day, and I mentioned to Morara, I said, listen, you need to have a unity of purpose where we have a meeting either in Uhuru Park or including everyone. This movement, you need serious backers. There's a lot of people who have got serious knowledge of understanding of how the government works, people with expertise. The backbone will be based on Gen Z and Millennial and Gen Z and all that. But the reality is you need people with backbone who understand the system to support you. And that's why we make noise a lot here. And then when we get arrested, who come and bail us out? They're the same old fuckers who will say, we don't want them into play. You see, these are the people who, I mean, like Morara. When I saw him having a meeting with his think tank, I was thinking like, come on, dude, you need to be taken serious. If you need to be taken serious, you need to, before you even sit down with these boys, he should have gone to these people and invited at least somebody major down there. Somebody like Okia Mutata should have been there. They should have even invited somebody like Senator Onyonka in that meeting, because his invaluable knowledge and understanding in one or two things will go a long way in shaping what the fallout, what is happening right now. And I've said this because you're failing to form that unity of purpose. Collective responsibility is lacking. And that's where we are at the moment. And we keep on going like this. Let me tell you, we cannot go to toe with the people who we're going against with, because they got the system, they got the government, they got the machinery, they got the resources. What have we got? We just got that aura of belief that we can do this, we can do this. And that's the sad part of it. And eventually we will end up being here, making noise. And 2027 will come in. By the time you realize these guys have formed these youth structures and everything, and believe you, they will break you down like a pack of cards. And that's where we're heading at. Because the other day, like I see Eric Omondi, he's organizing a Mashujaa, whatever it is. Why can't we just put our ego aside and just call him out and say, listen, you started this one, it's right. It's your brainchild. You brought it in, but because we are on the same goal, how about we involve everyone? Everyone, even the ones who are previous in the previous government, but they've got a change of mind. Because them coming in, they're not coming in to change our mind. They're coming in to show up, to fortify the defenses which we will need to tackle what is in front of us. And the moment we have those, everyone, Akina Gashoka, Akina Wanjigi, Akina Karua, Akina, whoever is got the same mentality, believe you me, the moment everyone is quoted into the same platform, watch how the government will tremble, the people in power. But now they're breaking you bit by bit because you're so divided. And that's why I don't blame somebody like Kasamwe. Probably Kasamwe look at it, saw everything, and he realized, these guys are making us, I might as well make what I'm making and disappear. I don't blame him. Probably his naivety did not make him understand that it is not about today or tomorrow. It's about the future. It's about the future. That is what a lot of people are failing to understand, that it's all about the future. And the future, what we are, the ones us who are fighting for it, we will never enjoy it. Don't sit there thinking that you enjoy the fruits of what you're fighting now. Let me tell you one thing. I can guarantee you, Trust me. And one day, everyone who's listening to me right now will remember. Whoever's on this platform right now, you'll never enjoy the benefit of what you're fighting for. Ask me why. Because you're the casualties. And that's the responsibility everyone has to take, to realize that it's a selfless, like the general was saying. You have to give yourself out. You have to actually give yourself, your soul out to the cause. It's not about just talking. It's giving your soul out to the cause. The moment you get to that level, let me tell you, a lot of people will start looking at us as a serious force and a serious threat to what we mean business. Apart from that, we keep on going round in circles, and that's what we're doing. You know, I've been here, I've been through the process, and I know how it breaks down. The system breaks you down without you realizing they're breaking you down. You know, and that's the reality. KOT, you see how quickly you are easy to throw in the towel. I can't blame you. I don't blame you. It's because you have never gone to that. Now you've got to that bridge. Yeah, you've realized no. I'm not that easily broken. You've refused because you believe it. A lot of people are making noise about, oh, you're corrupted and all that. But true to yourself, you know who you are, and you know you believe in the cause, and that's why you're still here. Because if you're not true, KOT, you won't be here. You know, and that's including a lot of people, and a lot of people will fall along the way. But when they come back, we should not despise them or disparage them. We should just bring them on board, but then at least at the same time keep an eye on them. We need to keep an eye on them, because the ultimate goal is what drives everyone. And if you're not for that ultimate goal, eventually you will drop yourself out. You don't. No one needs to drop you. No one needs to kind of keep. No one needs to come ati hakuna mtu anatakana atiende online aza kuharibia jina mani. Utajitoa tu mwenyewe because you wear out. But when you believe in a cause, you can never ever tire. And somebody mentioned about Che Guevara. Yeah, that was one of my thesis when I was studying. You know, and that's why I tell you, a lot people don't understand. And the other thing I wanted to mention is this: why are we giving these people a platform in our country when they're robbing us daylight? The current politicians, why? Leo nimesoma ati huyu Sudi alienda kusijui kwa club gani na mabodyguard sita. How can you allow that? How can you allow that? You see, these are the things that which is making these people realize that we're just making noise. We're literally making noise because these guys they're not meant to mix with us. They're meant to have their own world if they want. That's how they want to rule the country. To show them like hatuwataki, kama mnataka kuruli nchi hivyo, nyinyi basi mnaenda area zenu peke yenu, until they realize we want change. But they steal from us and then they come and brag in front of us and come and kututapikia. It is so sad, man. It is so sad. It is so sad. Myself, after all those years of believing and thinking, after 25th of June, I was like, yeah, this is it now. I mean, when we started this thing, I was ready to drop everything where I am and come back and play a part. But look where we are, because we can't form that unity of purpose, and which I've been mentioning about. Even people down here, I said people who wanted to kind of come together in this part of the world and actually set a fund, a Go fund, and support you guys in all areas which you require. So long as you show them that you can come together, unity of purpose. And up to now, still, yeah, there's no platform where I've seen Anifa, Inyo, Morara, Boniface Mwangi, all these, everyone. Okio Mtata. The only time it happened only once in that Jamhuri Park when they were kind of celebrating the fallen guys. And that's the last time when these things was supposed to be happening every 25th, just to keep the memory running. This should have been an organization which happens every 25th of every month. It should be happening every 25th so that people don't forget actually what happened. And the moment it starts happening every day, it becomes now like a ritual. It keeps on growing, growing, growing. And that's how you form a revolution. So with that said, yeah, please, let's focus on unity of purpose. We need that unity of purpose. It's key. Otherwise, we'll be just ranting on social media. And 2027, we get run over like a runaway train. That's the reality. With that, I land. Thanks a lot for the space. And I'm always here. Cheers.
Kyoti, I wanted to respond to something that he posed, which I think is quite important for the movement going forward. That is conscripting characters with questionable standing. Especially, I think one thing people have to understand, for example, Omtata has a case against Matiang'i on issues of integrity in court as we speak. But at the same time, Matiang'i wants to come back and vie in 2027. And Matiang'i was involved in the brutal crackdown of Raila Odinga supporters in 2018, and also was complicit in some of the disappearances of critics, because he had a great hand in the police service at that time. You're looking at somebody like Kalonzo, and I think many people have been mentioning Kalonzo of late, obviously because Kalonzo has reached out to a lot of us in our spaces to sort of collaborate. And it is disingenuous, because for him it's about political power. For us, it's about justice. He's never been interested in justice. Then, if that is the case, I'm fairly certain that Ruto is not going to win. But if Kalonzo wins, does it achieve our quest for justice? Does this war that we are waging against the political elites who have suppressed and oppressed us for decades, do we win it by conscripting them into our ranks and essentially diluting the solidity of the movement? I doubt it does. I think most people feel like this we are not going to win without them. But for me, I'm fairly confident we can win without them, because I've been across the country in several different places, especially difficult places like Uasin Gishu, Marakwet, and from my understanding is it is a matter of having boots in the ground. I met people who stoned Timber EXO, and also who invaded the county assembly, and I got an opportunity to talk to them. Some of them two of them actually had their phones confiscated and have been harassed. Also in Nairobi, I met another gentleman who was quite instrumental in also supporting the protests there, and we had a deep conversation. No politician was involved in the protests. I think Buzeki came in on 25th and tried to put boots on the ground, which was a good thing, really, and his team. But essentially, when you look at it from the grand scheme of things, nobody actually sponsored the protest in Uasin Gishu. Nobody sponsored the protest, or I bet they were small, in Marakwet. Nobody sponsored the protest in Western or in Kisii. Okay, in Kisii, for some of us, we were quite involved, yes, and particularly for me and my friend, we had our shop vandalized by obviously the crooks, Silvana Sosoro or Xander, who are the UDA diehards in that area, sponsoring people to commit violence on some of our establishments. So it is quite clear that from where I'm seated and from my understanding of even the people I've interacted from Mombasa, the university students from that area, the protests were organic, and we can win if we can rally people behind a cause, if you can create systems that work. And systems are built on ideologies. So if our ideology is strong, we can easily coalesce around that ideology. But if you bring Kalonzo into this fray, this thing will easily break down, because our ideologies will be watered down. Kalonzo's MPs and senators and governors are some of the most corrupt people in the country as well, and some of the most evil people you can ever meet. If you read into their history and you read into the violence that they engage in, some of them engage in quote unquote witchcraft, and some of them and this is just from my research, just general research into that area, which I think most of us who are in the front lines have to read into the history of our country to look at the embezzlement in the counties. Meet, I think KOT has had opportunity to meet with Kivula Kibwana. I've had opportunity to meet with him a couple of more times and to understand the terrain of politics in Ukambani and how Kalonzo has maintained that grip through threats, through accepting bribes, and through so many other things. And even he received hundreds of millions from Uhuru during the handshake, and essentially they looked the other way and never sought justice for those who were murdered in the protest, which they themselves led. We are not the kind of people who are going to allow Rex to be forgotten without justice. I was with the parents, and we've been fighting to get some of the belongings that belong to Rex. And I'm not the kind of person who is going to be party with somebody who is not willing to fight for justice to the end, even if it costs them their job, if it costs them their dignity in their social circle with their friends like Waititu, or like he has some funny friends, Kalonzo, backing him, and also the West is also backing him essentially. So I think we have to understand what we are fighting against, so that if we're talking about unity of purpose, we have to understand, are we draining the swamp, or are we being selective about it? Because if you're being selective about it, then our ranks are going to be, you're not going to have people who are willing to fight to the end. We're going to have people like Casman who are willing to compromise. So I think that is something I wanted to point out, that each one of us has to understand that
Baraka,
we can.
Baraka,
Yes, Toria?
kindly wind up. Masaa ni mabad, ni masaa mbaya mbaya, so kindly try landing bana.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I think I will just finish up from there. I think I will made my point, and I wouldn't want to go full circle, but I have tried to make the point.
Okay, thanks. So Wanyama,
I can't hear Doria. Can't hear anyone.
wait, hata
Please
mimi
confirm kama nasikia Doria.
hunisikii?
Namsikia.
Ah, okay. Sawa. Could I speak? Doria.
Yes, you can speak.
Doria
Yeah,
nipe.
he was asking you to speak.
Alikuwa ananiuliza kama nataka kuongea. Okay. Anyway, I salute you all, comrades. First of all, that's the first thing. I salute you all in the name of good governance, because pali tumefika, it's been a journey. First things first, I want to apologize for what it came out to be. I think I was a bit carried away when I hosted the space for KOT and the other Morara issue. My only intention was to cry out for a friend, but it got turned to an extent of people thinking that I'm fighting Morara. That is not the case. I want to clear it out. My only misgiving at that point was trying to stand out for something I felt was not right at that point, and that was Morara not speaking out at that point. But I'm still following up on his things. I'm still a supporter of what he's doing and the Inject Party. Nothing has changed on my end based on that. But I think what I have accepted is also to learn as things go by, because kuna vitu hapo kama it was a bit too emotional of me, first of all, to go hard on and say, oh, you're not doing this, you're not doing that. As much as I still feel it took a space for him to respond, and this I'm speaking as me, as Wanyama, it didn't have to take a space for him to respond the way he responded. And probably we are not going to talk about this any other time, but from now, that's what I just wanted to put to rest. I'm not against Morara, and the people that think that I'm against Morara, I'm not against him. I just asked a question of how does he take care of people that have committed to his cause, his generals, his people. That was my issue at that time. But that was solved and it's settled. Bado tunaendelea mbele. The second part is this. I think if you follow my timeline, I posted about the Mau Mau and their struggle. And one key thing was the part of, because I love history and I read a lot of history, was the part of they never allowed the older generation to get into the movement. And that was someone like Kenyatta was kept away from it. Now you might be happy and say, oh, we should not allow people, the older generation to join this, etc., etc. But look at the results of what that meant. Kenyatta took advantage of a lot of things because of the Mau Mau deciding not to include all the people. My point is this. We are at a point in history, and history repeats itself a lot. We are at a point in history where we have to incorporate the learnings that we had in the past. It is time for us to do better because this opportunity can never come back again. Blame you sema tu, tutaambia nini generation alpha? When we will be old and weakly and feeble and all things that are happening close to us, what will we tell generation alpha? The only thing we can tell them is we did better. And the better we can do at this point, whether we like it or not, is to do better the way we did it on June 25th. We did it with Occupy JKIA. We did it all these things. We do not have to play their game. And their game has been consolidate in one house and go towards one thing. It's either you are in UDA, Jubilee, TNA, or whatever it is for you to get to the goal. We are all pro good governance. Irrespective of the house you are, nyumba ya Mumbi, nyumba ya Jehova Wanyonyi, nyumba sijui ya nani, the goal is what? Good governance in Kenya. And when you are called to assemble and assist a brother or a comrade, that call has to be answered. That is what matters the most, not which house you belong to. Because when we focus too much on identity, we lose the focus of what our intended goal is. That was my second goal, my second point. Thirdly, in Kenya where we are today, we are so proud of our identity as Kenyans. The things that define us, wherever we are in the world. One, our love for our country. That one, we should not even doubt each other on that one. We all love our country, irrespective of the generation and the age that we come from. But that identity also comes with a curse. And the other curse is hatupendi kubebana with ego when it comes to certain things. These things trickle down to things like tribalism, classism, etc., etc. Na vile tunaendelea na hii movement, we should not look at it from the point of bado hizi vitu zinatupiga. We know our problems. We know what belittles us. We know what belabors us. Isn't it time for us to focus on how best can we take advantage of our strengths? Because time and time again, we have shown ourselves that focusing on trying to cure tribalism, trying to cure all these things, just digs a deeper hole every time tunaingia into it. These things, for me, I think they are big because we give it a lot of attention and a lot of effort. It's more like, it's not the wolf that is good or bad, it's the wolf that you feed. And we are feeding these wolves over and over and over and over. Because at some point, we do not know where the boundary is between defining our identity and just being tribal. Hatujui. And this is our problem. But if we focus on things like good governance, nationalism, these things will die by defect. It will just go. Tradition is there, it will stick. Tradition is culture. Tradition embraces us to even celebrate things like introduction ceremonies. Mi napenda hizo vitu kama rurasho. In Luya we call it enganangana or something of the sort. All those kind of things. This is culture, this is identity, this is clothing. That will never die. The other part that is only a problem to us ni hizo vitu yenye tunaongelelea, the bad part of tribalism or identity. Hiyo ndo shida. But they will die a natural death if we construct the things that are our strength, like nationalism. Let us celebrate leaders that are nationalistic, akina Okia, people that stand up for something that matters, irrespective of their money quantities, irrespective of how poor they are in talk and all that. Irungu Kang'ata, mi nilicheka hapa hivi one of my posts nikisema if there's one unaffected guy with politics in Kenya is Irungu Kang'ata. The guy just nyie mkipigana huko sijui Gen Z nini ana postingi leo amepatia wamama wa kupanda maharagwe sijui fertilizer, kesho ameenda sijui ame increase capacity. Muranga guys, you guys are blessed, so much blessed, and such are the leaders we should be praising irrespective of ata change kesho ama nini. Other leaders are going to spring up from seeing Kenyans are appreciating this. Because at the end, as I wind up, at the end, this is it. Whether we run from it, we accept, we doubt, we do what? The current leaders who are in power right now, in the executive, are just a reflection of us. Tabia yetu. Angalia vile watu na behave tu kwa hii timeline as an example. When issues affect us. Isn't that just how our leaders behave? When we ask each other for accountability na tunakimbia left, right and center. Isn't that how our leaders behave? The way we treat certain aspects of importance. Hata Nyashinski aliwaambia picha haga hapa hivi online ita trend kushinda picha ya whatever is very serious. Isn't that how our leaders behave? Huku wakati wakiongelea huku MP kujiprint kwa t-shirt ama kwa bus stop ni important kuliko yeye kuenda huko parliament na kulegislate. CDF is a very important topic for them than any other thing that happens around us. They're just a reflection of us. If we change our consumption patterns of what comes from our politics, us as Kenyans, for sure they will change. They will adapt because politicians know what is trendy, what is marketable, what is widely related. They know, they are not stupid by the way. To see I assume that our politicians are stupid. No, they do these things because they know they can get an audience for it. So let us change ourselves. I know it is hard, but it is a journey. Hakuna mtu alisema hii revolution itakuwa rahisi. Hakuna. It is a journey. And as we say, no retreat, no surrender. Na KOT vile umeamua kurudi, stick to it. Us as your friends will still stand up for you when the time comes, because irrespective of what people think, friends should stand up for friends. And at times, friends should stand up for their enemies as well, because the cause is the same. We don't have to love each other to work together to the end goal. And the end goal is what? Good governance in Kenya. And to God be the glory, and God bless Kenya.
I don't know if there is anyone going next or I can go.
Well, thanks Wanyama, and yeah. Kwani ametoroka? Yo, tumekusikia. Shukran hata ukiendanga. Yote wewe. Okay, nani TMP, go ahead please.
Well, how is everyone doing? Yeah, like you're saying, it's quite some ungodly hours. So I'm just gonna try to make my submission, or rather my sentiments, brief. And I wanna focus my talking points around what Dr. Nimrod and I think Alikuwa General said, and I'll summarize it into 3 points. And the first point is change. You know, he talked a lot about what do we really want. And I think we need to understand that our future is the one that is at risk here. Kind of future we're going to have in terms of health, in terms of education, in terms of democracy, in terms of the constitution we're going to have in a few years, it means our future is a little bit shaky right now. So we need to first get to a point where we understand, and for you to have this resonate with you, you have to see what is at risk, and what is at risk. Most of for us young people, the ones who are in the early 20s, and even the Gen X, the Gen Alpha, the Gen Zs, the millennials, our future, because I believe we have quite some time to be here, is at risk. So first we need to identify what is at risk and what is it that is making us stay up this late. What are we trying to push to? And then once we've done that, the other sector of change is changing ourselves. Because you cannot want change, yet yourself you're not willing to change. You have to change, maybe if it's the way you used to think. Be open to learning, unlearning, relearning different things. You have to be open to changing yourself. You have to be open to making now this your business. And if this becomes your business, then that way you don't have to be in a space when you're having a normal day-to-day conversation with people, you're able to tell them where something is wrong so that they're enlightened. You pass this down. Civic education can become something quite easy, because if all of us, wherever we are right now, we of course interact with people. So when you interact with people and you have knowledge on, let's say, how shift is working, that is something you can enlighten people on. And people, when they go, they'll talk, and that information will spread. So that is possible and it's doable. Number two that I'm going to talk about, it's unity. The moment we've had identified what change do we want and then agreed ourselves to change, then that way we can be able to have a unified front. We can be able to come together like we did in June, because we had a purpose. We had a single priority, not a single priority, but we had what priority we're pushing for. And the moment we have priority, that is when we're going to have different people in different groups, in their different resources, different medics, different professionals, different people coming together, because now the purpose is the same. The reason, or rather the change we're pushing, is quite clear for everyone. Oh, before I go so far, for change, I forgot to mention something on change. If you change yourself, then you're able to accommodate everyone with their different ideas. So we won't be having this whole thing of cancellation again, because I think one thing that has derailed this whole thing is trying to cancel people without understanding that we're totally different, that processes are totally different. So we need to be able to, you see, I like one speaker that mentioned about how earlier on this a statement would be released, we the people, and then you would find there are things and people would be like this, no, and then it would be revised and a version that everyone agrees to would be put out there, and now everyone would feel like this is something that resonates with me. And until something resonates with you, you cannot really fight for it. It cannot become a conviction for you. So that way, until we've gotten there, then we're going to have unity. And when we have unity, we're able to push so far. And then the third point is strategy. Once now we've come together, we're able to strategize. Because if it's mobilization that we've already proved to ourselves, it's something we can do. It's simple, but then we don't have a strategy. We don't have an organization. And one thing I do believe and agree with the speaker, I don't know who was that, but let me tell you one thing. We might be as angry as we are. We might be so mad. We might uh, uh, you know, have this conviction right now that we want change. But let me tell you, these people have been doing the game longer than we have. They have the knowledge, they have the expertise, they have a track record, they have strategies, to beat us when it comes here. And that's what they're gonna do. And even if, and you see, if we don't have a strategy, we're gonna realize 2027 is here. There's nothing much we've done. And siasa zitapigwa, and trust you me. Because if you have conversations with people who are not on Twitter or so much invested, the older generation, the people, because you see, votes you have to get 50+1 for Kenyan, for you to be a president. So 50% plus one. Imagine what number is that? The youths, yes, there is a huge number, but still we see they're the ones, some of them being paid, to go do that. So meaning they haven't gotten to understand the point of how this affects them. And one of the strategy that I would say is very much needed is all hands on deck. All hands on deck how? Every generation, because as long as you are a Kenyan and you're here, let me tell you for sure, our lives are at danger, are at risk. Our future is shaky. Every morning I wake up and I'm scared of the kind of future we're living. I wonder, where are we really headed as a country? I look at health, polio, you're being given a vaccine and then you get disease. I mean, what is that? You come to the systems, people cannot even get medication. Our education model, universities are collapsing. That's for sure. Give it a few years. Look at the retirement people who are supposed to retire. These old people that we want to exclude, they're as well affected
Tim,
by it.
please kindly.
Yes? Yeah?
Land.
Yeah, I'm finishing up. So I'll finish by saying we need all hands on deck and we need a strategy. And I think one of the way forward should be, you know, sharing different strategies that, like, I feel for a long time we've been talking, but we don't have solutions. We need to be people who, I think for strategy, this, and this is what we should do. And then we test it out as people and we're like, no, and then we pick out something out of it. So I won't talk much because there is a lot to say, but I think I'll just give you all people to go have that as food for thought. That is number one, change, unity, and strategy. And not to forget, these people have been doing this longer than us. And trust you me, most so without a lot of civic education, hata tuende kupiga kura sahi with the madness and how people are angry, trust you me, these people would still beat us at it. So I'll finish at that and thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Drop yourself kindly and data, go ahead, please.
Hi, Toria, KOT bro. I saw Baraka was around KD and Wanyama. You guys, hi. I know we're in hard times right now. We are fighting so many battles, man. Right, if I was to run an NLP today and I see the number of times nimesema the word Ruto must go, but it's almost infinite. And anyways, we guys we are fighting our way. We want a good governance, but we are forgetting something. The whole idea of us getting our leaders from a political sphere is so it doesn't match what we want, because these politicians, they don't think the way we think, so they're like, you can't work with somebody who's trying to be strategic with you. They're always going to make sure that they are getting the best benefit from whatever game you guys are going to play. If it's a tit for tat, if it's gonna be a prisoner's dilemma. So the end goal is them trying to achieve like the most output out of it. So right now we are trying to champion for good leadership, and then we want this leadership to come from people who are actually political. So right now it may to affect in such a way that we are trying to project our fears, the victim mentality to people like Kina KOT. KOT, don't listen to these guys, but people who take you to be your friends, they are not people that you can rely on, like bigger ships. You need to rely on associates, the likes of me and maybe other people, the likes of Agnatori and the rest, because we can't keep on pointing fingers and then we know what we want. The last speaker at TMP, she asked about us what's the most strategic point of view that's gonna make us win. And I think I have a strategy, and then the strategy itself is that we need to boycott the government if we have to win. We can't. Personally, I'm so impatient right now, waiting until 2027. If I'm gonna be honest, I'm so impatient. I feel like we need to use each time we have like a public people are going to convene, we need to use it to our own advantage. Like now they come in Mashujaa Day, the rest. Because if we're gonna like boycott the government, it's possible that these other guys about to receive the message. But if we're going to wait until 2027, clearly we're not going to win. Let me not lie to you guys. We're not going to win. We're still going to lose. But still, we need to be optimistic. But the strategic point of view is we need to fight right now. It's either right now or never. And then let's avoid the victim mentality, guys. Bana. Tuko na war kubwa. We are fighting so many battles. We are fighting the Shah. We are fighting the Adani. We are fighting the GMO seeds. We are fighting ourselves to begin with. We're fighting so many wars. Let's focus on the cause, and then towards history more. But at least in any army there must be a desert soldier. At the end of the day, we don't kill desert soldiers. We just keep them there. Sometimes we can send them to the other side if you want to collect intel. So if there are desert soldiers, let's just know how we're supposed to use them to our advantage. But let's not keep on pointing fingers. We have a bigger war, and it's a spiritual war. We need each and every one of us to be in this cause, because it's so challenging. We need a political people. We need every one of us needs to be there for us to win this war. Because I personally feel like 2027 it's longer than I can even anticipate it. Then the whole idea of the ballot, to me it won't work. From a data point of view, it won't work, because in statistics and the rest, there's something called data manipulation, data wrangling, and the rest. You need to know data manipulation always comes in handy if you can control the data. You can do anything you want with that. You can manipulate the data to work as to your what, as to your wish. So with that said, I just want to wish you all the best. God bless you. I hope you get energy, and then let's sometimes think about also mental health, because we've been fighting so many wars, bana. Because June people are dying. We are fighting ourselves. Oh, this guy has done this, but guys, bana, God bless you all, and don't give up, bana. Don't give up, bana. You know. We still have a bigger war to fight. Sasa hata hatujaanza kulaunch stories za AI. Sahii tunapigana stories za vaccines. What tukifika sasa tuna fight war front yenye tunapigana na stories na AI. Then we have guys who are going to represent kwa parliament kaa kina Karen Nyamu bana. We are doomed to die at the end of the day. Yeah. But guys bana. Viva bana. Don't give up.
No giving up. Never, never, never give up. Data, drop yourself kindly. KD, please talk to us. Actually, guys, I'm trying to wind up. Bana masa ni masa ingine mbaya jo. So KD, talk to us.
Yeah, thanks, Toria. Thanks, KOT. Thank you, everybody who's here. I was in this space earlier on, and the only reason I came back was because of, I think, Nimrod. And then Wanyama said some things that really touched me. There's, I didn't speak much because I was scheduled to speak, and then KOT came with that bad information of someone getting a little bit vulgar parental, and it just caught me emotional, so I had to stop whatever I had in mind. But the point is, it's not been a very good week. So many things have been going wrong because, first of all, we just happened to have fought too much than it was anticipated, and then we get to see so many divisions since that bombers incident. That pissed me off, I'll be honest. And I didn't even know there are 3 parties under Gen Z that have been registered. And that is the reason why I just came to this place and said, we are weakening by day because they already know the game they're going to play. And somebody came and said something very important. They said they know the only way they can win is by pulling that tribalism card, which has happened. I was on a Kikuyu space yesterday, and that's when I realized, okay, we are really divided as Kenyans. I'm not going to lie to you. Plus now what this other space that is being pushed in our throats, we being told to support one of the opposition leaders. But the only reason why I share my sentiment is because I think and believe we would be stronger if we had one faction fighting against the one enemy that is everybody's enemy, whether in opposition, in whatever age group or generation or clan or whatever. You did not choose to be Kenyan. You did not choose to be a male. You never chose to be Kikuyu or Kalenjin or whatever. You never chose to be in whatever generation you're in. If that's a curse, that is a curse that you are created with. If it's a blessing, then it's a blessing you cannot run away from. And that is the strength you have. You live in a house right now. Is that house owned by your tribesman? Do you pay rent to someone who has a surname similar to yours? Does the person who sells you your groceries in the evening share the same background of where you come from ethnically? And that is the strength we have as a Kenyan people. So for me, when it comes to like tribalism and all that, I get crushed because the space I was on yesterday, that is the sentiment that was being aired. Now, today, there was another one that has been going on since last week of this elder people and younger people. And that is another division that is going to divide us. Now, the only thing that makes me speak is because I realize if that happens, we will not be fighting one enemy. We will have to fight two forces, two factions. The number one enemy and them, because now we are trying to eat this cake from one side of the platter. And we'll forget the fact that the point is we have to consume the whole whatever. And then the other side, we get to reach and realize, oh, this person actually went before us. So the point was not working with these people who don't have our main, manifesto, or rather have the same mindset. But we should look at us, all of us, like a one nation who have one enemy and have the will to listen to each other. Don't come and tell me you're older than me, so you have to do what I want. I have to do what you want, sorry. Or don't come and tell me you have more experience. You can as well be older than me, but I can come to you for advice. But if we decide to say, for example, everybody's mad about the clergy. Nobody wants to talk about the church. But if the church decides to say, okay, so these guys don't want us, instead of having that proactive communication of creating an understanding, we are attacking them. What is going to happen is when they turn against us, we are the ones who are going to lose. I believe we would be a very stronger faction if we were like the Gen Zote mentality, the way it sounds like, against this one enemy. And then once we do away with this one enemy, now you can actually turn back and say, okay, KOT, I had an issue with you. Uliiba mbuzi yangu. So let's solve this together. Or we are moving toward this direction, and this is what is expected of us. This conversation sobers up very well when people come up with the how do we move forward. But when we start thinking of they are doing this instead of we doing this, we are on our own, I think we lose focus. And then it becomes more of attacking each other and talking a lot of hypothetical ideas which don't seem to have any focus. So my plea is you guys who are on the front line, because all of us can be on the front line. We've given you our trust and hope. We know what you guys are doing. But again, let us not give a deaf ear or walk blindly into traps that we get to, we'll ask ourselves how it happened. You already see they are forming their own factions to divide us even further. You know, the UDA Academy and stuff like that. What are we doing on our side? You know, when you want to kill a rat, you don't care whether your cat is black or white or gray or whatever. The main thing is you just want to do away with it and then now think of how do I secure myself. So I think my plea is these differences, and they are going to widen even further coming this week. Let's just keep watch and see, because I've listened to quite many people talk, and honestly, we are very, very divided. We are very divided. We have a big, when you talk about civic education, I think that is the one thing we started off very well, and then we got to a point we swayed off the focus. And people are slowly getting into, I think everyone is on their own. So we should just have this on and see how to move forward. Now, Tori, I've spoken to you a couple of times, but I owe you something. Wanyama and KOT, I just shared this thing with Toria, and I think you guys need to look at the kingpins in these regions. For example, Mombasa. Get to know who's the main blogger in Mombasa. You know, host a space one day and have this guy co-host. That way, you have a better outreach of the people in Mombasa because this guy has a platform you do not have. I don't think everyone in Mombasa follows you. But if you get someone like, for example, say Kimilili, and you want to do a space in Kimilili, you don't have to go to Kimilili Or even if you went and you don't have that clout, you will not have a space of the people of Kimilili. You'll have people like us who are in the urban areas. But if you find someone who's on the ground, now it becomes easier for you to have this person as a co-host who will bring you most of his traffic. Then you can talk about areas in that region. When our brother is raped in Mombasa, if you had a blogger in Mombasa and have him as a co-host, it becomes easier for you to have people in Mombasa talking about these issues and now sensitizing the whole nation, because this blogger will now attract the Mombasa traffic to the rest of the whatever. We don't know what is happening. Like now people are dying because of the banditry. You cannot tell me there's no one in that area who can mobilize on social. We just need to have someone on the ground. All TV stations have people who report from. So I think you also have a big assignment to do for you to just get along and get to know how you can have foot soldiers who, like, I think it's Mkenya Daima, he says in somewhere in Ukambani. So when you talk about Ukambani, this guy can come on board and he has a bigger cloud from that area who can now pull that traffic on the space so that we can get to know what is happening on that area and the rest of the areas as well. So that way we get to know what is happening on the ground rather than just coming here and speaking as Kenyans without getting to know which area needs more of attention. Of course, our journalists can't jump on such spaces. So the most we just do is try and get most of the information they report online, and that's how we get to just discuss about it. But I think, in my opinion, we have a more sober discussion when people talk in terms of how do we move forward than thinking of they did this and they did that and we are here lamenting day and night. I think that's just what I had in mind. Thanks.
Thank you so much, KD. Yeah, we should be thinking not not about the past, but how do we move forward, actually. Yeah. Baraka, do you have something to say? Because we are closing. We are closing. It's about to go down.
Okay, I've been watching. I had a meeting with TikTokers the other day, some of the more popular TikTokers, and it was interesting when we were having a discussion. They talked about how much influence and how much investment TikTok users have had in the movement, and they have invested. They have also had the influence. And it is quite important that we remember that it is on X that the movement begins. It is on X where we can solve our disputes, we can have our arguments, and once we settle, we can move to TikTok. There, for example, how we handle situations, how we quote unquote the platform individuals. It starts from TikTok, usually goes to, it's just from Twitter, it goes to TikTok, then it eventually goes to the ground. So, for example, Caswell, he was cancelled here on Twitter. He went to TikTok. Then when he tried to get to Vijivanji, I think I saw somebody holding a stone, nearly hitting him. Okay, he didn't throw the stone. He just threatened to throw the stone. So it is quite important we understand that X has become the center of the revolution. But it doesn't mean that X is where the revolution is going to happen. No, the revolution is going to happen on the ground. We saw it during the public participation for those of us who participated, who are at Bomas, and for those of us who tried as much as possible to listen to occurrences across the country and across each county, and to catalog and to see the atmosphere. So it is quite important that we understand how our voices play in. Your comment to KOT's posts could actually inform his decision making. So it is important that we understand that if you encourage KOT and he speaks something wonderful, it will go to TikTok. Somebody will make a TikTok about it, then it will go viral there, and then somebody will pick it up in my hometown in Ogembo, and then it will have practical implications. So it is quite important to understand the role that that Twitter is playing, the role that you are playing as a Twitter user, and you will a lot of responsibility. And with great responsibility, with great power comes great responsibility. It's quite much power. So exercise that power responsibly, exercise it diligently for the cause, and all in all, it's going to work out for good. That's all from me, Toria, and thank you for having me on board. I don't know if I'm going to be part of more spaces going into the future because I'll be signing an NDA sometime soon. So I hope that this is going to be some of my maybe last engagements for the X before I join a formal campaign team for one of my friends. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much, Baraka. And wherever you get a time to hop in and talk to us, just feel free. You are highly welcomed, and we appreciate your contributions. Everyone who has been here from the beginning till this hour, and those who have joined in the middle of the course, we really appreciate you so much. So, from my hand, thank you. Marvin, are you there? Oh, let me say this before KOT comes in. Since we are working as a team, let's be there for each other. Let's not have classes. We are all equal. Don't expect people to always circulate around you. Leo KOT ameshikwa, tuwike KOT. Kesho Baraka ameshikwa, tumenyamaza. That's not how it works. We are all equal in this movement, aiming at the same enemy. Our goal is one, and we need to avoid some unnecessary things zenye zina cause chaos here and there. So guys, let me say itoke kwa roho yangu. Actually, I think niliambia Baraka ama ni nani. I felt bad venye Morara kukam through kuclear jina ya KOT at first. I felt very bad because KOT amekuwa amesimama na yeye all through. Amekuwa na host spaces akishikwa mara hiyo si wote tuko hapo, Morara this, Morara that. But the moment KOT alipatwa na kashida kidogo, angeclear tu na statement kidogo. It took him sometimes, juu alikuwa na load nini. Me, if you think I'm against Morara, think whatever you think. I don't care. But let me tell you facts. Let's be real. Hivyo tu ndo nitasema. And KOT, I will always have your back. Back to you, KOT. Funga space tukadale. KOT. Omera.
You can just
Just
give the
proceed.
guys who have their hands raised an opportunity to speak, and then for the rest of us, we can just give them the platform to speak. The ones who have the hand
Hakuna mtu
raised.
ameinua mkono na hakuna mtu speaker panel na KOT anatumia data you guys.
Naona ni kama general na data scientist on my end wameinua mkono, or am I okay? Maybe it's a glitch because they are listeners.
KOT hebu ongea tukalale.
Okay, yeah, I think that would be fair.
Mi nataka kulala bana, mi hata honestly mimi nimeshachoka kidogo leo. Hii
Yeah,
energy
you
bado
can end the space. You can
imeona.
end the space, POT.
I want to end this space, guys. I want to sleep. Tomorrow I want to wake up and go to school. Tomorrow I have a class at Unisangavi. I don't know. I want to end this space, but honestly, guys, I'm back. I'm back on this space. Lakini wacha niwaambie, si ati coming back on this space, it means that I'll be only like we will be only on these spaces. No, we still go to the ground and we will meet those angels and devils out there. So guys out there, just expect that civic education is still going to come back to mashinani as we've been doing, and so yeah, ni hivyo tu, you will come back there. So guys, tafadhali tuache side shows nyingi na panganga nyingi ambazo hazitusaidii. Yeah, those side shows, they don't help us. Let us just avoid them, and so we're still coming back there. mi sina mengi ya kusema, tumeongea nyingi sana. Yeah, but just know that we are here. Just in case of anything, you know how to find us. You know how to find Toria, you know how to find me, you know how to find Wanyama, kina Barak here, and any other person who you know that they are really true to this movement. So mimi sina mengi ya kusema, ni niwachezee tu national anthem alafu tulale. Na msisahau bana, msisahau hiyo namba iko hapo juu, do as per your wish. Hiyo namba ni yetu. Yes, you can just do as per your wish. Don't usiaiogopa. Yes, you just play our national anthems, then we call it a night. Wenye tuko Kenya, wenye mko outside the country, probably mahali tuko na time difference almost 8 hours, I think you should be having a very nice evening. Yes. Keidu nacheka nini bana?
Let one and all arise. Because of service be our highest endeavor, and the whole land of Kenya, heritage of splendor, from where we start to defend. Let all with one accord, in God united, build this our nation together, and the glory of Kenya, the fruit of our labor, fill every heart with thanksgiving.
Okay. Thank you so much guys. Now I want to remind us guys that mjifunze kuimba national anthem in English stanza 2 and stanza 3. Najua hamjui, and we'll be giving you guys a task on this platform. Nakupatia mic, you come here, you sing the national anthem stanza 2 and stanza 3 in English. Ukishindwa tunakudrop au tukupati microphone here. Just came to realize that most of us, we don't know that those two stanzas in English. Mnajua Kiswahili tu. Yes. And so venye tu hatuwezi cheza that praise, sijui ni the what tulikuwa tunaimba in primary school, ile ya president. Saizi we don't have a president. By the time we get a nice president in our country, we'll be having that. Wacha Wanyama kuja atuambie ilikuwa inaitwaje. I can see is here. Wanyama ulikuwa unasema aje we millennial? Nyinyi mlikuwa mnakunywa maziwa ya Moi. Just tell us before we sleep. Mlikuwa mnaita
Ngoja
aje?
lakini we KOT acha majaribu. Ati like we hata president mwenyewe hawezi imba
Plus
stanza ya pili na unasema sisi tuimbe.
Wanyama ulikuwa unasema nimeona ukirequest microphone, that's why nimeapprove.
Funga space.
Tuambie ile nini ya president ilikuwa inaitwa aje? Sijui what pledge.
It's called the loyalty pledge. I pledge my loyalty to the president and nation of Kenya, my duty and
No, we
blah blah
currently
blah
don't
to
have a
defend.
president. No, we currently don't have a president. Don't pledge, please.
Nilikuwa na kurecite bana. That's what we used to recite for Moi tukikuwa class 4. Unajua Moi alitoka bana.
Nilijua ulikunywa
Moi
hiyo
alitoka
maziwa.
nilikuwa
Nilijua
class 4
ulikunywa hiyo
bana.
maziwa ndio maana unakuwa na kichwa mbaya bana.
Sikukunywa. I am lactose intolerant.
Wanyama, kumbe sisi ni watene nikiwa na wewe. Au vijana sasa watusikize.
Kijana
Good night guys and have a nice
funga
day and
space.
evening.